Chapter 101, Imposter Syndrome. December 3, 1992, Hogwarts. Before making a scene, it was better to be absolutely sure. Millie. How are you doing with that spell I taught you? Are you still having problems with it? Well, Harry knew for a fact that Millicent hated the nickname Millie since Pansy always kept calling her Silly Millie whenever she messed up something. And well, she and Harry barely interacted with one another, and since she started joining Malfoy's group, she would have been in deep trouble if he heard that Harry was teaching her anything, really. So, when she didn't grit her teeth and didn't deny her being with Harry, in front of the people who were essentially Malfoy's enforcers, Harry knew immediately that she was an imposter and so were Crabbe and Goyle. She nodded. Yeah, I think I'm getting it, but I really need to ask you a few questions. The Potter scion repressed the urge of rolling his eyes at her pathetic attempt at changing the subject. Hermione really wasn't cut out for the whole deception thing, was she? Harry really should just expose them, and he definitely would. But doing so would earn him the enmity of the Golden Trio. They barely even spoke to Harry this year, and he wanted to keep it that way. So, why involve himself when he could pin it on someone that they already hate, like Malfoy, who was glaring at the trio, probably thinking that they were betraying him or something. He might as well also lead them on a bit, especially since they were doing this because they're probably thinking that Harry is the heir of Slytherin or something similarly absurd. So, instead of yelling out that there were intruders in the house, he smiled at them. I'm always available to help my housemates. What do you need help with? Crabbe was the one who asked that time. The Chamber of Secrets. Well, that was easy, yeah, Slytherin's infamous chamber. It's a shame people are using it to spread fear the way they did. I'm not sure, of course, but my guess it would be the fact that Slytherin tricked the other founders and hid his magic in the chamber to do it. This was honestly the theory Harry had come up with, and he didn't mind sharing it. Wait, what? I thought he made it to house the beast that killed Muggleborns. I mean, Mudbloods, sorry, Goyle exclaimed. Goyle, did you forget? You can't say that word in here. It's against the rules. Malfoy might get away with it because of his father's influence, but I don't think you can do it. Even then, he's been reprimanded a lot of time in private and the prefects have even contacted his mother. Yeah, the way their eyes widened amused the Potter scion, but instead of answering the questions and revealing house secrets, he continued, as for your question, the whole blood purity thing started appearing after the statute of secrecy was put in place as a way to preserve nobility in a world that was full of wizards. Before then, there were only nobles and peasants, whether they are magical or not. Slytherin wanted to ban peasants from entering the school. I can see his point, to be honest. Millicent looked aghast. What? How could you say that? Damn, Hermione really wasn't subtle. Well, it's not about them being lesser, it's about them being uneducated. 1,000 years ago, peasants didn't know how to read, how to write, how to behave. They were farmers, and workers, that only thought about how to survive the following winter. Just bringing them up to speed to learn any magic was too time-consuming and Slytherin wanted to bar them from entry. However, the other founders refused since that meant that any sign of accidental magic started a witch hunt at the time, and a lot of Muggleborns burned to death back then. So, instead, they came to a compromise, to have a basic exam before starting a magical education, which is available for everyone, but if they failed it, they would have to attend basic classes before they could start learning. If they failed these, they were expelled. No one was happy about it, but it was the only compromise that they could reach. I never read that in any books, Millicent replied. Harry grinned, because you're probably reading in the public history section. If you take a look at the research books in the back, especially the ones from before the statute of secrecy, you will see it. For some reason, people have made it very hard to find out about the founders. Seeing Millicent wanting to argue back, Crabbe interjected, and the chamber. Oh, right. I got a bit overwhelmed. It's a bit of a theory of mine, but I think that Slytherin tricked the other founders. The main selling point of Hogwarts was the library. The 4 founders sacrificed their family spells and their research to build the foundation of the libraries. The founders shed their family names and created the fake ones that we know. Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, these aren't real names, and the real ones were scrubbed from all texts, probably with a spell of some sort. And since nobles greedily wanted the knowledge, they enrolled their heirs, which is how Hogwarts started. What I think happened is that Slytherin only shared a portion of his family legacy and hid the rest in the chamber for his heir to access. He essentially swindled the other founders of their family legacy for a fraction of his own. It does fit his character. The whole monster thing could just be some kind of protection for anything attacking the castle, but not the students. Definitely not the students. Goyle was gritting his teeth, probably insulting Salazar Slytherin under his breath. So, that must be Weasley then, so, the monster. What do you know about it? Well, everything, really. It's pretty obvious when you know where to look. You got that from just 2 attacks. Millicent interjected. No, you only have to look back on the events where the chamber was opened the last time, around 50 years ago. What? The 3 impersonators exclaimed. Well, yet. People don't want it to be spread, but around 50 years ago, the chamber was opened. Over a dozen Muggleborns were petrified, but the attacks stopped when one died, and the school almost closed. They put the entire thing on a troublesome student and expelled him, even if the beast he had didn't match the pattern. I think it was an acromantula or something. They should have been expelled anyway, but they just put it all on him so that the school wouldn't close. And since the attacks stopped, they all put it out of its mind. But since that information is documented, it's easy to find a clear pattern, and adding in the current clues, the nature of the beast is easy to figure out. So, what is it? Crabbe asked excitedly. Well, that would be telling. Honestly, I was hesitant until Longbottom started to speak in Parseltongue. You think he's the heir of Slytherin? Millicent asked. Merlin, no. Harry responded, whoever is doing it is smart enough to evade me. Longbottom doesn't have a subtle bone in his body. Then do you think that he's a descendant of Slytherin or something? Crabbe asked. Probably not. The only reason I jumped immediately at him being a Parselmouth was because the Dark Lord was a Parselmouth. Not much is known about how Longbottom escaped the killing curse, and while there are many theories, a lot of wild and raw magic was expelled that night, at least according to the unspeakable report that was leaked to the public. It is possible that somehow the Dark Lord's magic made an imprint of sorts with Longbottom, giving him the ability to speak Parseltongue. It's far more likely than him having a magical ancestry that was hidden for centuries, while it could have been providing a lot of prestige for the family. You have to remember that before Voldemort, Parseltongue was mostly known for its rumored healing abilities, not the weapon of terror that the Dark Lord used to his advantage. Yet, but is the fact that Longbottom can speak Parseltongue mean anything when it comes to the Chamber of Secrets? Millicent asked. Harry shrugged. Of course, it does. The fact that Longbottom is speaking Parseltongue correlates with the fact that I heard a few paintings say that he was following a voice to Filch's body, one that no one else could hear. Slytherin was a proud and poetic being, he would only have some kind of snake as his ultimate weapon. So, I theorized that Longbottom was a Parselmouth. So, that narrowed the list of beasts into reptiles that are extremely long-lived. Looking at how the petrified bodies looked, the behavioral pattern of spiders recently, and a lot of little things, finding the beast's nature is elementary. Of course, Slytherin could have just created an entire creature just to become his ultimate weapon, but the clues are too much. So, what is it? Goyle asked with an annoyed voice. Now, that would be me stopping you from the sense of accomplishment of finding it yourselves. Consider it a test of sorts, Harry answered with an infuriating smile on his face. They were all obviously angry at Harry's dismissal, so he continued, I have to admit that I can see why Dumbledore is keeping this quiet. I can see the school closing down, and him being fired if it was revealed to the public, especially since he knew about it for decades and did nothing to stop it. I can't say I would be disappointed, he's objectively the worst headmaster this school has ever had. You're wrong. Crabbe exclaimed. Damn, those kids were too easy. The Potter Scion simply shrugged. Political agenda aside, Dumbledore took out the most books from the library. Ever since his appointment, over 5 magical courses were removed, over a dozen clubs were cancelled, and magical research became at an all-time low. Hogwarts graduates literally need retraining whenever they get into any kind of technical apprenticeship, and a few guilds literally just reject applicants from the school automatically since our curriculum is too limited. He also has 2 other full-time positions on top of being headmaster, so that takes up a lot of his time. The 3 imposters looked at each other hesitantly, but he's the most powerful wizard in the world. I don't care about who he is. I care about the school and my education. In the unlikely event, he doesn't know what the beast is, then people would have severely overestimated his intelligence and extensive magical knowledge, but, well, that's absurd. Because if a student with less than 2 years of magical education can find out what it is, then he should know. So, that means that he has to know. I can only hope that he actually starts taking action against the air, because if the monster is what I think it is, then we could all die with a single attack. The only reason this hasn't made national news is because it's just normal petrification, which can be easily remedied with a mandrake draft. If it was a curse or something unknown, the ministry would have been all over this. Crabbe leaned it. So, do you have an idea who is responsible for all of this? The question is not who, Harry said, the question is how. The key to this mystery lies in the past. To know who is responsible for the attacks today, you need to find out who was responsible the last time the chamber was opened, 50 years ago. Crabbe's eyes widened when Harry essentially quoted Dumbledore from the stories. Longbottom must have heard it as Harry's counterpart did in the books. Deciding to excuse himself, the Potter Scion spoke up. Well, I'm kinda sweaty and need a shower. I spent 2 hours sparring with Daphne, you see. It's nice to see you, Millie, Greg, and Vince. Don't hesitate to come back if you have any other questions. Well, that was fun, but everything must come to an end. He had to say that his little mission was somewhat successful. He had diverted the trio's attention with a lecture that they didn't need about the founders, taught them a lesson about the fact that Slytherin wasn't some racist asshole, and shook their faith in Dumbledore's leadership since he knew what the beast was for decades, and didn't do anything about it. But that wasn't the cherry on top. What was the fact that the moment the 3 imposters turned to speak with Malfoy, Harry sneakily cast a modified revealing charm that would only work after he activates it manually. It was easy to use arithmancy to incorporate a feature like that was extracted in many curses. This was going to cause trouble for Dumbledore immensely. There are wards around all the common rooms. Only someone sorted in Slytherin could enter the Slytherin common room. They would need to permission of the head of house or the headmaster otherwise. Dumbledore must have disabled the wards or given them access without anyone knowing, and the heads of houses were going to ask him a lot of questions about it. Harry, then, pretended to walk up the stairs and put on his cloak of invisibility to watch the fallout and waited until they looked like they were going to leave and activated the curse. A few seconds later, while the 3 Gryffindors were talking to Malfoy, their features immediately reverted back to normal. The common room stood silent before it exploded into noise. In a fraction of a second, the Golden Trio were unconscious on the ground and Professor Snape was called by one of the prefects. Well, that was fun. Chapter 102, Golden Trouble. December 3, 1992, Hogwarts. Neville still didn't know how things could get so wrong. As he looked at the snarling face of Snape, he knew that he was screwed. Snape has always been spiteful when it came to him, but this was different, this was more. It was like the boy who lived had crossed a line of sorts, and now he was out for blood. What happened? The potion should have lasted at least an hour, and Neville had timed it. They were inside the Slytherin common room for less than 30 minutes, and it took them 10 minutes to sneak it in the first place. So, did Hermione somehow screw with the potion? It was a Newt-level potion after all, and the Muggleborn was a second year, all things considered. No, according to Hermione, it was exactly like it was supposed to be, and they had transformed perfectly into their targets. So, why did it stop working all of a sudden? They had already gotten valuable information by tricking Potter. Hermione was right, that guy was a chump whenever it came to explaining things. It was a wonder how the guy ended up in Slytherin instead of Ravenclaw. That guy must have read more books than Hermione, especially considering how he kept showing her up whenever it came to knowledge. Neville already knew that the Muggleborn was going to run to the library next to confirm what he had said about the Founders, as well as trying to overcome the unspoken challenge of finding what the monster of Slytherin was. What really interested Neville was the fact that he somehow already figured out that he was a Parselmouth before he himself knew. It was obvious, now that he thought about it, but it did confirm that Hermione wasn't exaggerating when it came to Potter's intelligence. To be completely honest, Neville didn't know how to feel about his god-brother. He just seemed so beyond him, so far away from him in terms of both personality and magic. It irritated him at first, but now, it was just intimidating to just speak with him. It felt less like asking Hermione for some help, and more like asking Dumbledore of all people. The Longbottom Scion really wanted to connect with him, but he was so out of reach, that Neville was scared to make the first move. Of course, Ron just hated the guy on principle. He was a Slytherin, thus he was a slimy snake that couldn't be trusted. That guy really had his priorities backwards, if he had any priorities other than Quidditch, chess, and fighting Malfoy. But Malfoy didn't count, he was a prick, and it was surprising how little he was regarded in his own house. Neville's grandmother had drilled him countless times about being observant in political situations, and well, the Slytherin common room reminded him a lot about these lessons. What was interesting was the fact that Malfoy was shunned in Slytherin. It wasn't something he expected at all. The Malfoys always looked untouchable from the outside, but it seemed like the house was as annoyed as the rest of the school was when it came to the blonde Ponce. You could see it in the way they all huddled away from him whenever he sat down. Malfoy probably thought it was some kind of sign of respect, but Neville knew. His housemates did the same to him, ever since he was revealed to be a Parselmouth. Also, the fact that Malfoy was reprimanded for saying the word mudblood and supporting the heir of Slytherin, and they had even contacted his mother. Now, that was worth the trip on its own. And the information they had gotten was practically a gold mine. They now knew that the Chamber of Secrets was opened before, around 50 years back to be more specific, and that the petrifications happened as well, but it ended when a student died, and, according to Potter, someone was framed for it. The real heir must be the descendant of whoever had opened the chamber 50 years ago. If they knew who was responsible in the past, they could track down their descendants and figure out who had done it as well. The conversation with Malfoy, on the other hand, was pretty lackluster. All they had learned was that Lucius Malfoy had told him to let the heir be, and that the Malfoy hid most of their dark artifacts in a secret room under the drawing room floor, which was why the Auror raids never found anything. Ron looked excited to owl that little fact to his father. Unfortunately, they were all preoccupied with the whole disguise falling apart and them being attacked thing. Yeah, that wasn't fun. In mere minutes, Snape was called into the room, with his billowing cloak behind him, and Neville found himself in the potion master's office with his best friends. Ron looked as pale as a ghost, and Hermione looked like she was having a nervous breakdown. "Professor," Neville started. He was immediately interrupted by the Slytherin head of house, "Mr. Longbottom, I have literally found you trespassing into a common room that isn't your own, in stolen Slytherin robes, having drunk an illegal potion, that could have easily poisoned you with the slightest mistake, a potion that you brewed with ingredients that I recognize to be missing from my stores. There is nothing that you could say would not make it worse. So, as your professor, I am advising you to stay quiet and not say anything that will probably end up hurting you in the long run. Most unfortunately, you are not in my house, and the decision to expel you does not rest with me. I shall go and fetch the people who do have that happy power. You will wait here. I do not want to hear your voice at any moment before my return." Normally, Snape would be smiling at getting them in trouble, but he just looked angry. Seeing how the professor was behaving, Neville decided to do the smart thing and just shut up. The man left, and the boy who lived just felt sick. If Snape had gone to fetch Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House, they were hardly any better off. She might be fairer than Snape, but she was still extremely strict. She was going to kill them, he knew it. 10 minutes later, Snape returned, and sure enough, it was Professor McGonagall who accompanied him. Neville had seen Professor McGonagall angry on several occasions, but either he had forgotten just how thin her mouth could go, or he had never seen her this angry before. She raised her wand the moment she entered. Neville, Ron, and Hermione all flinched, but she merely pointed it at the empty fireplace, where flames suddenly erupted. Neville hadn't realized how cold he was until the warmth of the fire started to spread. "Sit," she said, and they both backed into chairs by the fire. "Explain," she said, her glasses glinting ominously. Ron started to speak, but Neville immediately stopped him. Ron's mouth was probably going to get them further in trouble. "Well, Professor, it's a bit of a long story. You know how I'm a Parselmouth." The woman nodded and he continued, "Well, people haven't really been nice to me ever since that happened. What, they stopped worshipping you like some sort of messiah?" Snape answered with a sneer. "No," Neville denied, "they just look at me like I'm the one who petrified my own roommate. So, I decided that finding out who the heir of Slytherin really was would clear my name. And where better to look first than the Slytherin common room? We used Polyjuice to sneak inside while Crabbe, Goyle, and Millicent were in detention, and we started interrogating people sneakily. You thought that whoever was responsible would just confess in the middle of the common room?" McGonagall asked with an incredulous tone. "Well, maybe. We thought that they, at least, might know a little more about it. So, what would be the harm?" "You're asking what would be the harm in impersonating your year mates, and breaking into a place they're supposed to feel safe in?" Snape asked. "Well, we thought that no one would really be affected. It was only supposed to last for 1 hour, but for some reason, it stopped working at least 20 minutes early. Snape looked startled for a second. You brewed the potion? Yes. Well, Hermione did. Neville looked at his friend who was practically trembling. So, let me get this straight. You stole ingredients from my personal stores, used them to brew a potion that was above your capability, incorrectly from the sound of it, and snuck into the Slytherin common room because you hoped that the heir of Slytherin who has been attacking Muggleborns would confess their crimes to you because you asked for it. And the potion ended up malfunctioning, causing everyone to panic and attack you at once. Hermione interjected, Hey, I didn't incorrectly brew the potion. The glare McGonagall sent her made her defiant look wither in a fraction of a second. I'm telling you this for your best interest. Don't confess to brewing an illegal potion to your professors, one that could cause you a fine of a few hundred galleons at least, and maybe even a short stay in Azkaban. If you weren't a minor and if you didn't brew the potion in Hogwarts, you would have been in a lot more trouble. So, please, shut up, Ms. Granger. The deputy headmistress took a deep breath and continued, Since this is your first offense this year, you will be in detention for the rest of the semester, and this incident will be in your permanent school record. I will send a letter to your parents informing them about what happened. I am disappointed in you, Ms. Granger. Now, get back to your common room. I will contact you about the details of your detentions later. Hermione looked in tears as she left the room. The Transfiguration Mistress looked at the last 2 students in the room. As for the 2 of you, after the mess you made with the flying car a few months ago, we told you that if you did something like this again, then you were going to be expelled. The truth is that you committed a crime, and now it's out of my hand. We'll have to go to the headmaster for this. Please follow me. They marched in silence around a corner and the deputy headmistress stopped before a large and extremely ugly stone gargoyle. Lemon drop, she said. This was evidently a password because the gargoyle sprang suddenly to life and hopped aside as the wall behind him split in 2. Normally, Neville would have been excited about the prospect of seeing the headmaster's office for the first time, but all he could feel was dread. He was going to be expelled. He knew that in his bones. His grandmother was going to kill him. He was letting everyone down, even his parents. He had even dragged Ron into the scheme to clear his name, just because he couldn't handle the fact that people didn't like him anymore. The Weasleys were going to be heartbroken, and it was all his fault. Maybe the information they had gotten from Potter could help them. Dumbledore wouldn't punish them for helping him stop the heir of Slytherin, would he? Potter was already resentful of Dumbledore for some reason, even if he had somewhat of a point, and Neville did start having questions of his own for the headmaster. If Potter was right that the chamber was opened during when he was in the castle, why didn't Dumbledore stop him the first time? If the culprit was obviously framed, then how did Dumbledore let that happen and why did he stop looking for the chamber altogether? And why didn't he reveal the nature of the beast? Potter had figured it out, after all, and he's a student. Did Dumbledore just hope that the problem would just go away on its own? Neville had many questions and even if he was going to be expelled, he wasn't leaving without answers. Having been distracted by his thoughts, the boy who lived didn't notice the spiral staircase that appeared in front of him. As they all stood on it, it started to rise in circles, until at last, slightly dizzy, Neville saw a gleaming oak door ahead, with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. They had arrived at Dumbledore's office. Chapter 103, Difficult Position. December 3, 1992, Hogwarts. Sometimes, Albus Dumbledore feels like this whole long-term investment in Neville Longbottom was too much of a headache. It might have been urged by the powers of light, who guided him into creating the boy who lived, but no magic could save him from the headache that this boy kept sending his way. And it had been going too well before the brat even attended Hogwarts. Weaponizing a prophecy for his own gain took a lot of time and effort. The ritual he had given the Longbottoms, and the Potters had worked. Lord Voldemort had been defeated, and turned into a pale shadow of a living being, activating the prophecy. That meant that the moment Neville Longbottom was marked by Voldemort, half the prophecy was completed, meaning that the other half must happen as well. The energy was there, and the price was paid. Breaking the prophecy himself could liberate this energy and use it to create magnificent things, that could warp reality in unpredictable ways. And it was this potential that stopped him from just killing the boy out of frustration for his actions. Who in their right mind uses a flying car to get to school, just because they missed the train? Just using a fleur for a couple of sickles to get to Hogsmeade and send an owl would have been enough. But no, the boy who lived had to make Albus' life miserable. The number of favors he had to call in, not just on a national scale, but international as well. To make this go away was staggering. Breaking the international statute of secrecy was a big taboo, and if it had been a random Muggleborn doing something like this, he would have been found dead from mysterious causes hours after the incident. Honestly, the headmaster didn't care about indiscretions as long as they were in private, and well, he could always use them to motivate people. But seriously, sometimes Albus wondered what went on in that empty head of Longbottom's. He was having a perfectly nice night before Severus sent him a patroness message telling him that Neville Longbottom, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger were discovered to be infiltrating the Slytherin common room having drank a polyjuice potion. Worse, they were discovered in public and reverted back to their original appearance in the middle of the crowded common room. And that alone was a political mess. The Crabbe, Goyles, and Bulstrodes were not particularly powerful families, but they were essentially in Lucius Malfoy's pocket. So, making something like this go away would take a lot of effort and concessions on his part. Breaking into another's house's common room was already bad enough, and the school charter proclaimed that it should be severely punished. But it was still a school matter. But the use of an illegal potion publicly was also a problem since it was technically grounds for the ministry to interfere. They rarely ever did it, but with the mess that this school year has been, and Malfoy probably pushing Fudge to do something, there was the very real possibility that this would escalate. Luckily, there were other ways to impersonate people, so as far as anyone else is concerned, they could be holding some kind of illusion artifact that malfunctioned at once, due to spell interference. The bigger problem was the fact that impersonating members of another house was grounds for a blood feud. Thankfully, family matters for events occurring in Hogwarts were under the headmaster's purview, as long as the judgment is fair. It was an obscure law written in the school charter to avoid honor duels between students for some slight or another. The Ministry of Magic hadn't been created yet, and since Hogwarts was technically considered outside of their involvement, Albus could deal with it himself. Of course, the fact that Hogwarts wasn't governed by the Ministry didn't change the fact that they could make things difficult if they wanted to. The castle wasn't under their control, but the curriculums, the exams, the funds, and many other things were. It was possible for them to interfere, but it wasn't usually worth the effort. So, that meant that Dumbledore needed to put on a show of sorts, and explain that no one was above the rules. And honestly, the brats deserved it. Who in Merlin's name does something like this, and why? Although Albus also shared some blame for that incident. He had allowed Neville, Ron, and Hermione immunity from the wards on all common rooms. That was a mistake he had made the previous year when he wanted them to investigate the stone and he had forgotten to remove the access. None of this mess would have happened if it wasn't for this oversight. He was so preoccupied with the stone and Nicholas that he forgot. Of course, that was when Minerva and Severus arrived with 2 students following behind. Ah, so Miss Granger got off the hook somehow. He gave his deputy headmistress a questioning look and she immediately got his message. Miss Granger has been punished already, but since these 2 have broken their agreement and couldn't wait for an entire semester without causing another scandal, I thought it would be prudent to take them to you. Ah, yes, he had gently threatened them with expulsion after the flying car fiasco. He looked at the 2 students that were staring at the sleeping Fox in awe. Ah, this is Fox, my companion of many years. He found me when I was just out of Hogwarts when I was lost and needed a little guidance. As you could probably tell, he is a phoenix. Fascinating creatures, phoenixes. They can carry immensely heavy loads, their tears have healing powers, and they make highly faithful pets. Fox looked up and gave him a slight glare. According to him, I am the pet. The aged headmaster was chuckling at the end of the sentence. He really liked to show Fox up. Phoenixes really were rare creatures but very few people knew of their nature and Dumbledore wanted to keep it that way. Albus motioned to the chairs in front of him and continued, well, Neville, Ron, please sit down. I believe we have much to discuss. I believe that I must congratulate you for being the students that caused the most non-educational work for the faculty in a single semester. The Longbottom boy looked down. We're really sorry about all of that, sir. Nonsense, my dear boy, we can more than handle the increased workload, even if it comes at the cost of a few nights of sleep. The only occurrence you need to be apologetic for is the most recent one pertaining to polyjuice potion. It is very illegal to be caught in possession of that particular potion. Normally, we would have been required to inform the Department of Magical Law Enforcement about it, but for some reason, it appears that we couldn't find any traces of the potion anywhere. So we must assume that you used some kind of illusion spell that helped you impersonate other students to break into the Slytherin common room, and illusion spells are not illegal, are they? It took a little while for the boy to understand where he was getting at. The Weasley boy still looked confused. Seriously, did Molly Weasley drop him as a child or something? Severus, who was standing behind the boys, gritted his teeth and nodded. He wasn't happy, but he was willing to play along and dispose of the polyjuice for now. Young Neville finally understood what they were going for. Yes, sir. Of course, sir, we used an illusion spell. All right, with that settled, they avoided the Auror's interference, at least. Now, on to the rest of this mess. Now, to make sure that he wouldn't be able to confess to ingredients being stolen from his cupboard, Professor Snape will make a list of missing ingredients that you will have to reimburse for borrowing and losing them. The Weasley boy started to protest. You can't. You'll find that I very much can, Mr. Weasley. Theft is not authorized in Hogwarts. I will personally contact your guardians with the final amount, and the circumstances of this mess. I believe that it will be a considerable amount, especially considering that a few of the ingredients were quite rare. I also believe that impersonating the children of magical families can have very steep consequences, so I will leave your families to deal with the reparations themselves. The two children's faces paled in fear of their guardians finding out, and at the amount of gold they will probably have to pay. Young Neville was due for a very terrifying scolding session. Augusta Longbottom will probably severely punish the boy enough for him to at least keep his head down this year. Now, before we proceed with your punishment, and believe me, you will be punished, I need to understand why you did what you did. The redhead exploded first. We only wanted to catch the heir of Slytherin. Ron, shut up, young Neville interjected. We wanted to clear my name by finding out who was petrifying the other students. Ever since people found out I was a Parselmouth, everyone looked at me like I was on second away from attacking them. And wasn't that a reveal that flipped the entire board? Albus never had the chance of studying Parseltongue enough to understand how it worked, or how it was transmitted. It couldn't be through blood, but honestly, the headmaster didn't know exactly what had happened on the night Neville Longbottom survived the killing curse. He didn't even understand the ritual that he had given to Alice Longbottom. The light had guided him in its creation, but its details were obviously beyond him. The premise was supposed to be simple. A life for a life. After all, only death may pay for life. And then it happened, an unstoppable force in the form of the killing curse, met an indestructible object, who according to the ritual is supposed to be protected, and well, that caused an explosion of raw magic. It became a blind spot for everything, and by the time the residue cleared up, there was nothing, but a destroyed room filled with ash and an unconscious boy with a scar on his forehead. Young Neville's scar was still protected by the magical event, and well, Augusta Longbottom didn't let him study the scar afterwards, and the headmaster didn't feel like it mattered enough for him to press her about it. Now, he would need to do it. The next time the boy finds himself in the infirmary, Albus was going to keep him asleep and study whatever was going on in this scar. His theories so far were worrying, especially considering the method he theorized Voldemort used to live on past his death. Instead of saying any of that, Albus stayed composed, and you thought that breaking into the Slytherin common room would help you how? The Longbottom scion looked down, embarrassed. We thought that the Slytherins would know more than the rest of the school. Severus then snorted, of course you did. What an imbecilic response. I am glad that your idiocy is not contagious, Longbottom, or I would fear for the next generation of wizards and witches in this country. Hey! We were right, the redhead protested. Potter knew stuff about the Chamber of Secrets. He said that he figured out what the monster was. The two professors stiffened, but that little exclamation made Dumbledore freeze. Explain. His tone wasn't the gentle one he used earlier, and the Longbottom scion stiffened. He started up with a lecture on the Chamber of Secrets, like how it was older than the whole blood purity thing, that it was probably a place that Salazar Slytherin used to swindle the other founders of their magic while hiding his own for his heirs. It was kinda interesting, but it was hard to pay attention because of how nervous we all were. What about the monster? Albus pressed. Well, he said it was obvious, but didn't say what it was. Only that me being a Parselmouth confirmed it. He said it had to be a long-lived reptile that could petrify people. That it was obvious that you knew what it was but didn't say anything since that would close down the school. He said that you knew for a long time from when it was opened 50 years ago and that you said nothing because the school would have been declared unsafe and would have closed down permanently. Albus had tried to figure out the secret of the Chamber of Secrets and tracked it down to the bathroom young Myrtle died in, probably accidentally. He had found nothing but a snake carving on one of the sinks, but he could not get it to open. He tore down the bathroom, but nothing was underneath. Even the Elder Wand could not get inside. Tom had been very clever back then, a far cry from the sadistic man he became late in life. He had an alibi for every attack, and he struck seemingly randomly to push as much terror as possible at him. Dippet was pushing Dumbledore towards solving this mystery, being the greatest mind of his generation and whatnot. He hated to admit it, but Voldemort had been very close to getting him kicked out if he hadn't stopped after Myrtle Warren had died, and just framed Hagrid at the threat of the school closing. And so, the basilisk remained hidden, hopefully forever. Albus Dumbledore couldn't get into the chamber and kill it, but Tom seemed to change afterwards and had no desire to reopen the chamber. That is until now. Honestly, if it wasn't for the reports he had gotten about Voldemort being in Albania, he would have assumed he had possessed someone else. Alas, he couldn't find the logic of him doing it instead of getting a body of his own. Perhaps, he had a secret son or a daughter he was using to do this. It didn't matter. Hogwarts was Dumbledore's place of power, he wouldn't let some scared parents close it down. He needed to stop the attacks, but they were just so random, and only 2 of them happened so far, not enough to find out what happened. He had tried to find the bathroom once more for the mark, but the snake carving was gone. He didn't understand what that meant, to be honest, only that the entrance of the chamber wasn't in Myrtle's bathroom anymore. But it was worrying that Harry Potter had figured all of this out. Very worrying indeed. Perhaps, the boy would need to be discouraged. Although, he had the good sense not to tell everyone about it and spread fear. The aged headmaster sighed heavily. I'm afraid that young Harry is correct in his conclusion. Quite the smart lad, isn't he? I do know what the monster is, and it is why I wish to handle the issue discreetly. It is a very dangerous monster, but if we close down the school, the monster will remain here forever, meaning that Hogwarts would be gone, with no replacement in sight. Only the heir can open the chamber, hence why I couldn't do it. Salazar Slytherin was a very impressive wizard, after all. Believe me, I will do my best to stop this monster from continuing, but I need your word that you will not speak of this to another person about any of this. The 2 boys nodded, and Dumbledore continued, now, back to your punishment. I'm afraid that with your repeated offense this semester, I have no choice but to suspend you until the end of the winter holidays. I will contact your guardians with the details as well, but this is the lightest punishment I could give you, especially since I am breaking my promise I made earlier in the year that you would be expelled if you do something as egregious as the manner that which you arrived to school in September. The 2 baffled looks on the boys' faces were priceless. Served the brats right for giving him so much work. Now, he only needed to meet up with Harry Potter to make sure that brat wouldn't talk. And he also will need to speak to Severus and Minerva and explain to them why he had allowed Neville, Ron, and Hermione immunity from the wards in all common rooms. He could tell that it wasn't going to be a nice conversation. Chapter 104, of Burning Light. December 5, 1992, Hogwarts. It took 2 days of intense days of deals and explanations for Dumbledore to make the entire thing go away. And even then, he had to make a lot of concessions and offer a few favors, and the best result he had gone with is the fact that the boy who lived wasn't going to be arrested, nor is he going to be expelled. To be completely honest, Albus didn't really care about the Weasley boy and would have let him deal with the consequences of his actions. Alas, he needed young Neville to be close, and he couldn't really let him off while leaving his friend to the wolves. That would scream of favoritism. That boy really was a headache sometimes. But that didn't compare to the headache he had when he explained the situation to the boy's guardians. The Granger girl was a simple matter of sending a letter saying that she had an official warning after breaking the rules and using an illegal potion and that she would be serving detention until the end of the semester. However, since the 2 boys were the ones in deeper trouble, he preferred to explain to them the situation in person and well, the Weasley matriarch started screaming halfway through, and barely let him talk while she kept yelling at her son, telling him that his brothers were never this stupid and that he was ruining his life. No wonder the boy had an inferiority complex the size of Mount Olympus. The Longbottom matriarch, on the other hand, just gave her grandson a withering look filled with disappointment that made him droop into his seat with shame. Soon after explaining the situation, he dismissed them, telling them that he would try to help them privately. Afterwards, he summoned the Crabbe, Goyle, and Bulstrode family heads, who had been informed about what happened from their children. Albus didn't want to make this a public scandal, at least not as much as it already was, but after some negotiations, the Crabbe and Goyle family heads were appeased with some monetary compensation, which Augusta Longbottom was more than willing to pay. However, the Bulstrode family had just asked for a favor from him to be claimed at another date since they didn't think a Muggleborn could offer them much politically. This was by far the worst concession so far. Promising a favor to a family in Lucius Malfoy's pocket, now that was something that pained him to do. What has the world come to, when he, Albus Dumbledore, the champion of light, promised a boon to a family that followed a Dark Lord? He only hoped that the Longbottom boy was worth all this mess, because Albus was really close to just killing the boy and using the breaking of the prophecy in a ritual or another. Augusta Longbottom seemed satisfied with his efforts, enough that she promised to pay the Weasleys' side of things as well, since the family's finances were in a very bad state. They definitely didn't have enough to pay 5,000 galleons to avoid their son going to Azkaban. So, long story short, Albus managed to get the aggrieved families to not press any charges in the ministry or talk about it in public. So, with that done, the impersonation aspect of the Gryffindor's crimes was removed, and adding in the fact that any trace of polyjuice was removed, all it came back to, is just breaking into another common room, which is strictly under the school's purview. Now, the only hurdle in his efforts was the fact that Rita Skeeter had somehow managed to find out about it, probably from a letter sent by a Slytherin student, and the public was in an uproar. It didn't help that young Neville had publicly broken the law when came to school with a flying car. Albus needed to call in a few favors to make sure that the article wouldn't be too damaging, and that no other would follow it. He wanted to remove the article altogether, but the information was out there, and Albus didn't want to look too heavy-handed with his involvement. And maybe that was a good thing, in the long run. The article itself actually praised Dumbledore's impartial actions in suspending the boy who lived despite his celebrity status, and was more talking about the reckless actions of the boy himself, and how he easily disregarded the laws of the nation. Perhaps the public's opinion could pressure young Neville at doing better and thinking before doing something like this again. And Albus had already lost a lot of goodwill with the Daily Prophet by telling them not to publish the petrifications and the Chamber of Secrets being opened. He didn't need to make an issue, he would deal with it later, but the main issue he had to deal with was the cold glares his staff were giving him. It turned out that giving full access to a few students and forgetting about it had made them angry. He would never say it out loud, but he would admit that he messed up with that one. Giving the children full access to the wards meant that they had full access to their professors' private rooms, and that was just a breach of privacy. Albus had done it before many times to test a few students that he later invited into his Order of the Phoenix when they graduated. The only problem was that a few of them accidentally used that connection to build a real map of the castle with all the people registered in the wards inside and see their movements in real time. These marauders really could be accidentally brilliant sometimes. He didn't say that to Severus, of course. The man was already furious at him risking his charge's privacy, and the younger man had to speak with the Slytherin court to reassure them that they weren't at risk anymore. It didn't help that Albus practically forced the potion master to stay in the school in his stead during the winter holidays to investigate the opening of the chamber, instead of going home. Still, Albus was so preoccupied in the last few days that he only just had time to satisfy his curiosity about the Potter boy. The young Slytherin knew too much but didn't seem intent to share that knowledge, except for when young Neville and his friends asked him about it. The fact that the boy so readily gave out information that he intentionally didn't spread before, one that would have given him a lot of prestige in his house, led to a single conclusion. Harry Potter knew that the Crabbe, Goyle, and Bulstrode scions were imposters, and more specifically, that they were young Neville and his friends. And even then, he had revealed just enough to make the Longbottom scion think that he had gotten one over the Potter boy, only to have the information that his rival had allowed him to have, a facet of the truth orchestrated by the boy in seconds. Honestly, the thought of just obliviating the boy did come across Albus' mind, but the damage to a young mind, especially one that was defended enough that he would need to overpower, could be irreparable. Oh, Albus would do it in a heartbeat, but Harry Potter was an asset in the making, one that he wouldn't throw away needlessly. After all, Albus is many things, but he is not wasteful. The boy was intelligent and his position in Slytherin could be leveraged to act as a spy when Lord Voldemort inevitably returns. And here he was, the child with Lily Potter's eyes, and James Potter's face, staring at him with an intelligent glint in his eyes. So, Professor Snape didn't say why you summoned me, Headmaster. I assume it has to do with Longbottom's, how do I say it, indiscreet actions. That would be correct, Harry. Young Neville told me that he fooled you into revealing dangerous information. Ah yes, polyjuice is quite the potion, isn't it? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that he didn't use polyjuice. The Daily Prophet said that it was an illusion spell, right? I have to say that whatever it was, I was completely fooled. Longbottom would make a great Auror one day, the boy answered with a small smile on his face. For some reason, I have a hard time believing you, my boy. But the question was, why did you reveal such important information without thinking twice about it? The headmaster asked. They simply asked, and I find that help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it, the boy responded with the same infuriating smile on his face. Albus did his best to not visibly grit his teeth, the boy was directly quoting him, now, but certain information is dangerous to be shared, like the nature of Slytherin's monster. Out of curiosity, how did you come to figure it out? Mostly through deduction. With enough information, one could understand the world, and maybe even predict the future. I only needed to find any mention of the Chamber of Secrets in past Daily Prophet articles, and I had an accurate list of the attacks that happened 50 years ago, adding in that Longbottom was a Parselmouth and had been following a voice during the first attack. It's easy to figure out what it was. And what do you plan to do with that information? Albus asked. Nothing. Revealing it would cause mass panic. Hogwarts would close, but the main issue is that whoever is responsible could start acting rashly, and other mistakes could start happening, like young Myrtle Warren, for example. So, I'm leaving it to you to do your job. Yes, the boy figured out that the beast was probably a basilisk, and how do you know that? Figure out the identity of the beast. If a student with less than 2 years of magical education, no matter how brilliant, figured out in a couple of months what you couldn't do in decades, then I would have a lot of questions about your competence and your general intelligence. And you are many things, Albus Dumbledore, but unintelligence is not one of them. And, if the information was so dangerous, why did you give it away so readily? The headmaster asked. I had a good feeling about it. No, you little brat. You knew exactly that Neville was there and told him about him purposefully, while making sure not to reveal the identity of the beast, just enough clues for the boy to figure out on his own. Alas, Dumbledore didn't think confronting the Potter Scion about it would achieve much. He was too guarded, and the boy's occlumency was competent enough to stop a passive legilimency probe, so he couldn't find out more about his motivations, only his results. And you said that Hagrid was framed. What's your proof? The Champion of Light asked, deciding to change the subject. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the boy simply replied. Dumbledore stiffened. How do you know that name? He's the one that caught Hagrid with an acromantula, which cannot petrify people. Marvolo is a Gaunt traditional name, who are descendants of Slytherin, so that makes him the prime suspect. People with sociopathic tendencies often like to get involved in the investigation, sometimes out of arrogance, and sometimes out of fear. And if you rearrange the letters in the name, you get the name of a certain Dark Lord. Adding in the fact that the Dark Lord was rumored to be a Parselmouth and a descendant of Slytherin, the pattern fits. As the boy continued speaking, Albus started to get paler and paler. That is very dangerous information, young Harry. You mean that since Riddle isn't a wizarding family name, the Dark Lord is probably a half-blood, which means that his entire cause was probably a lie to grab power. Yes, he does not take kindly to those who look deeply into his past. You have seen the past year what happens when he is irritated. He would be infuriated if he figured out that someone knew of the past that he has been trying to hide for so long. The boy looked pensive for a second. Understandable, to be honest, and I had no plans on doing so. I'm just pointing it out to remind you why he started attacking Muggleborns in the first place and actively didn't kill them. A basilisk's gaze is a very easy method of killing, especially discreetly. But instead, he chose to cultivate this fear, to create this infamous personality of the heir of Slytherin. The gaze was redirected. Dumbledore started. Every time? One is a happenstance, twice a coincidence, but 12 times, for 12 attacks, you can't seriously believe that? You don't see it, do you? After all this time, decades of thoughts, you still didn't understand why Tom Riddle decided to open the Chamber of Secrets in this manner, and how this time, it's very different, even if it looked the same. And do you care to enlighten me? Dumbledore asked with an amused tone, even if he was inwardly disturbed. Oh, you don't see it, do you? Who am I to take away your enlightenment? I have given you the clues to figure it out yourself. Who knows, Headmaster, perhaps by the time you realize his motivation, you'll understand him a little better. This was a lovely talk, Headmaster, but I believe you have a lot on your mind, Headmaster. Good night. The boy actually turned and walked towards the entrance, leaving a gaping old man. He scratched Fawkes on the way back and left without saying another word. The sheer audacity of that boy. Still, it did give him a lot to think about. Chapter 105, One Step Forwards. December 19, 1992, Hogwarts. It was the end of the semester, and for the first time, Harry wasn't staying at Hogwarts for the winter holidays. The previous year, Harry was blinded by Hogwarts' beauty and the wonder of a magical castle for him to explore. But the thing was that it was easy to get bored if you stayed too long in a single place, and while the castle was lovely, a change of atmosphere was welcome. Normally, the Potter Scion wouldn't have done it. Every time he stayed in Diagon Alley, he risked being found out by some concerned parent and brought to the ministry, and he didn't really need to pay anything to stay in the castle during the holidays. However, Arcturus Black invited him to attend the Yule ceremony with him in his manor, and the Potter Scion had planned to ask the Black Patriarch for a favor that he needed for his basilisk contingency. With Tom Riddle returning in a couple of months, Harry needed to prepare for the possibility of fighting a basilisk, and luckily, his magical crest had given him the plans for a weapon for him to use. In other news, Harry had finally made some progress in the anti-basilisk glare goggles. Precisely, he had found a way to decrease the possibility of the lenses breaking. The key lies in the alchemical elixir of hardening, which reinforces a material permanently and makes it impossible to change. Ironically enough, it was a form of petrification. Harry was still wary of the permanent effects of alchemy, but elixirs were usually the safest side of the field to learn from if you made sure not to touch and imbibe the product at any point. To even strengthen the enchantment, Harry decided to make each lens to be about the size of a human, which allowed him to carve the runes without any issues on the side of the lens. The lenses were then shrunk using a shrinking charm, which was rendered permanent after treating the lens with the hardening elixir, which petrified them. The lenses were positioned in a way that would reflect any magic effectively, and the loss would be sent in by small orichalcum veins that surrounded each lens and transported the energy into two rubies that were magically treated to hold magic to be used at a later date. Jewel craft was a surprisingly diverse field of magic. So, yet, Harry had finished his anti-basilisk glare goggles. It had taken a few weeks to figure out the alchemical process so that he wouldn't blow himself up or injure himself permanently. However, the only issue was that he didn't know how these would hold against an actual basilisk glare, and he had no way of testing that. Perhaps, the Black Patriarch would help. He would probably find that out in a couple of hours. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Blaise, who was struggling to push his heavy trunk in the first compartment of the Hogwarts Express available. "I'm really happy to be out of the castle and going home this year." "I see what you mean," sighed Harry, once the group of four were all seated in the compartment. "Between the snowstorms and the attacks, winter is really not pleasant at Hogwarts this year." "I heard only a few students were staying here for the holidays," Tracy interjected. The Potter Scion could see where they were going from. Practically no one wanted to risk attending the school and risk getting petrified. The Weasleys and some older students wanting to study for their newts are all the living who remain," confirmed Daphne. "Apart from the teachers who do not go home for Christmas, everybody is gone. Even the researchers all were scared from getting petrified in a way that Dumbledore couldn't reverse without a Mandrake draft." "Wouldn't it be safer in the castle now?" Tracy asked, with Longbottom suspended. "Wasn't he the heir of Slytherin?" "Yeah," the Potter Scion had to stifle a smirk at that. His impromptu prank was a bit more effective than he expected. He didn't expect Dumbledore to outright suspend Longbottom and Weasley. The Golden Trio had to have entered the Slytherin common room without the wards expelling them, and that meant that either Snape or Dumbledore had to support them. The latter was more likely. So, Harry decided to expose them in a way that wouldn't be traced back to him and that wouldn't be hushed up with the headmaster like all the other complaints. Harry expected Dumbledore to just ignore the situation like all the previous ones and let the court of Slytherin take revenge in the house's stead. The Golden Trio would get the valuable information they wanted, but they would have been punished enough that they would think twice before doing something like this in the future. It certainly sounded like this would be the plan that Dumbledore would follow when Harry was summoned to the headmaster's office. The aged headmaster seemed like he kept focusing on the information Harry had, and not on the fact that his golden boy had broken the rules. Harry's knowledge of Tom Riddle's name had rattled the old man, but it was questioning the fact that he didn't even have a modicum of understanding of his enemy that truly shut the man up. Now, the headmaster would be so lost in his memories, trying to figure out the motivations of Tom Riddle, and Harry wished him good luck with that. Harry expected the man to be distracted by the information he revealed as well as the political shitstorm that the boy who lived and his friends made. Yet, Dumbledore just outright suspended Weasley and Longbottom. Suspensions were rare in Hogwarts, and since there hadn't been an attack ever since Longbottom left the castle, the entire student body was convinced that Longbottom was the one attacking. To be perfectly honest, it was all a big misunderstanding, but humbling the boy who lived without even meaning to was surprisingly satisfying. Anyway, Hermione, who was the only one not to be suspended, had been hounded with questions but refused to say anything for fear of incriminating herself and the others. Blaise yawned loudly. I, for one, didn't expect Dumbledore to suspend Longbottom and Weasley for just breaking into our common room. I'm pretty sure that the Weasley twins broke into all four, but they were barely punished. Yeah, but they weren't found out, Harry said, and they definitely weren't using an illegal potion to break in and impersonate the children of a few Wizengamot members. The headmaster probably wanted to avoid the ministry looking too closely on this, especially with the attacks happening. Isn't the school its own entity? I remember reading something that said that, technically speaking, Hogwarts is a law in itself in Britain. The Ministry of Magic only had control over a handful of things, but not nearly as much as the headmaster. Daphne nodded. Yeah, but they still have enough power to interfere if a severe crime happens. The use of polyjuice potion by a public figure would make news, and that would be a scandal by itself. This was Dumbledore essentially punishing his golden boy enough that no one would say that it wasn't warranted, and no one would really raise a fuss, especially since all traces of polyjuice disappeared, so they claimed it was using illusions. Yet, like Longbottom could cast something as delicate as an illusion for half an hour without messing anything up. So, in the end, it'll boil down to closed-door deals to make repairs and the reputation of the school is maintained. Harry raised an eyebrow at his friend's explanation. She was really clever when it came to political motives. She really will make waves when she joins the Wizengamot one day. What about the petrifications? Why doesn't the ministry interfere then? Tracy asked. Well, that's easy, Harry replied. Every case that the ministry takes on Hogwarts soil that is not officially its responsibility, must be accepted by either the headmaster or the board of directors after the charter reformation of Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black. Apparently, Black decided to allow the ministry to help with the Muggleborn and orphan funds, since his predecessor was fired for mismanaging the school's gold. It's the only reason the ministry could even interfere in the castle. Now, Dumbledore obviously doesn't want the Aurors messing around with his territory, and well, for some reason the board feels the same. Since Lucius Malfoy is a member, I'm assuming that he has no issue in the situation since petrifications are easily reversible, or maybe he's waiting for something to happen to act on it. I don't know. There's also the fact that the entire fiasco is obviously forbidden from being published, either by Fudge or Dumbledore. So far, only a cat was killed, a squib that no one liked and that had no family is petrified, and a Gryffindor Muggleborn with only his mother as his blood relations, a Gryffindor that is honestly so unremarkable that people forgot he even existed. Tracy groaned and palmed her face. I didn't notice that there hadn't been a single article about it in the Daily Prophet. Welcome to the world of politics, young Davis, Harry answered her with a smug smile. There's a reason why I hate dealing with it. But you're pretty good at it though? Blaise asked. Being good at something doesn't mean that you have to like it. I would very much rather read a good book or experiment with my magic than debate a senseless issue for hours without achieving anything. Honestly, I'm dreading the day I'll have to attend a Wizengamot meeting. Tracy snorted. You'll probably turn it into a lecture of some sort, anyway. They all bantered for a couple of hours, until Daphne asked an important question, what about the heir? What are we supposed to do about him? They all looked at Harry, who shrugged. Why are you all staring at me? Because you always have an explanation and you can't leave a mystery alone to save your life, Daphne answered with a cheeky tone. Hey, the green-eyed boy protested, I am not that bad. You kinda are, Harry, Tracy answered. The Potter scion looked at his only male friend who just betrayed him by nodding. He was on his way to protest again but was interrupted by Daphne. So, you're telling me that you have no idea who is behind this at all? Well, Harry started. And that's why we all looked at you. Unbelievable. Half the school and the entire faculty are trying to solve the mystery of the chamber and you're ahead of everyone. Why don't you say anything about it? The Potter scion hesitated for a second before answering. Yeah, I figured out who is opening the chamber and what the monster is. The problem is that it's a very complicated situation and the magic involved is some pretty messed up stuff that I have no business knowing about. Seriously, this is the kind of magic that gets you hunted down for just knowing about it, and I don't want to get to a trial where I'll have to convince people not to kill me for my knowledge. Look, the reason I'm not involving anyone else is because whoever is doing this is messed up in the head and the monster is very dangerous. Honestly, killing students is easier to do than petrifying them. It's actively holding back, and breaking the rules in our little game could have a lot of consequences. Please, Harry, we're your friends, Daphne pleaded while holding his arm. Are you sure about this? Harry looked at them. I have been keeping you separated from this part of my life for a reason. You'll see things that you would consider to be impossible. You will see the world differently, and even then, I can't tell you everything, but I will assure you that the way you see the world will be over. So, I'm giving you a choice. Harry opened a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and took out 6 beans. Half of them being red, and the other half being blue. He handed over a bean of each color to his friends, leaving them each a red bean and a blue bean, and grinned. Harry always wanted to say this, and there will be no going back from this choice, which is why I will leave you as much time as you want before you give me your answer, and I won't take one before the winter holidays are over. When you make your decision, I want you to hand me one of those beans. If you choose the blue bean, and I will take it on the fact that you wish to relish in your ignorance. There's no shame in not wanting to involve yourselves in something dangerous. But if you take the red bean, I'll show you a glimpse of how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember that this is your choice. Make sure you don't regret it. Not letting them say anything, Harry got up, took out his trunk and left the compartment. They had arrived in London without them noticing, that's how distracted they all were. Still, Harry got out of the train and walked towards the familiar melody of the Black Patriarch, choosing not to think too much about the choice he had given his friends. He honestly didn't know if he wanted them to accept his offer, or if he wanted them to reject it. Chapter 106, Dark Festivities. December 20, 1992, Hogwarts. The home of Arcturus Black was oddly cozy for the patriarch of such a fearsome family. To be perfectly honest, Harry expected a dark mansion filled with dangerous creatures and hidden traps that cursed whoever was inside, driving them slowly to insanity. Instead, was a tastefully decorated manor with 3 floors and 3 wings. When the Black Patriarch took Harry there using a porte-carte, the entire structure was hidden under the snow that was falling. Of course, it took a couple of minutes for him to recover the nausea coming from using porte-carte. Why did all magical travel have to be this uncomfortable? At least the floor wasn't that bad. Anyway, from the outside, the manor was beautiful. There were stone sculptures, fountains and decorations everywhere, some of them shining in ethereal light to celebrate the bank holidays at the end of the year. The inside was just as tasteful as the outside. The entrance hall was spectacular, the walls had magical paintings on them, a blue and comfortable carpet covered the floor, and the chandelier was golden and diffusing a brilliant magical light. The atmosphere was warm and welcoming, with the wealth and the decorations one expected of a Victorian-era noble residence. They could have probably arrived inside the manor, but Arcturus obviously wanted to show off for some reason, but they didn't really talk to each other. The only thing the old man said was that Harry was welcome to browse the library, showed him to his room, and stated that the young Slytherin was assigned his own personal house elf for the duration of his stay. It was a nice young elf called Tilly, who seemed very enthusiastic at the idea of taking care of Harry. Anyway, the moment he was shown to his room, which was located on the upper floor of Black Manor, Harry couldn't help but be awestruck by its elegance and charm. The corridor leading to it was lined with ancient tapestries that depicted the proud history of the Black family, and soft torches adorned the walls, casting a warm and soothing glow. The room itself wasn't some expression of wealth, the person having designed it had obviously preferred comfort over decorations. It was spacious, with high ceilings and large windows that allowed the daylight to flood in during the day, offering glimpses of the snow outside. In the center of the room stood an exquisite 4-poster bed, its frame made of dark, polished wood adorned with delicate engravings. The soft, emerald green bedding was embellished with silver trim, making it look regal yet inviting. A matching, plush armchair sat in the corner, inviting him to relax and unwind with a book from the extensive library downstairs. Outside of a mahogany desk, a few empty bookshelves, and an empty closet, the room was somewhat empty. The bed was really comfortable, so much so, that Harry had fallen asleep the moment he lay down on it, mostly because he was tired from his journey on the express. When the Potter Scion had woken up the next day, he began his morning routine and went down the stairs to have his breakfast. Arcturus Black was waiting for him, with a plate of perfectly cooked eggs and sausages in front of him. "I suppose you had a good night?" "Yes, the bed was very comfortable," Harry replied. "Oh, I know. Melania, my wife, designed this whole place, down to every enchantment. She refused to stay in the Black townhouse, calling it an infested creepy place whose goal was to intimidate visitors than to be comfortable enough to live in. I loved that woman, but she was very blunt like that. And by the powers, that woman had a tongue on her that would make a grown man blush, and she wasn't afraid to let her opinions known. The melancholic tone by the end of his sentence made Harry uncomfortable. He obviously missed his wife, whom he alluded previously to have died before the Potter scion was even born. Instead, he just said, "Well, at least she had good taste." The older man snorted, "Ah, that she did. A little piece of advice from an old man. Find your own little spitfire, one who wouldn't let you get away with anything. You'll probably want to tear your hair out more times than you would like, but you'll be a happy man." Harry looked away, uncomfortable with the idea of any kind of romantic relationship. It wasn't really his fault, but he didn't have an ounce of experience when it came to relationships. He was barely holding on to his friends, and even then, he had no idea how that happened. His previous life didn't help, since he had the social skills of a particularly dense rock back then. The Potter scion decided to just change the subject, "So, what's the plan? You never said why you invited me to spend Yule with you." "I was surprised you accepted, really," the older man said, "you seemed too prudent for something like this. I honestly just wanted to get a measure of you, and spending a few days together should do the trick. And you don't have to worry about me being malicious. I offered you guessed right, remember?" "Ah, yes, guessed right, one of the oldest forms of magic, and one that was essential for a magical society to form. The idea is simple: when you offer someone a place in your home as a guest, you are not allowed to harm them in any way, and in return, they are not allowed to hurt you." The premise was older than any historic document and was enforced with a very powerful curse. Every single person who broke the agreement would lose everything that ever mattered to him, before dying a very gruesome and painful death. Old Celtic mages have somehow adapted the curse into the concept of geese, which was a contract, or a vow enforced by that same curse. Yet, it was a lot more hardcore than the modern unbreakable vow. That meant that for the length of his stay, Harry could not knowingly harm Arcturus, nor could Arcturus harm Harry. Harry simply nodded, and the man continued, "Now, since you just accepted my invitation, I'm guessing you need some help with your little basilisk problem." The Potter scion was taken aback. The man wasn't supposed to know about it, even if it was obvious since he had asked the man for books about the subject. Well, him not figuring it out would have been stupid on the man's part. "I assume it was easy for you to figure it out." "Yet. It does explain a few things. A few of my old acquaintances have told me about the Chamber of Secrets being opened. I was at war back when it was opened, a young foolish boy who thought he could take on the world. But petrification with a basilisk made a lot more sense than that oafish half-giant using an acromantula of all things to somehow petrify people. I assume the attacks weren't mistakes and that the heir of Slytherin is aiming for petrifications." Harry nodded and sighed in exasperation. "I was hoping to stop the entire thing before the basilisk was even let out. The books I asked you for were more for insurance, but I failed." "But yes, the heir was aiming for petrifications. Back then, I think it was supposed to kick out Dumbledore from the castle, but the entire thing fell apart when he accidentally killed a girl. So, who do you think is opening it now? A descendant of that fake Dark Lord?" "No, it is him. He left a weapon of sorts in Malfoy's hands, one that would possess the victim into opening the chamber. The man gave it to a student, and I have been tracking it down for a while. I came very close, but it changed hands. I was able to temporarily depower the damn thing, but it will recharge soon." The man was gaping for some reason. "You're telling me that he creating something that would grant someone else access to the chamber? Assuming the Slytherin would only let the chamber be opened with Parseltongue or some kind of blood wards, the implications of such an artifact are immense. Yet, I figured out a bit about it, and trust me, it's horrible magic. I need to destroy it, but I also need to have a plan against the basilisk in case I'm forced to fight it. As interesting as this magic could be, I have to ask how exactly you knew that the chamber would open and what the monster inside it was before your school year even started. I suspected that you might have been the one opening it in the first place and that you wanted to figure out how to take control of the basilisk, but you wouldn't have been that obvious about it if you were planning on committing a crime. So, you wanted to stop it, and you were desperate to do so, but the manner in which you acquired the information meant that it couldn't be verified or that it would put a target on your back. You're a seer, aren't you? Surprising, since I haven't heard of seers appearing in the Potter line. It could be a family secret, so Charles wouldn't have told me, but seers are often celebrated and are used as a way to elevate a family's status, so there was no need to hide it. Tell me, how close am I? Shit. How the hell did he figure it out? Harry started to realize just out of his depth he was. This was a man who had been a politician for decades and was probably at the head of the dark faction that opposed Dumbledore the most. He was intelligent, but he was right. Harry was desperate and had gambled at the fact that he would have caught the diary before any attack had even happened. And now his arrogance had cost him a lot of private information. The Black Patriarch must have sensed his fear. His eyes softened and he spoke in a gentle paternal tone, "Harry, there's no need to look so worried. I told you, I'm not interested in using you. I'm too old, and I'm too tired for this. I am getting your measure as my potential heir, nothing more, and I have a lot more on my plate than attacking a schoolboy for no reason. You're young and you made a lot of mistakes when we talked to each other, and you will make a lot of mistakes over time. You need to be careful when you're talking to politicians. You're an intelligent boy, I'll give you that, but you are inexperienced when it comes to politics. I suppose that's something I'll have to help you with. My heir or not, you're Charles' heir, and I do owe that man much, enough to help you out sometimes. Now tell me, about the basilisk. What do you have too far in terms of fighting it?" the Black Patriarch asked. Harry took a deep breath and for the first time in this life decided to show a modicum of trust towards an adult. It wasn't easy, but the man already knew that he was a seer and that he saw the Chamber of Secrets. It wasn't exactly true. He was technically a seer, but it wasn't how he knew about the chamber. Honestly, it was his seer abilities that pushed him towards accepting Arcturus' invitation in the first place. A week before receiving the invitation, he saw a vision of a Grim giving Harry a sword that he used to kill a giant serpent. The moment he had read the invitation later, he understood what it meant, that Arcturus Black would help arm him for the coming conflict. Perhaps revealing enough wouldn't be a bad idea. Well, I constructed my own basilisk glare-resistant goggle to avoid being killed immediately. I combined the old designs from the book you gave me with jewel craft, which... The man's eyes lit up and continued, which would let you absorb the diffracted magic of the glare, adding to the durability of the goggles and a possible reserve for something else. A very impressive idea, indeed. Does it work? I have to wait to test it, but it does refract any spell I tried, so it should work with any magic, including the basilisk glare, Harry responded. What else have you done to prepare? The Black Patriarch was getting very excited now. I learned ice magic, but the progress is slower than I like. But the biggest thing I did was plan a weapon, one that should be capable of killing a basilisk. The problem is that I have a few problems acquiring the materials. So, you need my help. What's the guarantee that this will work? The man asked with shrewd eyes. Well, I am planning on crafting it tomorrow. The winter solstice should be optimal for this. You can judge it later, but let's be absolutely clear, that this weapon will be mine, and mine alone. You will have no stake in it whatsoever. I would rather not build it at all if that means that it would fall into another's hands. No offense, but you seem nice and all, but I don't know enough about you to trust you with something like this. But you trust me enough for the materials. The man stated with a slight smile on his face. Yes. I think you would do it out of curiosity more than anything. The Black Patriarch burst into laughter. You know what, I really am curious. You'll have your materials. Impress me, little Potter. What do you need for your weapon? Harry grinned and asked, I need as much goblin silver as you can spare, the more the better, and a house elf in your service called Creature. The man's eyes widening almost made the Potter scion burst into laughter. Chapter 107, Shot in the Dark. December 21, 1992, Hogwarts. It was finally the winter solstice and Harry was ready. It was 2 hours before midnight, and Harry could feel the energy of Yule slowly reach its peak, at which time, building the weapon would be optimal. Despite what the high officials of the Ministry of the Magic chose to believe in their paranoid minds, Yule celebration rituals were in general very tame. It was well known that the night of the winter solstice was the moment of the year when magic seemed the most willing to be chaotic, wild, and destructive. You see, magic comes and goes like season. The closer the date is to the winter solstice, the more the magic is wilder and darker. Similarly, the more we approach the summer solstice, the more orderly and burning it becomes. And it shows, very few people risked using this magic for any large ceremony in the winter solstice due to the unpredictable nature of the magic, the same way that the magic is very limited and rigid in the summer solstice. There was a reason why most people preferred to use Samhain and Beltane for their preferred rituals. Samhain rituals were already potentially dangerous, the celebrations happening at a time when the veil between the dimensions of the living and the dead thinned considerably, and more than one wizard or witch had met their rather painful end on this particular day because they were careless, but Yule rituals had a far more sinister history. There were countless tales of tragedies that wiped out entire towns and families, who had recklessly harnessed the power of the winter solstice for their purpose. Of course, it is possible to use that power, especially if you are some kind of specialist with an iron will and precise control over your magic, and in the case of people like Harry, if you also don't know what the actual end result is supposed to be specifically and are somehow following the flow of magic, guiding it, instead of controlling it. In Harry's situation, the only thing that guaranteed that the ritual would work was Harry's arcane hearing and the plans provided by his magical crest. Harry went down to the ritual room in the dungeons, while wearing his special robes, took out a piece of chalk, and started to create the ritual circle. It wasn't anything fancy, just a way to absorb a fraction of the energy of the winter solstice and imbibe its destructive properties in the weapon. It wasn't exactly necessary, but since the Potter Scion aimed to create a weapon, destruction was a good attribute to have. Inside the ritual circle, was a second alchemical circle, which held the materials sacrificed for the ritual. There were 7 in total, an ingot of orichalcum that Harry had left over from his research into his basilisk glare-resistant goggles. There was a pinch of Zuahair, which was a magical creature that was native to China. It was essentially a gigantic elephant-sized cat, that had some kind of scraggly mane, and a disproportionately long, ruffled multicolored tail. The main characteristics of this magical creature were the fact that it was very fast and could actually teleport while bypassing most apparition wards. These hairs cost him a pretty penny to buy. Alongside the Zuahair, was a dragon heartstring. Dragons were creatures of power, and Harry definitely needed more of that for his weapon to be complete. Next to it was a plank of ashwood that Harry had bought from Ollivanders. Apparently, the wand maker sold certain woods and materials on the side, for a profit. Wands were obviously his passion, but if you did the math, the man didn't sell more than 50 wands a year, which mostly happens during the summer. The wood Ollivander had provided was one from an ash tree that had grown underneath a magical nexus, an intersection of multiple ley lines. And since Yggdrasil itself was rumored to be an ash tree in the legends, the symbolism would help. Harry decided to also use one of his remaining magical rubies. It had proven to be up to the task in his testing, and it would provide a stabilizing effect on the thing. But one of the main ingredients was a priceless locket with a familiar snake on it that radiated malice and darkness. It was far less subtle than the adaptive wards on the diary, and it was easy to tell that it was a Horcrux. Even the common ignorant wizard would know to stay away from the artifact, that it was probably cursed or maleficent in some way. Creature, the house elf that had it for a decade, had been very hesitant to give it to Harry and would have probably disobeyed if it wasn't for the Black Patriarch ordering him to give it away. Of course, the Potter Scion had reassured the house elf that he was going to destroy the thing and not hide it away. Creature was still doubtful of his claim, but he still had some hope in his eyes, nevertheless. Finally, the final ingredient was a blade made of goblin silver. The handle wasn't there, only the metal itself was. This particular material was pretty hard to find, as goblins didn't like parting with it, and there was a reason: they were so zealous in getting back any artifact made with the metal the moment its owner died. The thing about goblin silver is that it's regular silver that goblin added their very essence into it. In an abstract way, they poured their very own spirit into it, which they forged with their own hands. There is a bond that always existed between a goblin and his silver weapons, one that is said to even transcend death. The more magic is channeled through the weapon, the stronger its forger becomes. But their spirits will not rest even after their deaths until their bodies are salted and burned in the forge alongside every single weapon they forge. Godric Gryffindor had bought a sword from Ragnarok, who happened to be a goblin king at the time. Gryffindor's power and skill were so impressive that they propelled the goblin king into new heights, allowing him to unite the entire goblin nation under his rule. He forged the goblin nation out of hundreds of different clans and used the blood of his enemies to pave the way. He was the closest thing the goblins had to a messiah, and he was currently unable to move on to the afterlife because his descendants couldn't find the sword after Godric Gryffindor died. The dagger that Arcturus had given away was worth a fortune, especially since it was illegal and not bought directly from a goblin. It's not like it would be recognizable in Harry's weapon, so Arcturus couldn't afford to use a legal dagger that would be demanded after his death, since Harry would have used up the metal. The man really showed him an absurd amount of trust, especially considering how little time they knew one another. Harry's musings were interrupted as he felt the peak of magic near. He carefully put each of the ingredients, and spoke up for the first time in hours: "I will begin now. Please do not disturb me and do not enter the circle under any circumstances." The Black Patriarch nodded, I have to say that I'm curious what you are going to do with the materials I gave you. You better impress me, kid. Don't worry, old man. This will be unlike anything you would have ever seen. I guarantee it. With that done, Harry finally activated the outer ritual. Almost immediately, the circle was filled with the dark ambient magic of the winter solstice, making the chalk glow. The magic slowly started to fill the second circle, which became ready to power after a few minutes. The Potter Scion was still hesitant with alchemy, but since he wasn't giving away anything in the exchange, he should be safe. Well, relatively safe. The reaction could destabilize and cause an explosion, but Harry removed that image from his head. When dealing with magic, especially complex arcane aspects of it, confidence was key, and doubt was an easy way to get yourself killed by your own spells. Without hesitation, Harry activated the second circle, and the ingredients floated in the air. The goblin silver divided itself into two pieces, one substantially larger than the other. The dragon hearting and the Zuhair were combined with the larger piece of goblin silver, while the orichalcum started to surround the magically treated ruby, like veins, which were pulsating with energy. And yet, this was the best Harry's alchemical circle could do. He wasn't an expert, not even close, but his magic would have to do for what came next. Harry spread his arcane hearing and analyzed what was left. He was channeling his crest to follow the plans that it held for the weapon, and before he realized it, he started to sing. It was a song of creation, illumination, and creativity. The melodies he wove were ancient and profound, and it felt like it was resonating with the essence of life and the energies of the cosmos. It was unlike anything he had ever heard, and Harry didn't even understand what he was doing. If there was a way to describe it, it would be that it was like he was in a fugue, like he was hypnotized, and his body was moving on its own. As the song flowed from his lips, it took tangible form, weaving around the halfway assembled weapon. The goblin silver started to take shape into a cylinder, where thousands of minuscule runes surrounding it, making anything that entered it accelerate to an absurd degree. Some of the leftover orichalcum into a cylinder willed with holes. He also created a small hammer that was connected to the veins of orichalcum touching the ruby. The energy stored in the ruby could be channeled into the hammer, which would start the firing process. Harry connected the hammer to the motion of a trigger, making it move when it did. Finally, the weapon was assembled into the familiar form of a gun, a Colt to be exact. The wood finally moved like liquid and surrounded the handle. The moment it was assembled, hundreds of runes started to surround it, ones that Harry actually recognized. It was just some very powerful protection enchantments, as well as using the wood as a focus to absorb ambient magic and store it into the ruby, to channel that magic later on. Now, all that was left were the bullets, which were the most vital pieces of the weapon. After all, so far, Harry had only created a gun made of goblin silver and orichalcum, that accelerated any projectile and added some magic to the target. What made this weapon special would be the bullets. The remaining goblin silver divided itself into 7 pieces, taking the shape of a bullet. Slowly, the locket Horcrux started to move towards the bullets. Harry's voice intensified, and the locket started to shake open, revealing the black eldritch monstrosity inside that used to be a part of a soul. Voldemort was a fool for damaging himself so, and Harry was going to use that to his advantage. Slowly, the soul started to be drained of energy, separating the connection to the Dark Lord, and letting it move on to the afterlife with a large scream. However, the energy remaining was a small crystal shard of energy that had the properties of a soul, but still wasn't one. It was a paradox that was only possible because of the fact that Voldemort made at least one Horcrux. Normally, life force and the soul go hand in hand, but splitting a soul can make this energy leak. Of course, the rituals make sure that it doesn't happen automatically, or that it recharges it somehow. Harry wasn't exactly an expert on the matter, but long story short, Harry was able to separate the soul and the energy within, creating a pseudo-soul. That energy was fragmented into 7 pieces, each being absorbed into a bullet. To be able to contain it, countless runes that Harry couldn't make heads or tails of, started to spread around each bullet. However, the Potter Scion had a general idea of what was happening. Sure, the bullets became unbreakable, the moment they housed his pseudo-soul, but the main reason Harry had chosen to do what he did was the fact that the soul was connected to every single dimension possible in reality. It was a magical requirement for life to exist. Therefore, what Harry had essentially done is use this property to enchant the goblin silver to literally attack every dimension at once. Now, magical protections were useless against it. Hell, even physical shields wouldn't work. These enchantments, of course, would only be activated with a burst of magic, which would be provided by the revolver. The only thing that could stop a bullet that is fired, would be a soul. What Harry had created was a weapon capable of killing literally anything. As long as it has a soul, Harry's cold would kill it. Slowly, the bullets levitated towards the cylinder, filling each of the slots inside. With that done, Harry grabbed the gun by its handle and felt the power within it. It bonded with Harry and immediately accepted him as its master. Yes, this will do. This was worth all the trouble. The Potter scion looked up at the man who had witnessed the creation of what was probably one of the most dangerous weapons in the world. Arcturus Black was gaping at him and the young Slytherin gave him a giant grin. So, what do you think? Was it everything you imagined? These were the last words he let out before he felt really tired and woozy. Darkness followed soon afterwards. Chapter 108, Outsider's Perception. December 25, 1992, Hogwarts. With purposeful strides, Severus Snape traversed the empty corridors of Hogwarts. A foreboding aura surrounded him, casting a sense of terror akin to a haunting spectre. His black robe fluttered like a bat emerging from the depths of a tormented abyss, while his jaw remained tightly clenched. Known for his consistently unpleasant demeanor, the Potion Master rarely displayed a pleasant mood, as numerous Gryffindors could attest to over the past decade. However, on this specific evening, his thoughts were particularly morose and filled with sinister intent. It all started with Longbottom because, in the end, it all came down to Dumbledore's precious boy who lived. Seriously, the headmaster really was obsessed with the boy to a point that honestly disturbed the Potion Master. Longbottom was constantly monitored, every single person who spoke with him was observed, and his performance in class and even in Quidditch practice was reported by the professors. Severus wasn't the only one who was uncomfortable with this new direction of leadership. Ever since the boy stepped foot in the school, the entire castle turned into a madhouse. The Philosopher's Stone fiasco of the previous year, where one of the professors who Severus told the headmaster numerous times was either a Death Eater or was possessed, put 2 students in the hospital, one of which was one of his Slytherins, who actually wasn't stupid enough to follow Longbottom in his little suicide mission. At least this showed that his snakes had some semblance of self-preservation. And now, the Chamber of Secrets was opened, and Dumbledore didn't say anything. They had all thought it was some kind of cruel prank made with a petrification obscure family spell that some pure-blood supremacist learned and decided to use to terrorize the Muggle-born population into dropping out of Hogwarts. Considering that the first attack was on Filch, a rather commonly disliked person by the student body, and taking into account the timing, it wouldn't be likely that an actual mythical monster that was over 1,000 years old would have the time to petrify the loathsome squib and disappear without anyone seeing anything. Yet, now, with the aftermath of the Polyjuice incident, the potion professor knew that Dumbledore knew what was happening, that the students were in real danger, and didn't even tell the staff about the possible fact that the chamber was open. Well, Minerva didn't seem surprised, so he probably confided in her and Poppy Pomfrey, but Severus had a right to know that something in the school could seriously harm his charges. The entire incident was infuriating. Sure, Longbottom and his annoying friends were punished severely. It was actually the first Hogwarts suspension in over a decade, and the press had a field day when it was leaked, but if Severus hadn't covered for them and destroyed the Polyjuice, chances are the Ministry would have had to interfere, and the brats' punishments would have been far more severe. As vindicating as seeing the brats that constantly demonized Severus in their minds, and always thought that he wanted to kill them, be finally punished somewhat fairly, the issue was that the fact the incident itself happened. The Potion Master knew how horrible it could be to be a Slytherin. The constant judgment from the other students, the suspicion that was always on the front of their minds in any conversation. Slytherins needed to be united, to project strength to survive, but they also needed to unwind, and their common room was a place for that. Dumbledore essentially giving his golden boy free access to the common room and bypassing the wards entirely was just over the line. Even Minerva was outraged, and it was her precious cubs that were the ones under fire. Although, it was funny to see that golden boy look at the headmaster with more than a little suspicion, and by the end, the brat was pretty much accusing the headmaster of not dealing with the problem before. The man had skillfully changed the boy's mind, but that cemented the fact that one of his snakes had played the golden boy enough to make him doubt the man he considered to be his hero. And it was Potter of all people who put a few ideas in Longbottom's head and indirectly forced the headmaster to reveal the similarity between what was happening and the attacks that happened 50 years ago. Of course, with a small application of legilimency, and getting the full memory of the conversation with Potter, it didn't take long to figure out that the monster was a basilisk. Sure, Severus wasn't a magi zoologist by any means, but he knew snakes and he knew poisons. It was a little-known fact that basilisks could petrify people with their gaze, and the reveal of Longbottom being a parcel mouth and hearing voices during the attacks cemented this theory. And that was baffling. Albus Dumbledore is letting children stay at a castle where a magical weapon of mass destruction probably still resided. Sure, the potion master could understand that the school could be closed permanently if it got out, but that did not justify the fact that it endangered the students. He had argued with the headmaster the moment he realized what the monster was, but the man chose to dismiss his warnings. Which was why he was currently spending Christmas patrolling the castle and fruitlessly looking for any sign of the infamous Chamber of Secrets. It was probably a punishment for opposing the headmaster, whom he had barely seen since the incident. Dumbledore being away from the castle was a rising occurrence over the last school years. Dumbledore was too busy assisting Wizengamot in ICW meetings to deal with the mundane things requiring his presence inside the castle, but refusing to hire more people to deal with the menial tasks. Minerva McGonagall was doing his paperwork, to take one example amongst many. However, with the public mess Longbottom created, the man barely stayed in the castle more than a few hours at a time, trying to do his best to stop the Wizengamot from demanding to involve themselves in school matters. The Bulstrodes had quickly settled matters, seeing that it was a waste of everyone's time. However, the Crabs and Goyles were milking it for all their worth, probably following Lucius' instructions. The longer they spent arguing, the more favors Dumbledore would have to complain to stop a formal inquiry in the school. It was funny, that Longbottom had done more damage to Dumbledore's influence in an hour, more than Lucius had ever done in over a decade. Still, all this enjoyment at Dumbledore's misery came at the cost of more patrols, in a practically deserted school, which was a waste of time. The issue was Severus often liked to use the holidays to focus on his research, and not just walk around a castle aimlessly looking for an invisible threat. Severus' inner rant was interrupted by a familiar voice. You know, you could do with a little less scowling. No wonder the students are utterly terrified of you. It was Aurora Sinistra, the astronomy professor at Hogwarts and probably one of Severus' few true friends. She was a couple of years above him in school, but she did help him learn the ropes of their house as a fellow half-blood. She always gave him a helping hand whenever he was about to make a blunder, and she had heard him rant many times about Potter and his idiotic friends. The potion master's scowl lessened. Yeah, I know. I always hated this time of year. Ah, the woman took a deep breath. It's been over a decade, Severus. I know you miss Lily. Merlin knows that I miss her too. But you need to move on, and to stop being stuck in the past the way you've been. It's not that simple, Severus answered while sighing. No, it really wasn't. Almost everyone thought that Severus was pining after Lily in school. In a way, it was true. Lily Evans was smart, beautiful, and charming, and he was attracted to her. He might have even had feelings for her at one point, but Severus knew her before she went to Hogwarts, and he could say that she was one of the most terrifying people he had ever met. The Lily Evans that everyone knew, the Golden Girl of Gryffindor, who valiantly showed up purebloods with her talent, defiant to everyone's expectations, was a lie, one that she crafted the very first day she came to the castle. She was brilliant. Oh, by Merlin, she was a brilliant witch. She had even some basic control over her magic at the age of 8, making flowers bloom wandlessly, which was extremely rare. She was devious, vindictive, cunning, so much so, that Severus was sure the only reason she didn't join him in Slytherin was that she understood what would have happened to her if she was sorted there. And that mask that charmed her professors, that James Potter fell in love with, grew over the years, but in the shadows, with Severus, she learnt dark magic. She was even more proficient than him by the time they graduated. Honestly, Severus was sure that if it wasn't for the Dark Lord's overwhelming power and support, Lily Evans would have ended up as a new Dark Lady. Severus didn't understand why she chose to get involved with Potter. He didn't know if she was in love with him or wanted to use him in some way. He didn't question her motives, but they did get into a fight when he complained to her that she chose Potter, the immature bully who went out of his way to harass Severus for no particular reason. They said some things that they never could take back, and in the end, their friendship was in tatters. But without Lily, there was just something missing in his life. He foolishly joined the Death Eaters, thinking that servicing the Dark Lord might have helped fill that void, but it didn't. He just saw a monster that wanted to see everyone in the world suffer. Aurora seemed to have taken his pause as some kind of grief and grabbed his shoulder. I know it probably is, but she's dead. Come on, I haven't seen you once speak to her son outside of class. Her legacy is in her castle, one of your own snakes. I know he looks like Potter, and you hated that ass, but I haven't heard of him bullying anyone. When I look at him, he reminds me of Lily. That's what I'm afraid of, he muttered under his breath. Yes, the Potter boy. He looked like a clone of his father, but the truth was that he acted like his mother. He could tell he was like her. It was in the eyes, you see. They held this cunning, this intelligence inside, that was hidden from the world. The boy was probably more brilliant than his mother, when it came to magic, but was very good at cultivating a good image of himself. He had even heard rumors that his invitation to the court of Slytherin the following year was essentially guaranteed. The boy who had survived the infamous fire of Godric's Hollow, a fire that Severus would bet anything was started by Lily. The arcane nature of the fire was just like her. She liked to experiment with her magic and her son seemed to share the same hobby. Yet, an attack like the one in Godric's Hollow shouldn't have fazed Lily at all. The Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr. couldn't hold a candle to Lily. The rest were run-of-the-mill Death Eater grunts. Severus knew Lily's capabilities, especially when it came to wards. She would have had hundreds of escape scenarios, yet she chose to commit mass murder, killing herself in the process, only for the sake of her son's survival. There was something else that Severus wasn't seeing, and he was waiting for the shoe to drop. And it all revolved around her son. Severus had tried to subtly antagonize the boy, to see any hidden motives. He tried to make him a pariah, but the boy didn't seem to care, and his friends still stood by his side, attracted by his brilliance. The potion master had hoped to spare them the grief of having an Evans as a friend, but that didn't work. Harry Potter was his mother's son, and that terrified Severus to the core. What? The astronomy professor asked. Sorry, I was just lost in thought. You're right, I should move on. Please excuse me, there's a potion that I need to finish urgently for Poppy and my patrol is over. Severus went down the stairs to the dungeons. He arrived at his lab, trying to do his best to not hyperventilate. He took a gulp of calming potion that he always had in hand. It has been a while since he actively thought about Lily. Damn, Aurora for bringing her up. At least his useless patrol was over. There were more faculty than students currently in the castle. Any chance of the heir of Slytherin striking before the end of the year was null. Severus was honestly tempted to just dose every resident of the castle with some Verita serum and interrogate them. That would probably convince Dumbledore that the heir wasn't in the castle, and Severus could spend his holidays in peace. The head of Slytherin hoped this issue would be resolved quickly and the idiot who petrified people to support this stupid blood purity policy would be expelled promptly. But if that wasn't possible, he wouldn't mind seeing Dumbledore struggle for the first time. After all, who wouldn't want to witness the suffering of a man who forced them into servitude at Wand Point? Chapter 109, Slithering Letters. January 9, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry woke up in his dormitory while everyone else was asleep. It was later than he usually got up since he decided to take the day as a break. It was the weekend and he had made up his mind to spend more time with his friends, even at the expense of his magical development. Even if he had all the power in the world, one of the things that the Potter Scion feared the most was dying alone. Ever since he returned to the castle, he felt oddly relaxed, like a weight had lifted from his shoulders. The only small issue would be the small amount of awkwardness that was present between Harry and his friends. Ever since he gave them the Bean ultimatum, they have been acting a bit weirdly around him. They haven't decided on which road to take, and seeing that Harry started going back to his previous self and actually hanging out with them, they sort of felt like the whole thing resolved itself. Plus, the lack of any attack for almost 2 months made the whole Chamber of Secrets thing slip away from everyone's mind. Harry's friends probably made an agreement between themselves not to mention the Bean exchange, and the Potter Scion was more than willing to let the entire thing slide until they eventually cave in and make their decision when Riddle inevitably starts attacking again. It was best to just enjoy the relaxing time in school while he still could. Speaking of the castle, the atmosphere in Hogwarts after the winter holidays were over, was very tense, and it had everything to do with Longbottom returning. The young Gryffindor's status as a Parselmouth and the fact that no attacks occurred while he was suspended, pretty much made him the culprit in the school population's eyes. The fact that he had gotten away with what was basically a month-long vacation, and a slap on the wrist didn't help matters. Well, there was also his year-long Quidditch ban and expulsion from his house's team. The Longbottom Scion was particularly vocal about it when he complained to McGonagall about it being an unfair punishment since the entire house would suffer and not just him. Let's just say that the Transfiguration Professor wasn't amused. But most of all, Harry could tell that his alienation from the rest of the student body was really affecting him. For all he tried to pretend that everything was normal, Harry could see his fury slowly grow with every person that avoided him or sneered at him. The boy was a few days away from snapping. Harry decided to just stay away from him as much as possible and save himself the headache. As for Ron Weasley, according to his brothers, the boy had experienced the worst Christmas in his life, when his mother confiscated his gifts and made him eat roast beef sandwiches on Christmas Eve. The boy wasn't even allowed to leave his room. Apparently, while being suspended he had shamed the Weasley family, and he was being punished for it. The final member of the Golden Trio practically withdrew to herself. Hermione Granger had been oddly silent ever since the incident. She stopped raising her hands during class and wilted every time a professor so much as looked in her direction. Spending almost a month in isolation had really hurt the Muggleborn's self-esteem, especially since she was treated as a pariah. Slytherin students particularly glared at the girl, since it was their common room that she broke into, but it never devolved into anything serious. Snape didn't need to tell them how harassing a Muggleborn is not a good idea, especially with this whole air of Slytherin mess going on. Even when Longbottom and Weasley's suspensions lifted, the three of them still acted somewhat more distant than they were before. They must have felt invincible in the school since Dumbledore was never going to expel the boy who lived. It would have been political suicide to stop him from pursuing his education, or even worse, drive him to get it in another country, and that's not mentioning the plans that the headmaster had for the Longbottom scion for the next few years. So, yeah, the Golden Trio thought on a very fundamental level that they could get away with anything in the castle as long as they had good intentions. If Longbottom hadn't been publicly caught, the headmaster would have either threatened or convinced the witnesses to stay silent. Yeah, that timed dispelling of the polyjuice was one of the best moments of brilliance Harry ever had. Still, the Potter scion had to regret the tension that his decision to discreetly reveal the intruding Gryffindors caused. The entire house became alert for any other intruders, and even a few paranoid students started to trade code words to verify that they weren't imposters. Harry changed out of his pajamas and into his normal clothes. After he was done changing, he put on the new addition to his outfit, a black fedora made of acromantula silk. Daphne had gotten it to him for Christmas. She had even made sure that no one enchanted it, knowing that Harry would have been the one to do it. He really liked it, and there was honestly something about turning a hat into a pocket dimension with an undetectable expansion charm. The Potter scion had even started to learn space magic, since it was a very useful field of magic that wasn't commonly mastered, probably due to how complicated the arithmancy was, and also the fact that any mistake tended to have drastic and often deadly effects. There was this witch, who tried to expand the space of her handbag, only for her to accidentally turn the inside of the bag into some kind of proto-singularity. And since the bint didn't even think about containing the gravity, it sucked her inside and kept her trapped inside. Similarly, there were horror stories about expanded magical tents that collapsed with people inside, squishing the participants into balls of meat. So, yeah, any kind of advanced spatial manipulation was somewhat regulated by the Ministry, and you needed to be certified to be able to sell any spatially expanded item. Thankfully, Hogwarts seemed to have enough books on the subject, particularly in the restricted section. And if that collection was unsatisfactory, Harry could just ask Arcturus Black to send him more books on the subject. Anyway, Daphne's gift was very stylish, and he liked it. The girl seemed to brighten up every time she saw him wearing it, which was a nice feeling. They had all decided to stick with a budget of 10 galleons for the gifts this year, since Blaze's mother, who often bought his presents for him, tended to go overboard. Harry had given her a very old book about druids that he had found while pilfering the Room of Hidden Things. He honestly didn't know what to give her. She seemed to like the book, but it wasn't as thought out as his hat had been. He had decided to just bite the bullet and start scavenging the Room of Hidden Things for his purpose. To be perfectly honest, the elves did a good job at cleaning up everything, and to his disappointment, there wasn't a pile of lost gold and silver in the room. Since the elves were the ones to actually put everything they wanted to throw away there, anything that seemed valuable, like gold, was given back to the headmaster. All the books were just normal school books that were lost over the years. There was a lot of information that wasn't in the new books and more than a few classes that were cancelled. Harry didn't know that there was an entire class just to focus on conjuration. It was a newt class, of course, but it was interesting that it was later lumped with transfiguration. However, it was in the briefcases that Harry found the most treasure. Well, there were hundreds of them, and most of their enchantments had worn out. Thankfully, the spatial expansion worked fine and held pretty well. The luggage usually contained personal items, which often included gold pouches, a few books, some clothes, and a few artifacts that probably used to be charmed. Harry had gotten over 100 galleons already just from finding gold in briefcases. It wasn't much in the grand scheme of things, but it was still enough for him to forego visiting the bank in the summer. Anyway, Harry had learned a lot of spells to sort through the mess and used it to separate sections of the room into books, briefcases, and whatever else there was. Almost everything was just garbage, that he put aside to practice vanishing charms on them later. So, long story short, Harry spent his time productively. The only thing he regretted was the fact that he had to delay most of the business meetings that he had planned to have during the Christmas holidays since he accepted Arcturus Black's invitation to spend Christmas with him, and while he liked the man, he didn't trust him enough to handle any kind of financial matters that concerned the Potter family. He would have to sneak out of the castle to attend the meetings. He already knew of a few hidden entrances, so getting out wouldn't be an issue. The problem would be the fact that his absence would need to stay unnoticed so that no one tries to get involved in his personal affairs. He didn't really regret spending time with Arcturus. Not only had the man given him most of the materials he needed to craft his colt, but Harry also found that he genuinely liked the man's sense of humor, and his war stories were very wild, to say the least. The Black Patriarch's expression after seeing the colt being made was hilarious. When Harry explained what it was, his eyes kept widening with every word and his jaw dropped just a little bit further the more he realized what it was that Harry created. An instrument of perfect death. A weapon capable of killing anything with a soul. To say that he was impressed would be an understatement. Harry was sure that if he wasn't already the head of House Potter, the man would have forced the black crest on him and paraded him around like a trophy. To be perfectly honest, Harry didn't think he could replicate the process of creating a weapon of that caliber again. He didn't know how he could explain it, but it was like the path he had taken to create it just wasn't there anymore. And that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The colt wasn't a weapon to be used lightly. It was why Harry kept it in a warded box in his trunk. Every single one of these 7 shots had to count. They had to matter. And reserving 1 bullet for a magical weapon of mass destruction that threatened the lives of an entire generation of wizards and witches, was an easy decision to make. Honestly, Harry wasn't that concerned about the fight with the King of Serpents anymore. The colt, coupled with his basilisk glare-resistant goggles, and his arcane hearing to warn him from any hidden danger, Harry thought that his chances at killing the beast were pretty good. The Potter scion looked back and saw that Blaze was still asleep. He sighed in exasperation and decided to just stay in the common room until his friends woke up. He decided to sit down in his usual spot and read a book. This time, it was a basic theory about extension charms in general. It was interesting if a dry read. Which was a shame, because the topic was fascinating. Of course, his reading was interrupted by a letter levitating towards him. The Potter scion didn't know who would contact him like this, but his eyes widened when he understood who the sender was. There was a green wax seal on the letter. It had the shape of the same crest that he wore on his robes every day, the Slytherin crest. This was a message from the court of Slytherin. The moment he opened the letter, it floated up and started speaking in a soft female voice. Harry Potter, you are hereby summoned by the court of Slytherin regarding an issue pertaining to the unwritten rules on the house. Please follow the glowing green line to your meeting place in the next 5 minutes. Thank you for your cooperation. The Black Bishop of Slytherin, Messenger of the Court. A green line appeared from the letter and spread to the familiar secret entrance of the ritual rooms. The court's headquarters must be there. Thankfully, the common room was deserted, so no one heard his summoning. Harry could ignore it, he really did. Alas, he was a curious boy. And who didn't want to solve a mystery? The Potter scion grinned to himself. I have a feeling that this will be interesting. Chapter 110, Courtly Inquisition. January 9, 1993, Hogwarts. The Court of Slytherin was one of the few mysteries of the school that Harry didn't fully know about. Oh, he knew about the members and the politics, but the history of that particular group was absent from any book in the castle. The Potter scion was better off reading diaries that students threw away in the Room of Hidden Things, to find any information on how the court was created. To be perfectly honest, that information was the only reason that Harry would even consider joining the court, and honestly, it wasn't that important to him in the long run. But to have the opportunity just come in front of him, Harry didn't see the issue to take a peek at the proceedings of the court. The truth was, apart from the general knowledge about the court, there was no specific information about the court. They were like the eyes in the dark, that punished those who had broken the unwritten rules of Slytherin. They did it discreetly, from the shadows. They knew everyone's pressure points and acted on them. Harry honestly thought that there might be someone with a modicum of intelligence in this group, and it was an exciting thing to see. So, considering the way the court has operated previously, summoning Harry like this was an irregular occurrence. For one, it was commonly known that they did not involve themselves with younger students, especially not the first and second years. The occasional third year that goes too far might get their attention, but as far as Harry knows, the court shouldn't care about him. And the second thing was that the court often dealt with people discreetly. They didn't send letters to the common room to summon other students, or Harry would have heard about it. So, the conclusion is easy to make and inevitable. With a cheeky grin on his face, Harry followed the green light, which brought him to the entrance to the ritual room. Harry walked down until the light seemed to get inside a hidden door behind a stairway. His arcane hearing could pick the faint warding scheme on the door. It didn't come close to the actual wards of the castle, which had a lot more flavor, if he had to put it into words. Anyway, the wards picked up the magic coming from the wax seal and allowed him entry. Hey, that was pretty unsafe way to put anyone into the wards. It would be somewhat simple to copy the magic from the wax and get inside easily. Harry's abilities made it somewhat easy to do that, but any amateur curse breaker had to master the skill, even if it was a lot harder for them to implement and necessitated a lot of advanced arithmancy. Anyway, Harry decided to enter the room, and the moment he stepped in, the door behind him melted into a wall, blocking the entrance. Interesting, an intimidation tactic. The torches lit up by their own, revealing a corridor, and Harry walked towards its end and saw a door that was almost as large as that of the Great Hall. The Potter Scion spread his senses and noticed that the enchantments on the door were far more powerful than the ones on the previous entrance. The door itself was imposing, it was made of polished stone and had engravings that felt alive, with a faint ethereal light that illuminated the markings. Serpents slithered and entwined in a dance of magic, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly intensity. They were staring at him as if challenging him to enter the room behind it. This was what he wanted to see. Something new. Something truly magical. Interestingly, when the Potter Scion looked closer there were exactly 20 snakes. The serpents didn't really try to see if he was allowed to enter, and the door opened from his own. Oh, they had opened it from the inside. When he peered into the room, Harry saw almost 24 people wearing green wooden masks of various snakes and sitting in what looked to be an amphitheater. In the center was a chair that was almost filled to the brim with restraining charms that would immobilize the person that sat on it in seconds the moment they were activated. Oh, so it was this kind of meeting. Well, that changed things. The man sitting at the helm spoke up first, Harry Potter. Take a seat so that this hearing would proceed. He was wearing the biggest mask with scales surrounding him, with yellow eyes and horns. A basilisk, then, the king of serpents, so that must be the king of the court. When he spoke, the serpent moved his mouth with him. His voice was deep, modulated, and filled with authority. Yet, Harry wasn't going to sit down in that death trap of a chair. You know what, I'd prefer to stand. You know, they say that sitting is one of the biggest causes of death in developed nations. Plus, standing has proven to be healthier, increases productivity, and just looks cooler. What? The man just sounded confused. It was just so funny to see this illusion of intimidation fall apart with a single question. Harry clapped his hand, pretending that the man just didn't understand what he was saying. Well, picture someone doing something heroic. Now, was he sitting or was he standing? That's exactly my point. It's also a lot easier to think while walking around. Just sit down, Potter. One of the people wearing an Ashwinder mask on the right yelled out. Harry just raised an eyebrow. Well, I tried to be polite, but if you think I'm sitting anywhere near that death trap of a chair, then you're very mistaken. Potter, a woman in a dark horned serpent mask, who was sitting at the right of the king, responded, this is a hearing to decide your guilt in breaking the unwritten rules. Having you sit on the chair is traditional for court hearings for centuries. Ah, the unwritten rules of Slytherin. They were the only way the entire house didn't collapse because of infighting, and they were also enforced entirely by the court. The rules were simple, Slytherins are to be united outside the common room. Slytherin politics are not to involve the faculty or the members of other houses. You are not allowed to go back on any deal you make without reparations decided by the recipient. You are not allowed to divulge the secrets of the house to anyone outside the house, and finally, you are not to purposefully harm the house in general. That was it. The rules that stopped the house from imploding spectacularly. The house was filled with politics. Sabotage and manipulation, trading favors, and dismantling your rivals were routinely seen in the common room. It was basic training for the politicking that awaited a lot of the members of the house the moment they graduated. It was an environment that was perfect for heirs to grow and learn, hence why most families favored Slytherin as the house for their children to be sorted in. However, if people started to get other houses involved, these rivalries would turn into actual encounters, and the factions would turn into gangs and everything but names. Hogwarts didn't need conflict on a scale like this, so the rules were made. Also, the reputation of the house was negative ever since Lord Voldemort was a thing, so staying united and avoiding the rest of the school was a good survival mechanism. Now, this was all well and good, but it didn't explain a lot of things with this encounter. Harry shrugged, well, good luck with that. I'm not sitting on the chair, and let's just stop kidding ourselves. You don't bring people down here to judge anything. You thrive in anonymity. If I really broke one of the rules, you would have dealt with me discreetly. And I'm a second year, so you normally don't really care about us yet. You think we're too troublesome and immature for you to deal with. But you're not immature, are you, Potter? The woman, probably the Black Queen, asked. I'll admit that I'm more mature than the average 12-year-old, but I'm definitely troublesome to deal with, especially when you're trying to take advantage of me. The entire court shifted, and the woman, and how are we taking advantage of you? The Potter scion snorted, that's fairly obvious. You summoned me here, which meant that you wanted to speak with me. If I had done anything wrong, you wouldn't have done that. You would have just punished me or just ignored it. That meant that you wanted something from me. But what could I give you that you don't already have? It's not gold or rare artifacts. I don't owe anyone favors, so the answer is simple. You want knowledge. But not magical knowledge, since all I know can be found in the library and I'm too young to use my family crest. So, it has to do with something recent, something I know. Tell me, am I close? Harry grinned to himself as they all looked around each other and the Black Queen took a deep breath, fine. We have cancelled the security enchantments. You can sit down. Harry heard the oppressing song surrounding the chair fade into nothing. There was still magic mixed in with the chair, but it was faint and pretty mild compared to how it used to be. Of course, the king could reactivate it at any time, but Harry would have the time to sense it and negate any ward cast, or just leave the chair before it takes hold since they usually need a couple of seconds to activate. Rolling his eyes, the Potter scion sat down on the uncomfortable chair. So, how may I help this illustrious court? All right, the court is in session. For formality's sake, what is your name and when were you born? The other queen asked. Immediately, Harry felt something try to invade his mind. Ah, some kind of truth field that added a compulsion to whoever sat on the chair to say nothing but the truth. They probably thought that they had tricked him or something. The Potter scion suppressed the urge to snot and just responded, my name is Harry Potter, and I was born on the 31st of July 1980. The White Queen nodded, we are here to discuss the actions regarding Neville Longbottom's infiltration of our common room. Did you allow them to infiltrate our common room? Harry shook his head, no. Did you give them any advice or was involved in any way in their infiltration? No, I was not. But you immediately realized that these were imposters, the White Queen pressed. Harry nodded, I did. And how did you do that without any prior knowledge? Their body language was different, the way they spoke, the questions that they asked, were not typical. I wasn't absolutely certain at first because they could have been dosed with something, or under some kind of spell, so I asked a few questions, and it was easy to tell that they were lying. I touched them discreetly and found that the transformation was physical, which meant that it was either human transfiguration or polyjuice potion. Considering the fact that the intruder probably wasn't a transfiguration master, the potion was used to impersonate the victims. So, you knew that they were imposters, but not that they were Longbottom and his cohorts. No, I immediately knew who they were. The identities of the victims meant that they were somewhat familiar with them. The only people who really knew about those three were in our year, and the only people who had the balls to break into the common room in our year were the Golden Trio. Their little adventure last year made them feel invincible and they would think that they were above the rules. Since there were 3 intruders, the conclusion was evident. The Queen pressed on, and what did they ask you about? The Chamber of Secrets, mostly. And what do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? I know many things about the chamber. Like what? Harry grinned to himself, like the fact that it was built by Salazar Slytherin. His voice echoed in the chamber. The entire court was just speechless by his answer. Yet, if they're going to try to mess with Harry, it was only right that he would do the same to them. Are you being curt with me, Potter? The White Queen growled back. Oh, I'm just answering truthfully. The White Queen looked like she wanted to explode but was stopped by emotion from the king, who asked in his baritone voice, "You figured out the truth, Ward?" Harry shrugged, "Before I even said a word." "Interesting, Ward. Not a particularly strong one, to be honest. I'm guessing it's new, at least compared to the other enchantments on the chair." "Why are you being so difficult, Potter?" the Black Queen asked. "Because we both know that you brought me here because you wanted to know something, but you already know exactly what I said to Longbottom and his friends. So, why don't we just save some time and get to the point of things?" The woman stiffened. "And how do you know that?" "You just told me, right now." "It was an educated guess, but thank you for confirming it." "So, with that confirmed, it would mean that you had a way to get access to that conversation." "You have a way to survey and record the members of the House?" "No, the common room, more specifically." "It can't be something that you did, since anything like that would have been overwhelmed by the wards, so it had to be included by either a headmaster or a head of house before your time, and I can't see a faculty member surveilling student dormitories or mess with ritual rooms. So, that's how you get your information. You're constantly spying on the House. Interesting indeed. Efficient. Most of the power plays happen in the common room, so you pretty much have the entire battlefield at your disposal." "Potter, you're out of line." the Black Queen began. "No, you don't get to say that because you're the people that brought me here. You can't expect to stop me from thinking out loud, could you? And it's not like I'm condemning your actions. The common room is a public place. You can spy on people there as much as you want. Now, if you were doing the same with dormitories, then we'd have an issue on our hands. So, why don't we get back to the subject, since I'm starting to get hungry?" "Fine. Why did you tell Longbottom about the Chamber of Secrets?" the Queen asked while obviously gritting his teeth. "Because I could. There was no reason not to tell them about the chamber. The information was public." "Then why didn't you unmask them immediately?" "Because the very fact they broke in was troubling. It meant that Dumbledore had given them a way in. No matter what the Weasley twins like to say, one does not simply break into another common room. There are wards and protections against intruders. Only Snape and Dumbledore could have allowed them entry. It's safe to say that Snape would rather obliviate himself of all potion knowledge than allow them to enter our common room. That meant that Dumbledore approved of their actions." One of the people on the right of the king, wearing a runespore mask, exclaimed, "So, that's why you waited until they left to dispel the transformation. You wanted their reveal to be public while not having to deal with Dumbledore." All three heads of the snake were speaking at the same time. It looked disconcerting, to be perfectly honest. Yes, the outrage would be enough that he wouldn't be able to protect Longbottom, and it would cost him a lot of influence in the long run. "As you all probably know, I was right." "And are you also right about the beast being a basilisk?" the man in the runespore mask asked with a hesitating voice. "Ah, so you did your homework, I see. My conclusions could lead to such a theory. Or maybe I just lied to screw with Longbottom. I could be right, I could be wrong, who knows? Now, that I think about it, this is starting to drag. I have no idea if you're doing this on purpose, going around and around with information that you either know or just don't care about. I don't know if you want to gratify me for revealing Longbottom, or just try to intimidate me. I don't know if this is some kind of twisted recruitment ritual that you have going on, and I don't care. Let's just stop going around in circles and tell me exactly what you want from me, because I haven't had my morning coffee yet, and this is starting to piss me off. I don't care about house politics, and while you have a lot of influence, it's not something that concerns me a lot. I'm an academic and you know that. Sure, I might need a favor here and there and you could deny me, but we both know that it wouldn't look good if it got out that the court was breaking its own rules and going after a second year, and by the time you can do anything, in a year or two, the entire court would be different, wouldn't it? So, in the spirit of efficiency and for my peace of mind, let me give you an ultimatum. If you people don't start telling me exactly what the purpose of this meeting is, I will get up and leave." Harry's little rant was met with a deafening silence across the entire chamber, until the king stood up, getting everyone's attention, and spoke up. "All right, you have made your point. The purpose of this meeting is very simple. We wish to know what's your plan to deal with Basilisk." All right, I wanted to know your opinion on how I presented the court. I wanted to have a balance in terms of competence considering their experience in the house, and the fact that they're still teenagers that are probably scared shitless about the basilisk. I don't know if I managed it, so let me know if you think I should change anything. I'm not sure if I nailed what I was trying to convey, to be honest. Chapter 111, Unwanted Truths. January 9, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry's little rant was met with a deafening silence across the entire chamber, until the king stood up, getting everyone's attention and spoke up. All right, you have made your point. The purpose of this meeting is very simple. We wish to know what's your plan to deal with Basilisk. At their answer, Harry couldn't help but burst into laughter. By the powers, these idiots want Harry to share his plans with them. The king was obviously experienced when it came to politics. He was pretty good for someone his age, but that's it. He was a teenager. These were all teenagers who were trying to play with something that they didn't comprehend. They were the power brokers of the school. They spied on the other Slytherins and used that information to make bargains and deals. They had contacts inside and outside the school, and they could sneak banned items in, or illegal potions, a few hard-to-find ingredients. At most, they attacked people from the shadows. So, that's all this court was. For all its glorified prestige in the house, it was just an association to trade favors and enforce the unwritten rules of the house. It probably used to be something else when it was created, especially considering the nature of the magic involved, but currently, it is barely more than a Slytherin student association. It seemed powerful if you were a normal student, maybe even a little intimidating, but that was it. They shouldn't even be anywhere near a basilisk. Seriously, it would be like giving a school student council the responsibility of dealing with a nuke. It was just that the situation was so absurd that the Potter Scion couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a few minutes, the White Queen seemed to take offense at his nature. What's so funny, Potter? Harry decided to mess with them a bit more. It's all about plans for you, isn't it? Dumbledore has plans. The heir of Slytherin has plans. Even the Dark Lord had plans before he got himself blown up. That's how the world works, isn't it? Plans upon plans, one on top of the other, each person trying to complete their own while making sure that their enemy's plans fail. No one panics when things go according to plan, even if the plan is horrifying. If someone figures out that a Muggleborn or a Squib gets petrified, no one panics, because it's all part of the plan. But now that you think there's a chance that the monster could kill any one of us, then everyone loses their mind. This illusion of safety that you had was gone. I guess it's true. Ignorance is bliss, isn't it? So, look at me, look at my face right now. Does it look like I give a shit about your plans? Every single court member shifted around awkwardly, and Harry continued, and you know what's even funnier, you have no idea what you're dealing with. You want to go after whoever is opening the chamber, be my guest, but the fact remains that you're so outclassed, it's not even funny. That's the thing that you don't understand, you're not fighting the basilisk. The beast would like nothing more than to kill every resident of the castle, pure blood, half-blood, and Muggleborn alike. This entire thing is a game and you can't even see the board. The heir of Slytherin is a player, I am a player. As is Dumbledore for that matter, but he's being discreet about it. Or at least, he tries to be discreet. The Black Bishop growled at Harry's answer, and how is this a game? You're not seeing it. You're going to get eaten alive if you even try to do something about this, Harry responded, you only have to look at the attacks, idiots. Sneering at their confused muttering, he continued, you look at the attack, and you try to figure out who did it. And that's not a bad thing, but the more important question is why. Why was Filch the victim in the first place? Why was the attack right next to the Great Hall? The answer is simple, fear. Filch was barely out of sight for a few seconds when he was attacked, and irksome or not, he's a member of the faculty. The heir's message was simple, I can get anyone anywhere, and no one can stop me. The message on the wall was also a threat, a promise of future violence. It was written by hand, but the hand was charmed to not reveal any fingerprints. It was also written before the attack even took place. How so? The Black Queen asked. It's obvious. The time it would take to write a message in blood would be too long if you considered the timeline. He could have used magic to do it. The Potter Scion snorted, Dumbledore would have detected it in seconds and tracked down the perpetrator. No magic was involved in writing the message. There was no magic in the blood used. So, the conclusion is simple, the message was written before the attack. That means that the location was chosen, but maybe not the person. That meant one of two things: either the victim was random and the moment any acceptable person was in the corridor without any other students around, the air attacked. But that would indicate a randomness that does not fit the profile of the attacker. Or, the most likely solution, the victim was chosen far before the attack was made. It was essentially a play, made using an entire network of students to get that done, although they are probably under some kind of compulsion charm. A few students made sure to block the corridor slightly, either with notice me not charms or physically, while Filch, under a compulsion charm or an imperious curse, ended up in the exact spot underneath the message, which was probably covered with an object that was put under an illusion. After Filch realized what had happened, he was petrified, and his cat had died, but that was probably an accident. So, tell me, O Court of Slytherin, do you think you can deal with a level of preparedness that the heir exhibited? Harry could tell that he had frightened them. These weren't bad people, just teenagers over their heads. The man in the basilisk mask spoke up, and Dumbledore is aware of all of this. I don't know, but probably, the Potter Scion admitted. Look, Dumbledore is already putting a lot of secrecy charms on the whole thing. It's subtle, but you can feel it and overcome it if you want to. Tell me, did any of you tell your parents about the Chamber of Secrets being opened? They all hesitantly started to shake their heads, and Harry continued, you just realized that you should probably do that, don't you? It's very sneaky, a compulsion added to the castle not to inform the press or anyone outside it about the shady stuff that happens under Dumbledore's watch. Like the Forbidden Corridor, last year. Did any of you think about informing your parents about it? Look, I know it's scary, but that's how it is. The more the curtain is lifted, the more you'll realize how it would have been better to stay in the dark. So, let me give you a piece of advice. Stay out of this. Don't look for the heir, don't think about fighting a fucking basilisk, and go on with your day, hoping that the heir would still be merciful enough to stick to petrifying and not killing. If you really can't stop thinking about it, ask your parents to temporarily withdraw you from the school and just return for your exams. Harry really did feel guilty about how freaked out they all were. He didn't know that the common room was bugged. It was a giant breach of privacy, and he could see how this feature was probably used to silence any opposition to Voldemort's movement in Slytherin during the war. The fact is that had Harry known about the common room being bugged, he wouldn't have revealed enough clues for anyone to know what the monster was. He would have probably taken Longbottom aside in the dormitories instead and revealed the information to him there. Now, he had accidentally involved students in this mess, and that wasn't good for anyone's sake. Harry could tell that they were terrified. They wanted to do anything about the whole issue, but there was really no action they could take that would make any difference. The Black Bishop growled, and how do we know you're not just pulling our tail, that you're not just pretending to know anything just so that we would invite you to a place amongst up next year? The Potter Scion let out a snort. The answer is simple. If you doubted my words, you wouldn't be as afraid as you are now. But fine, if you need a demonstration that I'm not lying, I am more than willing to demonstrate. For example, I could tell that the entrance to this room is by blood. There are small traces of blood on the snakes in the doorway. Cleaning charms could only do so much on something as magically complex as the court's doorway. So, since the wards didn't probe my magic, that must be the way in. But for blood to be added to the wards or removed, you need something that acts as an anchor. The door itself would be risky, since giving direct access to the whole security scheme to an intruder is a bad idea, but it is curious how it matches up to these wooden masks of yours. You see, wooden masks have been used all over the world for a very long time. But they were used by peasants in the old days for their cultural practices. But the masks on your heads are handcrafted pieces of art, and obviously old. This style of masks in particular was commonly used in theatrical performances in the 17th century, just after the Statute of Secrecy was put in place. But they stopped being made centuries later, the more we were separated from Muggle culture. No self-respected teenager would ever wear something as tacky and uselessly expensive today. It would be better put on a wall as an antique. Conclusion: you're forced to use the masks. Final theory: the masks are bonded to you with blood, which is connected to the door. Now, I have a question for you all. Considering that this is the first time I have ever met the court in any capacity, and also the fact that I have no interest whatsoever in joining it next year, why would I even bother lying to you? They all froze for a second, and Harry continued, there's no shame in admitting that you're out of your league. So, here is my honest to Merlin recommendation. Leave the heir of Slytherin alone. I have been playing against this opponent for months and I'm sad to admit that I lost against him more than I won. He is ruthless, pragmatic, intelligent, arrogant, and very emotional. So, go back to your bargaining, to your little school politics and your intelligence network. You're better off not getting involved, and I'm telling you, right now, if you ignore my words, I will not save you when you inevitably step on the toes of people far more powerful than you can handle. But most of all, stay out of my way. With that said, he got up to leave. The king tried to activate the security enchantments on the seat, but Harry had been analyzing them using his arcane hearing while he was monologuing and negated them instantly by sending in a discrete inverse pulse of magic to temporarily destabilize the chair's magic. Harry raised an eyebrow at the king, righted his fedora, and turned towards the door to leave. However, the stone door was still closed, so, Harry focused on its song. He found the connection between it and the mask and saw that it could be manipulated to open it, by spoofing one of theirs. Choosing to add insult to injury, Harry decided to use the king's mask and spoofed the connection into sending a pulse to open the door. With a wave of his wand, the stone door opened, and Harry stepped out of the room, ignoring the baffling expression on the animated masks held. With that done, he opened the hidden entrance near the ritual rooms and walked up to the common room. He smiled when he noticed that Daphne was sitting on his spot, reading the book he had gotten her for Christmas. The moment she noticed his arrival, her concentrated face turned into a giant beam, and she spoke up, "Good morning, Harry." "Good morning, Daph. You're not usually up this early in the morning." Daphne Greengrass was many things. She was intelligent, cultured, magically gifted, a bit cold to strangers, and had a wicked sense of humor that meshed well with Harry's own, but she was not a morning person. The girl snorted, "Yeah, I know I can be a bit grouchy in the morning." "Grouchy? You froze Blaze's bits one day because he tried to wake you up after you fell asleep in the common room. Why your mother taught you a curse like that, I have no idea." The Greengrass scion huffed, "I'll have you know, it's a very useful curse. It has been passed down from mother to daughter for centuries. But in this case, I'm up early because I wanted to ask you about something." "Sure, what is it?" "Were you serious about the red bean, blue bean thing? Because Tracy and Blaze thought it was a joke or something and that it was just an elaborate way to get us to stop asking questions." Harry gave the girl a smile, "Yes, I was serious about that." She handed Harry a familiar red bean, "Then I want to help. You've always done things by yourself like you're an island in the middle of the ocean. But I can tell you're lonely. I guess, I'm saying, that I don't want to leave you alone anymore." "Are you sure about this? Because there's no going back." "Yes, Harry. I choose the red pill." So, this was essentially an introduction to the court. "I know it might seem somewhat random now, but it will be a pretty big thing later. Again, let me know if you think I did something wrong with the chapter and I'm open to suggestions if you have any." Chapter 112, The Wolf of Hogsmeade. January 18, 1993, Hogwarts. The days following Daphne's decision to involve herself fully in Harry's life were awkward. After the girl's proclamation, he just told her to give him some time to put things together and that he would share what he could with her. The issue was that the Potter Scion was hesitant when it came to how much he wanted to share. Harry's personal magical training could technically be classified as family magic, so he was completely entitled to keep it to himself. But that felt wrong for some reason, to keep so much from her when she had chosen to commit to their friendship. Honestly, Harry wasn't going to teach her anything from his family crest, so magical circles were off the table, and he certainly wasn't going to share the existence arcane hearing. But teaching the Greengrass Scion his personal spells, or the magic that he had learnt from the library and from experimentations was his prerogative and made sense for her to learn as much as possible if she was going to be his partner. And that was what it was all about. Daphne was going to be his partner, and in a way, that added a vulnerability in Harry's life. For one, she had failed his legilimency test. She had never been trained in the mind arts outside of a few meditation exercises that her father had taught her, and the protection that her family crest would only activate on her 13th birthday when it's fully manifested, which thankfully was a couple of months away. Harry couldn't teach her anything adequate enough to shield her mind before the crest would be able to protect it either way. So, outside of training her in magic, there were very few things that Harry could do. Luckily, using legilimency on Luna was a recipe for a headache. The way she witnessed the world was just so alien that it was hard for a normal mind to interpret her thoughts. Harry was more than willing to share a little more with her, especially when it concerned the Chamber of Secrets, since that involved her personally. Unfortunately, Daphne just didn't have that advantage. After a few days, Harry caved and told Daphne an abridged version of the situation of the chamber, and the girl was shaken about it. He still remembered the conversation they had a few days prior. Flashback. After a few days of deliberation, Harry invited Daphne for a conversation that the blonde was obviously looking forward to. They met in the common room and Harry motioned her to follow him. He definitely did not want to have this conversation in the common room now that he knew that the court of Slytherin was constantly listening in. The two young Slytherins walked in silence until they found themselves on the 7th floor, right in front of the entrance to the room of requirements. As Harry walked back and forth for the entrance to reveal, Daphne had a worried look on her face, as if the Potter scion was insane all this time, but she had visibly relaxed when he gave her a charming grin, and gaped when the entrance revealed itself. What is this place? This, Daphne Greengrass, is the room of requirements. This room is a marvel of magic that turns into whatever you speak of mentally when you walk back and forth to reveal the entrance. Right now, I wished for a replica of our common room, so that's what we got. This is the place that I use to practice magic. Whenever I'm not hanging out with you, I'm probably here. As he had said, the room had taken the form of a deserted Slytherin common room. Daphne gave him an odd look. How does it work? I have no idea, Harry confessed. To be honest, I think it's a mixture of variable expansion charms, illusion magic, some conjuration, and some kind of mind magic to pick up the intent of the user. But that's not why I brought you here. You said that you want to be all in. Well, this is me giving you the white card. Ask me whatever you want. If there's something I'm uncomfortable sharing, I'll just say so, but I will not lie to you. Well, let's start with the obvious. What do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? Flashback end. It was surprisingly cathartic to tell someone about how worried he really was about the whole thing with the chamber. His and Luna's partnership had started because neither of them had a choice in the matter. Oh, they were friends, but the entire relationship started as an alliance to stop Tom. Daphne was someone who earned Harry's trust. She wasn't forced to stay with him, but she chose to do so, and that made an immense difference when Harry decided to share even a fraction of his knowledge with her. It was a big step on Harry's part. There was this intimacy at showing her a part of his soul, a part of his world that she was previously ignorant of. For some reason, he was afraid as well from the way she reacted, but all things considered, she had dealt with her surprise well enough. Harry had told her about him detecting a diary as a very dark and dangerous object in the school, that he made a small trap to find the purpose of whoever it possessed, and that he thought that Lockhart might have been involved because of his sudden change in personality, but that he was wrong. He told her about his game of shadows with the heir, of losing his encounters with the heir until he got desperate and successfully figured out that Luna was the one being possessed. That they had fought, and he had won, setting his enemy back a few months, but that the heir had hidden the diary, that the attacks would continue again. He told her that he figured out what the monster was quickly enough but that it was Longbottom using Parselmouth that cemented that clue. He confessed to creating goggles that should protect against the basilisk's glare, but that he hadn't tested it. All this time, the Greengrass scion had remained supportive and impassive. That was until he told her that the heir of Slytherin was Tom Riddle, a 16-year-old version of Lord Voldemort. Yeah, the girl had freaked out there. The Dark Lord really made himself into a figure of fear in this country. It was merited, of course, since the man was a psychopath who wanted nothing more than to see the world burn and rule over the ashes. The monster was unpredictable and unstable and could honestly wipe out an entire family line on a whim. But his damage paled in front of what Grindelwald had done. Voldemort had terrified a nation, but Grindelwald had divided the entire magical world on an issue that they didn't even know they had. When Grindelwald walked a battlefield, all that remained was ash and death. The duels between Dumbledore and Voldemort were short, which made sense considering the guerrilla attacks that the heir of Slytherin assigned. Lord Voldemort attacked people in their homes, and overwhelmed them quickly, before getting away and leaving only his cursed dark mark. However, Grindelwald, the real Dark Lord, just faced entire legions of opponents head-on and came out the victor without issues. In the battles between him and Dumbledore, no one got involved, because that would spell certain deaths. Voldemort thrived on fear, which was so ingrained in everyone's mind that it passed down to the next generation. He was the boogeyman who could attack at any time for any reason, while Grindelwald thrived on his ideology of creating a new world for the greater good. So, the bottom line was, the moment Harry told her that he was fighting a younger version of Lord Voldemort, the girl started trembling in fear, with tears in her eyes, as if Harry was fighting to his doom. Honestly, Tom Riddle wasn't that big of a deal compared to the fucking basilisk. It was funny how the idea of fighting a weapon of mass destruction was more appealing to Daphne than just dueling a teenager with prodigal magical talent. It took the girl a few days to calm down before she finally decided to go back to Harry and speak about their plans forwards. At this time, Harry started to build a new pair of goggles for Daphne. If she was going to get involved with the mess concerning the basilisk, then it was only right that she be protected adequately. Of course, when the green grass scion realized that Harry couldn't do anything about the issue until Riddle resurfaced and the attacks started again, she almost had another breakdown. Of course, Harry didn't tell her about the Colt. He wasn't going to tell anyone about the weapon. It was his ace, and he wasn't going to risk someone stealing it or try to use it for a useless reason. The Colt was insurance if things went to shit, and Harry wouldn't use a bullet unless he was forced to do it, because he felt deep down that he was never going to replicate this feat again. He couldn't explain it, only that he could feel deep down that making more bullets or another gun would be out of his hands. This brought them to the current situation, where they were both in a classroom on the 3rd floor. The green grass scion gave him a wary look. "Are you sure about this?" Harry rolled his eyes. "Of course, I am. I'm just sneaking out of the castle and meeting someone at Hogsmeade. The Weasley twins do it all the time." "Fine, but don't come to me and whine when you get caught. I don't think that Snape would be understanding if your only justification is that you had business in Hogsmeade. But that's the truth. He should be appreciative of my ambition, not try to stifle it," Harry protested with a teasing smile on his face. "Dork," Daphne muttered back. The Potter scion snorted and put on his invisibility cloak. "Wish me luck." He turned and left towards the statue of the One-Eyes Witch, tapping it with his wand while muttering, "Descendium." The statue creaked to the side, revealing a narrow passage, and he slipped inside. The tunnel was dank and musty, and the air was thick with an earthy aroma. Torches lined the uneven walls, casting flickering shadows that seemed to come to life with every step Harry took. Cobwebs brushed against his face, remnants of the many years that the passage had gone unnoticed, but there were obvious signs of someone having cut up a path forward. It was probably the Weasley twins. The tunnel twisted and turned, leading him deeper beneath the castle. He walked for what felt like hours, but after a quick tempus he realized was just 30 minutes. The passage began to rise. Panting, Harry sped up to find himself at the foot of some worn stone steps, which rose out of sight above him. Careful not to make any noise, Harry began to climb. He really needed to exercise more. Finally, the stairs seemed to end, revealing a trapdoor above the Potter scion, which he opened very slowly. He found himself in a cellar, which was full of wooden crates and boxes. Harry climbed out of the trapdoor and crept slowly toward the wooden staircase that led upstairs. He had never been to Honeyduke's, but it smelled wonderful. Still, he had a meeting to get into. Harry exited the cellar, emerging onto the familiar cobbled streets of Hogsmeade. The village was quiet, the buildings bathed in the silver light of the moon. The Potter scion walked towards the location of the 3 broomsticks. This was technically his first time in the village, and it was a shame that he was coming here for business and not pleasure. The bell above the pub's door jingled softly as Harry stepped inside, greeted by the cozy atmosphere, the chatter of patrons, and the crackling fire. Harry slowly surveyed the room and found his target. It was a somewhat young man, probably in his late 20s. He looked unassuming from afar, with his brown hair and brown eyes. Harry slowly walked forward and sat at his table. The man protested, "I'm sorry, but I'm waiting for someone." "Yes, I know. I'm the one you're waiting for, Mr. Smythe. My name is Harry Potter, and I'm the potential investor in your company." "You? But you're so young." The man protested. "Yes, I am. But gold is gold, and we wouldn't be breaking any laws. Now, I don't believe in idle chatter, so let's get right to business. Tell me why I should invest in your broom. Tell me why I should invest in your firebolt." Chapter 113, Deal with the Devil. January 18, 1993, Hogsmeade. "Well, it's far above and beyond any other broom on the market. I guarantee you won't find any broom that's anywhere as fast or as maneuverable anywhere in the world," the man stated. Harry snorted. "We both know that's not true, is it? Racing brooms are a lot faster and very maneuverable. The French and the Italians have that market cornered, and I don't think that anything you can do that would stop that." "Yes, but those brooms are hideously expensive. There's barely any wood in them at all. It's all practically made up of alchemically treated metals which costs a fortune. A single mediocre racing broom is even more expensive than an entire Quidditch team's state-of-the-art brooms 10 times over. And they even wouldn't work well in Quidditch. While racing brooms have impressive top speeds, they don't have the acceleration that Quidditch players need. If you think about it, Quidditch players don't really maintain high speeds, they just need to be maneuverable and be able to accelerate very quickly. The Potter Scion smiled. Well said. Now when you're talking to a potential investor, please make sure that you are very objective with every fact. You're claiming that this will be the best Quidditch broom in the market. The question now, is why? The man shrugged. It's the efficiency of it that's impressive. Do you know how racing brooms work, Mr. Potter? I have an idea. The enchantments on the brooms act more like buffers that channel a user's magic like a wand to work the magic. It's why Quidditch players get exhausted while flying. The broom maker nodded. Yet. The problem with Quidditch is that games could last very long, so the ICW Department of Sports and Games made sure that brooms wouldn't really magically exhaust a player to unconsciousness or death. All Quidditch brooms have a certain charm designed by the association that limits the input of magic. Without that charm, it's more than easy to get a broom to move faster than the speed of sound. You just needed a rider with very large magical reserves or with enough control to not waste any magic, and the enchantment would work. Other broom manufacturers have been tinkering with the shape of the brooms, certain anti-turbulence charms, playing around with air resistance charms, stabilization charms, and things like that. They even resorted to muggle means, like using actual aerodynamic features, to make sure that as much of the magic allowed was used to power the acceleration and maneuverability enchantments. What I did, was discover a way to make sure the magic is used more efficiently anyway, so I could leave more than enough of it to power the stability and steering mechanisms to make the flight as smooth and as responsive as possible while leaving room for a sizable increase in acceleration and with my custom variable air resistance charm, a much higher top speed. That's what makes my broom the best one on the market, Mr. Potter. The man took a deep breath in the end and Harry suppressed the urge to smile. He hated to admit it, but he was impressed by Terence Smythe. The broom maker was obviously very passionate about the subject, but it was nice to see someone using a different way of going about a problem. He was a half-blood who pretty much chose to start his own company despite the market being pretty much saturated with new versions of brooms every year. He took a few years off to study physics at a Muggle university, just to improve his craft. It was a common thing when it came to guilds, but for someone to do it on his own was a testament to his dedication. But what pleased Harry the most was the fact that the man didn't take the easy way out. He could have made a decent broom that just had a couple of upgrades and presented it to Nimbus or some other broom-making company as a job interview, and he would have gotten in easily. Just look at Nimbus, who just adjusted the design and adjusted the wind resistance enchantments a bit on the Nimbus 2000, and released the Nimbus 2001, which really put experienced players off who often gauged their speed using the wind resistance on their faces. Harry had asked Flint permission to fly one of them after practice, and it was honestly awkward to fly. You could probably get used to it, but the learning curve would be very steep indeed. Terence Smythe had created something new. Alas, innovation was only half the race. The man was, of course, not willing to let him on his secrets, which was smart, but now came the big question. All right, then why are you here? The broom maker looked perplexed for a second before replying, I don't follow. You're the one who arranged the meeting. Look, if what you're saying about your broom is correct, then you should have been set for life. You would have gone to one of the distributors, sold your design or just asked them to invest in it. Trust me, they would have been all over this. You should have been batting away investments left and right with a stick. Now, if that was the case and someone randomly offered to invest, you would just ignore them. But you didn't. You came to this meeting, hoping to secure an investor, and I would like to know why no one else tried to grab you up. The man looked like he was sweating and just took a deep breath. The problem was the production cost. The moment I said how much it costs for every single one to be manufactured, they just clammed up and did their best to kick me out. And how much does a single broom cost? Around 500 galleons in materials. And it takes about a full day of work for me to do it. Harry frowned. And how much does a Nimbus 2000 cost in terms of materials? Around 50 galleons, I guess. I could probably enchant a similar broom in an hour or so. The total production cost should be around 100 galleons. And finally, Harry understood what was going on. So, you're telling me that you went to all these companies to use as distributors, to sell them your designs so that your company get a small profit margin, but was pretty much laughed out of your proposals. You currently have no revenue stream and no gold reserves to even make a second broom. The man looked down and nodded, I know things aren't going well. I just don't understand why they didn't accept my offer. Well, that sets it. The man is a brilliant inventor but an idiot businessman. Harry wasn't some kind of business prodigy, in fact, he didn't really care about the financial side of things, but that didn't mean that he didn't read a few books while he was bored. Oh, it's the profit margin. Assuming that you work 10 hours a day, a single person would be able to make 10 Nimbus 2000 brooms, which would sell with around 250 galleons of profit each. That's around 2,500 galleons of profit for the company, outside of the salaries, that is. A single one of your fire bolts could be made in a day by a single worker. So, to get the same profit margins, any distributor would need to sell every broom for over 3,000 galleons, which is honestly an obscene price for a broom. That's not even mentioning the time and gold needed to train the workers to make your new brooms. It's just not worth it on what is essentially a gamble. Your broom being better doesn't mean that it's going to sell well enough for the price, which means that they'll need to drop it, which is just unprofitable. Here, show me the broom for a second. The man who was gaping at Harry for a good minute opened his briefcase and gave him the broom. It was obviously a prototype, it didn't have any of the fancy decoration and designs that Quidditch brooms often had, but it was well made. The handle was made up of mahogany and a little silver that coursed through the wood, glinting like quicksilver beneath the surface. There were runes on them, which were obviously absent in production models. The bristles were a mix of red pine and some kind of golden metal that Harry recognized as orichalcum from his own experimentation. The body was simple, with a sleek long birch wood with hundreds of runes glowing on it. The moment Harry touched her and spread his arcane hearing, he knew that it was something special. There were a few secrecy charms, but they were never designed to protect from something like Harry's skill. The Potter Scion murmured to himself while examining the piece of art in his hands, interesting. Very interesting indeed. You enchanted dozens of twigs separately and combined them using alchemy into a single body, with hundreds of veins made up of orichalcum just to transfer the magic. You basically took inspiration from the human body and created veins to efficiently move the magic around. But it feels odd, I don't think it's orichalcum, maybe some kind of magical metal, I'm not entirely sure. It's rune steel, the man gaping at his deductions, it's cheaper than the orichalcum and I could use it as a core. It's not as efficient but it's far better than the competition. I nodded, I remember. It's some kind of metal infused with runes, isn't it? I'll look into it later. But the way you built the handle with the core being a diamond that you transmuted yourself, I assume, you use it to store magic when it's not being used. It's not as effective as using a naturally created gem, but I don't think any other broom uses something like this to store magic, they just rely on the wood to do it. No wonder it's so expensive. Oh, I see now. You used the veins in the body of the broom to not only transfer the magic to the enchantments but to also act as a secondary nerve network to transmit the information that the player gives. It's very fast and the broom will act like its rider's extended limb. Holy shit, you added a self-learning magical algorithm that would fine-tune itself on the rider, which would estimate a player's movement by his past decisions and adapt to it, which would make the reactions even faster. And the enchantments on the bristles to accelerate and stabilize the broom are exemplary. Oh, that braking mechanism is brilliant. You didn't mention that, did you? The man was still stupefied by Harry's guesses. How in Merlin's name did you figure it out? It's not important how I figured it out, the Potter Scion interjected, I now see what the problem is. And what is it? That's very easy, you're targeting the wrong audience. You're treating broom making as an art and I can see how you would with the masterpiece you created. But the other companies, they treat it like a business and the truth is that for a broom like that, there just isn't a good market for it. Here's the thing, outside of spoiled children and rich Quidditch enthusiasts, your main buyers will have to be professional teams. You should have never gone to other companies. Then who would be making my brooms then? Smythe asked. Look, I don't think you realized what you've done. Your business isn't making brooms, it's your idea and the improvements you made. And an idea will only take you so far. What you need to do is turn Firebolt into a brand, to market it as the broom that professional Quidditch players use. It certainly seems good enough for it. No matter what you think, your brooms are not meant for the common wizard and witch to fly, but you can make it something that's a sign of luxury, of importance, but targeted towards younger wizards and witches, who are obsessed with Quidditch. And how am I supposed to do that? Harry let out a large grin. Make 7 brooms and loan them out to a professional league team for a few games. The top teams will probably not bother answering you, but a team at the bottom of the leaderboard, and that has nothing to lose, will accept your offer. If your brooms offer such a large advantage, they should be winning. Players will talk to each other, managers to each other, and slowly, you'll start selling brooms. You'll be getting orders left and right. Make sure to number each broom, this way they're more like collectibles than products, and if things grow from there, you should be contacted by one of the big companies. And I accept their offer then. Of course not, Harry snorted, you ignore them completely. If your brooms are this superior, everyone needing the advantage will order one, and with the World Cup around the corner, you'll be practically the unofficial sponsor of the World Cup. The important thing is that you enchant every broom yourself like it's a point of pride. However, the moment the World Cup starts, you sell the entire company to the highest bidder. I don't understand. Why would I do that? How long do you think it would take for a company like Nimbus to reverse engineer your broom? 2-3 years, I'm guessing, if you use better concealing enchantments. Assuming the time to train people to make their substitute brooms is around an extra year, you'll be completely out of business in 5 years when they undercut the prices. Your value as a company will be the highest during the World Cup. If you sell then, you won't be just selling your broom, but the Firebolt name, which will be on everyone's mind. You could add a stipulation for you to head any future developments, and they will be bending themselves in front of you just to have a taste of your profits. You have a small window to profit as much as possible with your product, and you need to capitalize on that. The man looked pensive for a second. This could work, but I don't have the capital to build 7 brooms from scratch. That's where I come in. I'm willing to give you 5,000 galleons in exchange for 40% of your company. That should get things started easily enough. 5,000? The man exclaimed, are you mad? This is far too low for 40%. Harry grinned, yes, but that's the offer I'm willing to give. Well, I refuse. That would be unwise, Mr. Smythe. You see, you're on your last leg and you know it. Now, I'm offering you a paltry sum, but in return, I will not involve myself in the working of the company. Other investors might be willing to help you, but I can almost guarantee that they'll want control over your company, and your baby. They will make you change things that you won't agree with, but you'll have no choice but to do it. However, I'm like you, I like the art of it, the beauty of your broom. And I'm also someone who figured out how it really works, and I appreciate the magic involved. The man blanched when he recognized the implied threat. He had lost any bargaining power the moment he gave Harry access to the broom for more than a minute. The Potter Scion could technically create his own copy, and since he already had the capital necessary to start the plan, he would be able to steal Smythe's invention. Harry had a grin not too dissimilar to that of a fox when he asked, so, do we have a deal, Mr. Smythe? Chapter 114, Bloody Valentine. February 14, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry had been ready to go down the stairs, to the common room, like every Sunday morning. It had been almost a month since his meeting in Hogsmeade, and finally, everything went through. The paperwork needed to get Harry certified legally as an investor in the Firebolt took a couple of weeks to process, and it took an additional week for Terence Smythe to build the 7 brooms. Finally, after a little negotiation, the Chudley Cannons accepted experimenting with the new brooms for a few matches in the season. Hopefully, the brooms would help stop the record-breaking losing streak that they currently held. Yet, Harry found it odd that no one batted an eyelash when he registered the paperwork for his ownership, but since there was a standard contract of the purchase and a copy of the Gringotts transaction was sent to the ministry, no one seemed to care. At no point was there anyone asking for his age. It was surprisingly straightforward, especially since property worked weirdly in the wizarding world. That's the thing, for a property to be bought or sold, it's not the actual person who owns it, but the holder of the vault used to buy it. It was an efficient way for the ministry to track down the owner of any property without bothering with the paperwork. Because technically speaking, if someone stole a property or committed fraud, they would need to fool the bank, and Gringotts are not merciful when it comes to thieves. Every single wizard or witch that attends Hogwarts has a monetary vault that's opened just for them. As part of an agreement between the school and the Goblin Nation, these vaults do not require any fees until their owners graduate. Even the scions of rich families get a vault if they specifically don't have one in their name. In Harry's case, since he was the last Potter, the bank didn't need to create a new account for him. It was actually pretty efficient. In a way, Instead of having an identification number, the ministry could use Gringotts vault numbers. Additionally, large-scale transactions using physical gold were rare and usually done off the table, meaning that whatever you're buying is not something that you want the ministry to know about it. You can, of course, get a signed proof of purchase and use it to file the paperwork, but usually, going through Gringotts was just easier for everyone. But yet, hopefully, everything would go fine with Firebolt, and Harry would start refilling the Potter vault after the mess that his father made of it. He invested 5,000 galleons into what was essentially a sinking company with only the knowledge from the stories of his past life as a reference. He only hoped it would end up working. The issue wasn't even the broom, it was Smythe's ability to market his product. The broom was an amazing artifact, but Harry didn't have the capital to market it on a large scale, so he employed a method that a certain energy drink used to market their products in the early days when they didn't have enough money for a large-scale advertising campaign. The trick was to subtly incorporate it into athletes' routines. In Harry's case, it was making the broom show how much better the team had gotten with the new brooms. Oh, they'll probably be shit, but a substantial increase in performance, and maybe even a winning streak, and the fact that the brooms looked unique, would generate organic buzz and word-of-mouth marketing, which wouldn't cost them a single galleon. It was a dirty trick, and the fact that Harry subtly threatened the broom maker by figuring out how his invention worked didn't help ease his conscience. Alas, in the long run, they would both benefit from it. For the moment, he would trust Smythe to follow the plan he had outlined to him. So, as promised, the Potter Scion decided to not get involved and came back to the main issue of Riddle's inevitable return. So far, Harry only focused on his ice magic, but he did distract himself by reading about spatial expansion charms in his downtime to enchant his hat. It was a nice calm project that was completely independent from the whole Chamber of Secrets thing, and that was just calming. The Potter Scion had dedicated almost his entire year to dealing with the chamber, and it was getting tiring. When he got down, he was met with Daphne, who brightened when she saw him. "Good morning, Harry. Did you have a good night's sleep?" He nodded. "What about you?" "Great, but Tracy wouldn't get up early on a Sunday." "Where's Blaze?" Harry shrugged. It didn't seem fair to wake him up, to be honest. "It's a Sunday, Daphne. You shouldn't wake them up just because you want to have breakfast with them." "Fine, it's just that keeping things from them for so long has been hard. You're the one who picked the red pill, and they didn't. They haven't answered my decision, so I'm assuming that they don't want to be involved, and I will respect that." And Harry was serious about that. He wasn't going to involve them in his mess unless they specifically asked him to do it. Yet, there was some tension because it was obvious that Daphne knew something that they didn't, and they definitely noticed the green grass scion disappearing with Harry for hours. Yet, the whole thing weighed on Daphne's conscience, and she wanted nothing more than to tell them. Fortunately, she couldn't take out her anger at him since he did offer them a chance and a standing offer. They just didn't take it. "Let's just get some breakfast and meet up with Luna for our lessons," the green grass scion grumbled. Yet, he started giving her and Luna lessons to protect themselves. It wasn't anything fancy, but a few curses here and there and a couple of charms that would hide them or shield them would come a long way. Harry was focused primarily on ice spells since extremely low temperatures limited the mobility and reactions of snakes, even magical ones. It was shown in the casualty rates of the only basilisk hunt that happened in a cold environment. Apparently, some ice elemental centuries back went insane and tried to start a new ice age. She ended up freezing up half of Europe in what seemed like the worst winter ever recorded. Well, it turned out that the large shift in temperature had woken a basilisk in Greece, enough for it to try to find a new nest warmer. It was hunted down and killed in less than a week, and the hunting party only came out with a single death and a few petrifications. Apparently, the cold had weakened the beast immensely, enough that its glare was very underpowered and that its movement was stiff. The only casualty happened because one of them was bitten, not because of the glare. So, yet, it was an advantage that few knew of, and Harry was very interested in using it. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Daphne's voice. "What in Merlin's name is this monstrosity?" Harry looked up and saw the Great Hall. Well, what should have been the Great Hall? For a fraction of a second, Harry thought that he was wrong. Room was designed by a toddler who was obsessed with the color pink. The room was completely unrecognizable. Gone were the rich and regal tones that usually adorned the castle walls. In their place was a blinding, almost fluorescent, pinkish hue that practically assaulted his senses. The walls themselves seemed to blush, covered in an indecent quantity of pink flowers that clashed horribly with the stone architecture. As Harry took in the scene, he felt like he had stumbled into the imagination of a 7-year-old girl who had an inexplicable obsession with the color pink. He blinked, half expecting the entire spectacle to disappear in a puff of logic, but it remained stubbornly, garishly real. It was then that Harry remembered the date and murmured, "I think it's Valentine's Day." The Great Hall was transformed into a bizarre and gaudy carnival of affection. The candles that usually cast a warm glow on the students and their meals had been replaced by thousands of hearts. They floated in the air, flickering with a silvery pink light that was both mesmerizing and headache-inducing. There were hearts of all kinds: pink hearts, silver and pink hearts, red and pink hearts, and even some inexplicably gold pink hearts. They bobbed and weaved in the air as if performing a choreographed dance. The tables were adorned with tablecloths that were, you guessed it, pink. Heart-shaped dishes held a rather excessive assortment of pink treats, from candies to pastries. Harry half expected his dinner to start oozing pink syrup at any moment. As Harry tried to make sense of the spectacle, he caught sight of the paintings that adorned the walls. Normally serene and aloof, the portraits had been swept up in the pink craze. Their frames were circled with hearts as if someone had gone on a heart-sticking spree with reckless abandon. Miniature angels, sporting hues of pink and gold, fluttered around the paintings, their cherubic faces attempting to serenade the inhabitants of the hall with some truly horrifying love songs. He couldn't help but wonder who had orchestrated this explosion of pink. It was as if Cupid had gone on a caffeine-fueled rampage with a rainbow palette. Of course, the architect of this abomination was smiling brilliantly with flashy ink robes that genuinely hurt Harry's eyes. With that realized, he looked at his blonde companion and spoke up, "Yeah, we're out of here." He looked up and noticed that Luna was sitting at the Ravenclaw table. He motioned her to come over and she nodded. The three of them slowly walked up to the 7th floor in silence, trying to bleach the past few memories from their brain, something that was unfortunately very hard to do. Hopefully, training would distract them. A couple of hours later, it obviously didn't. Even while Harry was animating a giant snake construct made of ice, his mind still looked back at the abomination he saw at the Great Hall. Daphne held up her hand in shielding charm, dodging the snake's charge. Alas, the charm exploded into a shockwave when it was shattered. It was a spell of Harry's own creation that he named Protogo Pulsum. It took a little time to teach Daphne the Protogo charm, which Harry thought was completely worth it since it was a very useful spell. Still, it was a very notable achievement and a testament to Daphne's talent that she managed to learn it in less than a month. Now, they were covering the variants of the charm, like adding layers or in this case, a concussive force when it breaks. The giant snake's head snapped backwards, only to be met with a flipendo from Luna. Just as Harry was manipulating the ice to heal the damage to the construct, he froze and the world around him disappeared. Instead, there were flashes of a giant snake with yellow eyes, a familiar corridor near the astronomy tower, and a screaming girl with a blue tie. The room of requirements came back into view and the ice snake fell crashing into 1,000 pieces, but Harry didn't seem to care, instead being horrified by what he had just seen. "Are you all right, Harry? What happened?" Daphne asked. "I just had a vision. He's back." Riddle started to attack again. "I think it was a Ravenclaw, I'm not sure, to be honest. It was pretty fast." Harry practically ran towards the exit, the two girls following behind him, that is until he found himself near the corridor he saw in his vision. He noticed that there was a small crowd forming and he pushed his way forward, only to see the familiar form of Penelope Clearwater frozen with a fearful expression on her face. Yeah, this was the girl he had just seen. However, something was different. Near the wall next to her something weird. It was a smiling face, drawn in blood, and Harry paled. This was a message aimed at him. "What do you think it means?" Daphne asked. "Oh, that's simple. It means that it is time for us to resume our game. Talk about a bloody Valentine." Chapter 115, Dance of Lions. March 7, 1993, Hogwarts. The last few months were the worst ones Neville Longbottom ever experienced ever since he arrived at Hogwarts. It wasn't just the fact that his standing in the school was ruined, it was mainly because everyone kept looking at him with suspicion and sometimes even fear in their eyes, ever since he was revealed as a Parselmouth. He was the main suspect, and now that the attacks started once more, just a month after the boy who lived had returned to the castle from his suspensions, things were starting to get bleak when it came to Neville proving his innocence. First eyes just ran away from him now, and Muggleborns stopped meeting his eyes, in fear of being targeted next. The professors kept looking at him like he was a monster, and even Ron's brother, Percy, had anger in his eyes whenever they spoke to him. And of course, home wasn't much better. Neville's grandmother had tanned his hide, and gave him a disappointed look that was just worse than her yelling. Apparently, using an illegal potion to break into a foreign common room, by impersonating other scions of old families, was not only stupid but also very short-sighted. Fine, he would admit that the polyjuice thing was a mistake. It would have been a great story if it had worked, but that's the thing, it didn't. Neville didn't know if the potion was faulty or something, but the fact that its effects wore off early at the same moment was very suspicious. It was probably some kind of defensive magic in the common room that would reveal intruders, but for some reason, it only worked as they got out. It was the only way to explain this. They had done the whole thing perfectly. Even Potter, whom Neville would admit only to himself that he is very intelligent, had been fooled and had confessed to pretty serious information. Information that will help prove Neville's innocence. The boy who lived would need to give his estranged god-brother a gift of some sort, for unknowingly helping him. At least, he wasn't a prick to Neville anymore. Honestly, it was jarring to see how differently Slytherins behaved in their common room. They had rules, they weren't all racist bigots that thought that Muggleborns were lesser. Only a few like Malfoy were the loudest, but when he looked back at it, he couldn't remember any other Slytherin outside his group saying stuff like that. However, the fact that someone contacted his mother for what he said was hilarious. However, the petrification of Penelope Clearwater sent shockwaves through the schools, and not just for the petrification itself. Everyone had stopped thinking about the Chamber of Secrets since there hadn't been an attack for months. Well, they were obviously wrong, and the heir of Slytherin had claimed another victim. Needless to say, nearly everyone assumed that Neville was responsible, particularly after it came out that he had no alibi at the time of the attack on Clearwater. He was flying on one of the school brooms to clear his head. His grandmother might have confiscated his broom, and he might have been banned from Quidditch, but Neville still loved flying. Furthermore, the female prefect had been seen giving the Longbottom scion a detention for going out after curfew. Neville was planning on visiting Hagrid, and well, he was caught pretty easily. But that was motive enough for him to petrify him for most people. The general theory was that Neville had petrified Filch for the detentions he had to spend after the whole taking a flying car to Hogwarts thing, and then when Dean Thomas realized what had happened or caught Neville somehow, he petrified him. And when he tried to sneak into the Slytherin common room to plant some evidence there, he was caught and suspended. Now that he was back, the boy who lived resumed his reign of terror. Of course, that was nonsense, but Neville had to admit that there was a narrative there. Thank Merlin that the whole thing hadn't been brought into the media. This was enough evidence for Rita Skeeter to crucify him in the Daily Prophet. Neville's housemates started to harass him somewhat, a movement spearheaded by a few Muggleborn upper years. Gilbert Smith was particularly vicious in his attacks and had even hexed the boy who lived in the back when he was alone. Worse, he was backed up by the rest of his year. Cormac McLaggen was Smith's friend and had taken to harass Neville whenever he could. It was a shame because they were pretty friendly the previous year. Unfortunately, his new status as the heir of Slytherin was more than enough to turn that camaraderie into a burning hatred. Honestly, he would rather one of them be petrified than Clearwater or Dean. Dean was his friend, and while Clearwater was a no-fun hard ass, she didn't deserve what happened to her. Thankfully, the Mandrakes had almost matured, and according to Professor Sprout, it would only take a month for the victims to wake up. Alas, Neville knew from the testimonies of the older students that they didn't remember their attacks, so he wouldn't be able to clear his name this way. Anyway, Neville decided to not stay in the common room as much as possible while figuring out the whole heir thing. Plus, his housemates were very suspicious and occasionally hostile. He had holed himself in the astronomy classroom, which wouldn't be used until late at night. He was sitting down across from Ron, playing chess. Well, losing a game of chess is the more apt description, until he saw Hermione running in while yelling out, "I figured it out! I figured it out!" Neville looked at her with concern. "What are you talking about?" It was Hagrid. "He's the one who was framed for opening the Chamber of Secrets." "What?" he and Ron exclaimed at the same time. Neville cleared his throat and asked, "Are you sure about that? We couldn't see any records of how the situation was resolved, just articles about the attack. Although, it is curious that nothing was written in the Prophet about the attacks, which is kinda unusual, now that I think about it." The Golden Trio spent weeks in the library trying to decipher the information that Potter released. They confirmed that the Chamber of Secrets was in fact opened 50 years back, and people were petrified. A student had died, but they didn't say who out of respect, and there was a brief article saying that an unnamed student was expelled and that the attacks stopped afterwards. They couldn't even figure out what Slytherin's monster even was. Potter's clues about a long-lived snake capable of petrification were a little too vague. They couldn't really find anything about the subject. Hermione thought that it might be in the restricted section and they were all planning on tricking Lockhart into signing a permission slip to get a book there. Of course, I'm sure. I couldn't find a direct link to who was expelled, but I had a list of all the students in attendance when the chamber was opened, and I got a list of the graduating roster for the next 7 years. Only 2 students attended Hogwarts but didn't graduate, a Muggle-born girl named Myrtle Warren and Rubeus Hagrid. Myrtle was probably the one who died since she's the Muggle-born, so, that leaves Hagrid. He's the only one left. He never did say why he was expelled. And we can be sure that it can't be him. Dumbledore wouldn't have hired him in the school if it was him, Neville mused. Yet, no wonder he never said anything, Ron exclaimed. Although, there was something else, Hermione started. Someone got a special award for services to the school in the year when the attacks occurred. I think he was a Slytherin named Tom Riddle. Oh, I remember him. I cleaned his badge in the trophy room for my detention at the start of the year. It was really dirty, so I had to polish it several times, the redhead said. He then looked pensive for a minute. Do you think he might have done it and put it on Hagrid? It's a pretty Slytherin thing to do. Hermione brightened. That's actually a good idea. Why do you sound so surprised? Ron grumbled back at her. Do you think we should go and ask Hagrid about it all? He might know something more about the attacks, Hermione asked. That'd be a cheerful visit, said Ron. Hello, Hagrid. Tell us, have you been setting anything mad and hairy loose in the castle lately? In the end, they decided that they would not say anything to Hagrid unless there was another attack, or if they were really stuck. According to Potter, the man was framed, so bringing suspicions onto him was just being inconsiderate. With that subject out of the way, Hermione started prattling on about choosing their electives for the next year. Apparently, they were forced to choose at least 2 new subjects out of the 5 choices given. Runes, arithmancy, divination, Muggle studies, and care of magical creatures. It was a choice that Hermione was taking very seriously indeed. Yeah, right. As if Neville had a choice. The Longbottom matriarch gave him a long letter outlining each of the electives. Neville knew his grandmother enough to see the subtext underneath the nicely worded letter. Long story short, she would kill him if he didn't choose runes. It seemed kind of pointless to learn an entirely new language, but she still terrified the hell out of Neville, so that was that. She strongly advised him to take arithmancy, but Neville was never good with numbers. If he didn't take arithmancy, then he would have to take 3 electives instead of 2, which were divination rumored to be an easy and care of magical creatures, which seemed kinda of necessary if he wanted to spend time with Hagrid without being accidentally maimed. Neville still had nightmares about the dragon the man hatched in his wooden hut. Muggle studies seemed kind of useless, to be honest. It just didn't seem like something he would ever use in his life. Seeing the future and taking care of magical animals seem a lot more interesting. Hermione, for some reason, wanted to attend all 5 and Ron chose care and divination for the easy grades. Anyway, the day ended with them splitting up. Hermione went to the library, Ron wanted to go back to the common room and take a nap, while Neville slowly walked towards the Quidditch pitch to fly for a bit. The school brooms were horrible, but they would do. Of course, all things had to come to an end, when he heard a faint voice, I smell blood, I smell blood. He stiffened and instinctively followed the voice. It probably wasn't a good idea, especially if Potter of all people thought that the monster was terrifying, but he had to do something. He ran as fast as he could, the whispers of killing and hunger getting louder as he got closer until they became silent. He looked around and saw nothing. This was a deserted wing in the castle. Practically no one went there. Neville had a couple of times when he was running from Filch. The Longbottom Scion raised his wand, ready to defend himself against the monster, until he froze when he saw blood on the wall. It was another smiling face and Neville knew that a body was near it. Still, grasping his wand he gasped when he realized who it was. It was the familiar form of Cormac McLaggen, lying on the ground, rigid and cold, a look of frozen shock on his face, his eyes standing blankly at the ceiling. Holy shit! Did he do that? Neville did personally wish he was petrified a couple of hours back. What the hell? It didn't make any sense. Cormac was a pure blood. His father was a pretty known entity in the Light faction at the Ministry. He wasn't a Muggleborn, so why was he attacked? Neville's heart was doing a kind of drumroll against his ribs. He looked wildly up and down the deserted corridor and saw a line of spiders scuttling as fast as they could away from the body. This was a deserted place in the castle. He could run, and no one would ever know he had been there. Cormac was an ass, yes, but he needed to tell a professor or something about him. Would anyone believe he hadn't had anything to do with this? After all, his confrontations with McLagan in the last couple of weeks were public knowledge in the castle. As he stood there, panicking, a door right next to him opened with a bang. Peeves the poltergeist came shooting out. "Why, it's little Icky Lungy Body, what are you up to in this part of the—" Peeves stopped, halfway through a midair somersault. Upside down, he spotted Cormac's body. "Attack! Attack! Run for your lives! No one is safe!" Longbottom's caught in the act. Ataeok. It didn't take long for the professors to arrive alongside a large foray of curious students. Neville just stood there, transfixed, as Cormac was carried to the hospital wing by two junior professors. He saw Potter with a complicated look on his face as if he was trying to figure out a large puzzle. He was particularly staring at the face in the wall before shifting towards Longbottom. As their eyes met, Neville felt like he was being seen through. It wasn't dissimilar to how it felt to stand next to Snape or Dumbledore. Neville only hoped the boy didn't also think he was guilty. He didn't know if it was a remnant of whatever familial bond he subconsciously wished they had, but Potter was one of the few people who were smart enough to see through whatever was happening. Alas, the boy left when he was shooed out by the Transfiguration professor, leaving Neville alone with her. "This way, Longbottom," she said. "Professor," said Neville at once, "I swear I didn't." "This is out of my hands, Longbottom," said Professor McGonagall curtly. They marched in silence towards what Neville realized was the headmaster's office. He only hoped he didn't get expelled this time. The headmaster was already pretty short with him ever since the whole Polyjuice incident. Yeah, things didn't look good for Neville Longbottom. Chapter 116, of Earths and Stars. March 15, 1993, Hogwarts. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was veiled in an unsettling fog, a reflection of the shrouded mystery that had consumed not only the minds of the residents of the castle but also of Harry Potter. Unlike the rest of the student body and the staff, the resurgence of the heir of Slytherin was something that he had expected. However, the change in patterns was something that he didn't see coming. It had baffled even his admittedly sharp intellect, and his usual air of confidence was beginning to show cracks, replaced by visible frustration. The castle's usually lively halls were now hushed with fear, as the once safe haven became tainted by the sinister presence of the infamous heir of Slytherin. Currently, Harry Potter was staying in his trust room of requirements, which he had shaped into a comfortable living room. He was sitting in an armchair that was identical to his favorite one in the Slytherin common room. Next to him, Daphne was pacing around, while Luna was humming distractedly. All of them were trying to figure out what Riddle's angle was. His change in patterns was baffling. It just didn't make sense. The first smiling face might be a message saying that he was back and not to forget about him, but the second petrification was such a break in the routine. Cormac McLagan was a pure-blood, and from a very influential family as well. His father was very well known in the ministry, and that meant that the Wizengamot would start putting pressure on Dumbledore to investigate, something that the headmaster would probably protest heavily. But also, it was the location of the petrification. One of the biggest reasons he was even doing this was to spread fear in the Muggle-born population. He always chose a location that was pretty popular to release an unspoken message: "I can get you wherever you are." However, McLagan's petrification was in a part of the castle that no one ever ventured. Riddle obviously expected the petrification to occur there, since the blood drawing happened. Curiously, Longbottom was the one who found the body, and from a preliminary legilimency scan, the boy had foolishly followed the basilisk's voice once more. And that also posed an issue. How was Longbottom connected to all of this? Riddle would be curious about his future self's defeat, of course, but the attack on McLagan was pretty much framing the boy since he was spearheading the harassment of the boy who lived. The timing also didn't make sense. Considering that his attacks happened a month apart, which was ideal to keep this little reign of terror while leaving enough hope that he wouldn't continue. Yet, he was accelerating now, something that risked getting the ministry actively involved, and the students observed even further. Harry spent what seemed like hours trying to understand Riddle's motivations. "There's something I'm missing." Daphne spoke out loud, "What if it is Longbottom?" The Potter scion gave her an incredulous look, Didn't I tell you that accursed diary is responsible for all of this? No, I meant that Longbottom is the one being possessed. Maybe Riddle is using his subconscious to pick his target somehow. Harry shook his head. No, I used legilimency on him. He wasn't the one who petrified McLaggen, he just followed the basilisk's voice and found him. I'm just saying that it's suspicious, that's all. No, the bigger question would be why McLaggen was even in that corner of the castle when he was petrified, and how did Riddle know about it and plan to have him petrified in that exact spot. Why don't you track him like you did before? Daphne asked. Luna told me you used something to scry his location. Can't you do that again? I used something similar to the diary to do it, a part of a whole. Plus, he figured out how I tracked him down, so he probably put up some protections. I took him by surprise the last time. I don't have that luxury now. Do you have at least a few ideas on why McLaggen was chosen? The guy is an ass, but he's hardly the ideal victim that Riddle would pick. Harry shook his head. This was premeditated. The school has to send an owl to a student's guardian if he or she gets hurt. For Muggleborns, since the school is technically foreign territory, the headmaster could choose to act as a guardian since they are considered to be orphans in the magical world, at least in terms of paperwork. So, technically this forced the headmaster to admit that something was wrong, especially since 2 attacks happened so quickly one after another. So, McLaggen Sr. would have to know what happened to his son and he'd demand answers, Daphne continued. Yes, but he's also a known supporter of Dumbledore. A petrification wouldn't really be a big deal, but the headmaster would technically be forced to break his own embargo about the chamber. And that would mean that people outside the castle would have to talk, which explains the article. Yeah, the infamous article that pretty much caused the headmaster to keep putting out one fire after another. Hogwarts was Dumbledore's territory and he liked having its secrets remain in the castle. There was this large ward that pretty much caused people to not want to talk about anything unusual happening in the school. Harry had sensed it pressing down on him when he tried to send a letter to Arcturus Black that had information about the petrifications. Other than a single no-name Muggleborn being petrified in November and a squib caretaker sharing the same fate a month prior, people just started to forget about it. But now that the heir had returned, the ward could only do so much. The McLaggen attack was the stone that broke the camel's back, and students started to be afraid since the boy was a pure blood. Fear would overwhelm the compulsion to keep things secret, and the fact that Dumbledore had to send a letter as well. The headmaster was currently under fire, which of course, meant that Rita Skeeter had to write an article about it, one that was currently on the front page of the Daily Prophet on the table in front of them. McLaggen Scion viciously attacked in Hogwarts. Boy who lived implicated. By Rita Skeeter. On the 7th of March 1993, Cormac McLaggen fell victim to a petrification spell within the supposed sanctum of safety, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The incident, far from being an isolated occurrence, has unveiled a dark series of events that has plagued the esteemed institution since the past October. It seems the illustrious halls of learning have not been impervious to a sinister force. McLaggen, a young and promising Gryffindor, is now the 4th casualty following students Dean Thomas, Penelope Clearwater and even staff member Argus Filch. The haunting undertone of these attacks becomes even more evident when one considers the chilling details. The initial assault carried with it an ominous message written in blood, hinting at the involvement of the heir of Slytherin, who allegedly opened the legendary Chamber of Secrets to unleash terror upon unsuspecting victims. For the uninitiated, the chamber is a mythical chamber attributed to Salazar Slytherin, said to harbor a fearsome creature tasked with purging the castle of those deemed unworthy. The veil of secrecy surrounding these assaults, as they remained concealed from the general public for months and escaped the notice of even the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, raises troubling questions about the transparency and efficacy of Hogwarts leadership, especially Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. However, this narrative is but a single thread woven into the intricate tapestry of these events. Among the prime suspects, Neville Longbottom, known as the renowned boy who lived, comes under scrutiny. Longbottom's connection to the Parseltongue ability came to light when he inadvertently employed this skill to command a snake to attack fellow student Draco Malfoy during a dueling club demonstration, under the supervision of the infamous Gilderoy Lockhart. The once heroic Longbottom's reputation has been tarnished by an array of controversies throughout the current academic year, including employing a flying car to access the school, thereby flagrantly disregarding the International Statute of Secrecy. Furthermore, his involvement in a covert operation where he assumed the identities of prominent wizarding families' heirs to infiltrate the Slytherin common room and interrogate his peers has only heightened suspicions. The emergence of his Parseltongue proficiency only serves to further muddy the waters and provoke speculation regarding his true intentions. Curiously, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore's silence regarding Longbottom's potential culpability casts a shadow over his reliability and impartiality. The revered leader's mere assurance that the victims would soon recover under the care of Potions Master Severus Snape and Master Herbologist Pomona Sprout does little to quell the growing unease among parents and guardians. Doubts now loom over Dumbledore's ability to ensure the security of his students. As the castle navigates this period of uncertainty, one cannot ignore the uneasiness that shrouds the normally vibrant atmosphere of Hogwarts. It appears that even a place synonymous with magic and enlightenment is not immune to the creeping tendrils of darkness. As investigations continue and answers remain elusive, it becomes evident that the true nature of these events may be far more complex and disturbing than any could have fathomed. Story continues on page 5. Yet, Rita Skeeter was a vicious woman indeed. Dumbledore had barely spent a single day inside the castle ever since it came out. There was a lot of chatter on whether or not he was the right person to take care of the next generation of wizards and witches in Britain. It wasn't enough to rattle Dumbledore from his position, but it was still damaging enough. Riddle might have wanted to kick Dumbledore out of the castle, Daphne proposed. Harry shook his head. We know that Riddle wants Dumbledore out of the castle, but even this wouldn't be enough for Malfoy to start a motion with the Board of Governors. You need an aggrieved parent to complain, and McLaggen Sr. is unlikely to do so since it would technically be political suicide, and it's not that permanent. His son would be unpetrified in a couple of weeks. Oh. What is it? I'm thick. How could I not see it? He's not being meticulous. He didn't choose to change his schedule. He was forced to do it. McLaggen was petrified just 2 days after Professor Sprout announced that the mandrakes would mature. He could try to sabotage them, but no one knows where she put them, and even then, they're probably under heavy wards since they can technically be used as deadly weapons. So, whatever Riddle's plan was, he had to accelerate it, and whatever it is, he still needs the victims to stay petrified for some reason. Daphne grinned. I'm happy you solved it. Solved it? No, we got another clue. It'll be very helpful, but we still have a long way to go. No, we have a Quidditch game to get to. We both promised Tracy that we'd see the game with her, and it's almost 11. Do we have to? I'm so close. I can feel it. Harry whined. Of course, we do. We made a promise, remember? Tell you what, you don't have to leave with me. I need to return a few books to the library, and I'll meet you up there. Fine, Harry replied while rolling his eyes, I'll be there. The blonde nodded and left, leaving Harry and Luna alone. You still don't see it? The young Ravenclaw started. See what? Never mind, the girl muttered to herself. Harry rolled his eyes and conjured an illusion of the castle. He knew that there had to be something he was missing with the locations. The amount of preparation and foresight meant that Riddle was paying very specific attention to the locations. There had to be some meaning. Hogwarts was a very hard castle to have a map of. It was constantly moving around, and there were numerous spatial anomalies inside it. Hey, the petrifications occurred in places that never really shifted. It was always near something public, like the Great Hall and the hospital wing, that the castle just didn't shuffle around. Even McLaggen was petrified near one of the old, abandoned trophy room before it was moved around a century ago when a stray spell from 2 students dueling in the corridor shattered most of them. Both students were expelled, of course, but the trophy room was moved to a location in the castle that was more easily supervised. Each attack occurred on a different floor. Harry decided to take every floor independently and make an illusion of it. Then, he marked the location of each petrification. Luna perked up and commented, "What a pretty star." "What are you talking about?" "The petrifications take the shape of a star." Harry furrowed his eyebrow. Each floor of the castle had different dimensions. It wouldn't be possible to even make a shape considering the space distortions. However, the young Ravenclaw insisted, "Look, try to put the floors in the castle as if they would fit somehow. Remove all of the space enchantments, like they were normal rooms. They should fit, somehow. Now light the location of every attack and remove the castle altogether." Harry did as Luna instructed and gaped as he noticed a pattern emerge from the light. He connected all of the attacks to each other. It was a star with a missing side, or more specifically a giant pentagram that the castle diagonally. Riddle was planning a giant ritual of some sort. He was right, this is a lot bigger than Harry realized. How the hell did you see that? Luna answered with a shrug, "I just do. There's a point missing to complete the star." The location of the last petrification, Harry created a point that would complete the pentagram, and he recreated the castle. He then found where the last attack would take place. The answer was a familiar location that Harry should have been elated to discover, but it made him feel like his veins had turned to ice. "Daphne," he murmured. Without saying a word, the Potter Scion ran out of the room of requirements towards the library, the location of the last attack. The moment he entered he yelled out, "Daphne!" He kept running around the library like a madman, ignoring the protests of Madame Pants. He could deal with a few detentions. This was far more important. Finally, Harry froze when he saw his best friend. She stood unmoving, with her eyes widened, while holding a mirror in her hand. A familiar smiling face drawn in blood was on the walls and the Potter Scion felt like he couldn't breathe. Madame Pants came in running after him and also stayed motionless at the scene, Merlin's beard. But Harry didn't care. This was his fault. Riddle had targeted her because of him. However, this feeling of guilt was quickly overwhelmed with something else. The Potter Scion had rarely experienced such emotion. Rage. All-consuming burning rage. He was going to burn Riddle for this. Chapter 117, Scarlet Precision. March 16, 1993, Hogwarts. The petrification of Daphne Greengrass changed things. Things really started to look bleak for the boy who lived, especially with the Slytherins looking nervous for the first time since the attacks started. The heat and suspicion on the Longbottom Scion had skyrocketed, because a member of the House of Snakes was attacked. Neville's distaste for the house was very well known, and since he technically had a motive to petrify every victim, and he was a Parselmouth, the entire school pretty much stayed away from him. Honestly, Neville wanted to curse the heir of Slytherin for giving him that much trouble. However, the school itself was also in danger of closing for the first time in decades. Even when Lord Voldemort still had a body and was fighting a war, and actual Death Eaters roamed the halls of the castle disguised as students, the school still remained strong. Dumbledore remained strong. The school had survived McLagan's petrification because they were still under the headmaster's banner, politically, at least. But the green grasses were not the same. The Longbottom Scion expected them to use every dirty trick they could manage just to get a measure of retribution from whoever they thought was responsible, which included Neville and Dumbledore. The Daily Prophet article had done enough damage to their reputations. The revelation that Neville was a Parselmouth had changed things and his grandmother was the one dealing with the aftermath. Neville clenched his hand when he remembered that article that pretty much slandered him and the professor. If it wasn't for the enchantments his grandmother put up, he would have been overwhelmed by hate mail. His gran had already doubled the number of people going through his mail in the last few days alone. They already hired a couple of people years ago to go through his mail and sort it out accordingly. The truth was that the Longbottom Scion was famous on a national scale, and sometimes even internationally. There were dozens, sometimes even hundreds, of letters that arrived every day asking for endorsements, inviting him into an event or another, or sometimes even just giving him gifts. Fan mail got boring very quickly after the first 100 letters. There were secrecy contracts, of course, since mail is somewhat sensitive, but official letters tended to be obviously marked, so the risk of them knowing something damaging was little. Anyway, Neville's gran hiring more people meant that the current workers were overwhelmed, and that meant that things were really bad in terms of public opinion. The elder woman had refused to tell him what the letters contained, but he knew that it was her way of protecting him from the outside world. Right now, Neville was sitting alone in a corner of the common room, everyone was giving him a wide berth and glances when they thought he wasn't looking. He hadn't seen Ron or Hermione in a couple of hours. Hermione was probably in the library studying and Ron was either asleep or playing chess against himself. Neville didn't feel like talking to them. He didn't feel like talking to anyone, really. Of course, that was when Professor McGonagall entered the common room, and everyone shut up to listen to her announcement. There was a big possibility that the school would be shut down. After all, first of all, I want to reassure all of you that Professor Dumbledore decided against shutting down the school at this moment, but that decision can still be contested by the board and even the ministry, so I cannot say if that decision will be final or not. A few students whooped, but they were silenced quickly by her glare. Now, with that said, I still have a few things to address to all of you. Considering the escalation that the perpetrator of these horrid attacks has been exhibiting, a few rules and regulations have been decided. From now on, all students will return to their house common rooms by 6 o'clock in the evening. No student is to leave the dormitories after that time. You will be escorted to each lesson by a teacher. No student is to use the bathroom unaccompanied by a teacher. All further Quidditch training and matches are to be postponed. There will be no more evening activities, so no clubs, no meetings, nothing other than classes in the common room. There were a few voices of protest, but McGonagall raised her hand. I know that this is stifling, but we're only concerned about your safety. Why don't you just expel Longbottom? A voice asked. I know this is a difficult time for you all, but I assure you that if Mr. Longbottom was in fact guilty, we are more than competent enough to have caught him. This is not a time for you to be divided, but to unite in front of that threat. The professor's voice turned somewhat choked. I need hardly add that I have rarely been so distressed. There is the very present possibility that the school be closed if there is another attack, or if the culprit behind them isn't caught. If you think you might know anything about the attack, anything factual at least, I urge you to come forward. She climbed somewhat awkwardly out of the portrait hole, and the Gryffindors began talking immediately, still giving him the stink eye. But Neville didn't pay any attention to them. They had condemned him so readily, without even a second's thought, so their opinion stopped mattering to him anymore. But someone else had suffered as he had. Hagrid. He was accused of the attacks too, and he was even expelled for them. And if Neville knew Hagrid, he would never attack another human being. For all his intimidating appearance, the man was literally the personification of a gentle giant. He had to talk to him and get his side of the story. With that in mind, Neville stood up and looked for Ron and Hermione to join him. Maybe they were in their dormitory. He went upstairs and heard a familiar voice. I'm telling you, Hermione, it might be Neville. Don't be silly, Ron, Hermione's voice responded. We literally were with him when Filch was attacked. He could have petrified him before and then came back so that we wouldn't be suspicious, Ron protested. I'm telling you, Ron, it's not Neville. Now stop speaking rubbish and let me finish this essay. Yet, the redhead wasn't to be deterred. Even if it's not him, you have to admit that whoever is responsible has to be interested in Neville. Every single victim was someone that Neville either didn't like or had annoyed him in some way. Dean didn't do anything to Neville. Anything that we know of. But my point is, are we safe? You know, I knew since last year that being his friend would be dangerous. But this is a lot more than I signed up for. Hermione didn't answer for a few seconds. No, it's not. And it might be dangerous. But like you said, we're his friends. Neville chose not to listen to the rest of the conversation. His friends were doubting him. His friends. They should be on his side, helping him, not run around behind his back and say stuff like that. If his friends wouldn't trust him, then he would rather not have any. He was going to see Hagrid on his own. Discreetly, Neville got out of the common room. It was easy. Everyone, even the prefects, was distracted by the announcement, which was kind of ironic since it was all about personal safety. The entire castle was pretty much deserted. The other houses probably had a meeting like the one that just happened in the Gryffindor common room. The journey through the castle corridor didn't take long. Neville had memorized the castle by now because of his numerous adventures after curfew. There was a close call when a ghost was patrolling and almost caught Neville, but he hid quickly in one of the hidden passages until the floating spirit went past. Finally, he left the castle and made his way to the shack that Hagrid called his home. Seconds after he knocked, Hagrid flung it open, and Neville found himself face to face with him aiming a crossbow at him, his dog, Fang, barking loudly behind him. Oh, he said, lowering the weapon and staring at him, what are you doing here? What's that for? Said Neville, pointing at the crossbow as they stepped inside. Nothing, nothing, Hagrid muttered. I just thought. Never mind, I'm making tea, why don't you sit down? The man was clearly unsettled and shaking. He nearly extinguished the fire, spilling water from the kettle on it, and then smashed the teapot with a nervous jerk of his massive hand. Are you okay, Hagrid? Said Neville. I'm fine, he answered briskly, this is just a sensitive time for me. Hagrid, I know you were expelled because they thought you opened the chamber, Neville started. I didn't. I swear to Merlin, I didn't, the giant man started. I know you didn't, Hagrid. But they're doing the same thing to me. I just thought it would be nice to talk about someone who was in the same position once. The groundskeeper's eyes softened, but before he could say anything, there was a loud knock on the door. Neville quickly hid in the corner of the room, behind a few crates, which pretty much hid him entirely. After Hagrid made sure that he was hidden, he seized his crossbow and flung open his door once more. Good evening, Hagrid. It was Dumbledore's voice, but he sounded a lot more serious than Neville had ever heard him before. The headmaster wasn't even like this when he came to Hogwarts with a flying car or broke into the Slytherin common room while using a polyjuice potion. There had to be another person following him since there was another set of footsteps. Neville was proven correct when a strangely familiar voice started to speak up. Bad business, Hagrid. Very bad business. Had to come. 5 attacks, 2 of them being on children with very influential families. Things ve gone far enough. Ministry's got to act. The Longbottom Scion then realized who this was. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. He had met the man a couple of years back at some kind of ministry event. What was he doing there? This was bad, very bad indeed. I never, said Hagrid, sounding so desperate that Neville clenched his fists. You know I never, Professor Dumbledore, sir. I want it understood, Cornelius, that Hagrid has my full confidence, said Dumbledore. Look, Albus, said Fudge, uncomfortably. Hagrid's records against him. Ministry's got to do something. The school governors have been in touch. Yet again, Cornelius, I tell you that taking Hagrid away will not help in the slightest. Look at it from my point of view, said Fudge. A series of attacks happened under your watch and the man who was deemed responsible for the attacks the last time is still employed in your school. I know that his records were sealed under your advisement, but if anyone realized that he was still in the castle, then they would tan my hide and yours. Look, I don't really have a choice. The public demands accountability and taking him is the only way they could be appeased while we figure out how to solve this mess. Take me, said Hagrid. Take me where? It's only for a little while. Just a few months at most until the end of the school year. You'll also be let out with a full apology. Not Azkaban, croaked Hagrid. Of course not. You're a suspect, not a convict. It will just be a holding cell at the DMLE until we solve this mess. If you are truly innocent, then you have nothing to fear. You will be treated with the utmost respect, I'll make sure of that myself. But you have to admit that this situation could turn up a lot worse for you if you stay here and there's another attack. But if an attack occurs while you're away, then you would be cleared immediately. You could even appeal your expulsion and be able to wield a wand again. Before Hagrid could answer, there was another loud rap on the door. Another person entered the hut. Already here, Fudge. Good. Good. Neville froze when he heard that voice. This was Lucius Malfoy. That wasn't good at all. What are you doing here? Said Hagrid furiously. Get out of my house. My dear man, please believe me, I have no pleasure at all in being inside your house, said Lucius Malfoy with a condescending tone. I was told that the headmaster was here. And what exactly did you want with me, Lucius? Said Dumbledore. Dreadful thing, Dumbledore, said Malfoy lazily, but the board feel it's time for you to step aside. This is an order of suspension. You'll find all 12 signatures on it. I'm afraid we feel you're losing your touch. How many attacks have there been now? Students have a right to not live in fear and this is just the board making sure of that. We assume that your deputy can take care of matters in your unfortunate absence, but if she is unable to, well, we are more than happy to assign a replacement, but it would likely be a permanent one. Oh, now, see here, Lucius, said Fudge, looking alarmed. Dumbledore suspended. This is the last thing we want just now. I'm afraid, Cornelius, that the appointment or suspension of headmasters is decided by the school board, not the other way around. This was a unanimous decision. And that means that we all feel like he cannot protect the students. Before anyone else could protest, Dumbledore spoke up. If the school board want my removal, Lucius, I shall of course step aside. But, stuttered Fudge. No. Growled Hagrid. However, Dumbledore continued, you will find that I will only truly have left this school when none here are loyal to me. You will also find that help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. For a second, Neville thought that this message was directed at him. It was obvious that Neville wasn't the one taken off guard by the headmaster's last statement. Instead of acknowledging it, they all started to leave the hut, at least it sounded like they did. Of course, before leaving Hagrid yelled out, oh, and if anyone wanted to find out some stuff, all they'd have to do is to follow the spiders. That should help, that's all I'm saying. All right, I'm coming. And with that the door banged shut, leaving the young Gryffindor trying to process what had happened. Dumbledore was gone. That was bad. That was really bad. The school had lost its biggest defender while a monster roamed its halls. And what was Hagrid muttering about? Following the spiders? What is up with that? Hey, now that he mentioned it, Potter did say about the weird movements of the spiders. When he snuck out of the hut, the boy who lived noticed a great line of spiders going towards the forbidden forest. Follow the spiders. He muttered to himself. I'm afraid that's not on the agenda today, a voice behind him commented. Neville made to raise his wand but was disarmed as soon as he touched it. He looked up at the attacker and saw the merciless green eyes of Harry Potter. You. The boy shrugged. Me. Now, I would let you get yourself killed by Hagrid's pet acromantula colony and get no results whatsoever, but I'm kind of pressed for time, and I need a parcel mouth. So, I guess you're coming with me, Longbottom. Chapter 118, Into the Abyss. March 16, 1993, Hogwarts. As Harry pointed his wand at the disarmed Neville Longbottom, he couldn't help but think that what he was going to do would have consequences, ones that he maybe wouldn't have foreseen. He was going to reveal himself, in a way that he hadn't expected before. But every time he remembered the still form of his friend in the infirmary, he just didn't regret his actions. Tom Riddle had gone too far, and that was something that Harry wasn't going to take lying down. The attack had changed things for the House of Snakes. Subconsciously, even after McLaggen showed that the heir of Slytherin was more than willing to attack purebloods, Harry's housemates all thought that they were safe, that the heir wouldn't attack them. Daphne's petrification proved them wrong, and they finally started to panic. Tracy and Blaise were inconsolable as well, but Harry refused to lose himself in his mourning, choosing to take his anger out on Riddle instead. His distance during this dark time was putting some strain in his relationship with his friends, but they were surprisingly understanding at Harry's need to keep busy. Being busy was good. It occupied his mind from thinking about Daphne. Harry was doing his best to suppress all emotions pertaining to her. It probably wasn't healthy, and everything would end up crashing down, but he was going to be productive at the very least. Daphne's attack had revealed a lot about Riddle's plan, but there was an inevitable conclusion to all of his research. Harry needed a parcel mouth to open the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, and there was only a single public parcel mouth in the castle. Thankfully, Harry ended up finding Longbottom before the fool tried to sneak inside an acromantula nest on his own. Rescuing him from the forest would have ended up being messy. He disarmed the Longbottom scion before he could think about hexing him by reflex. The Longbottom scion had turned towards him with a betrayed look. You. Harry had just shrugged and answered, me. Now, I would let you get yourself killed by Hagrid's pet acromantula colony and get no results whatsoever, but I'm kind of pressed for time, and I need a parcel mouth. So, I guess you're coming with me, Longbottom. Which brought them to their current position. You're the heir of Slytherin. Of course, I'm not, Harry answered with a snort. Are you an idiot or something? I have better things to do than petrifying students. Then why are you doing this? The boy who lived asked. This has gone on long enough. I'm hunting down the heir of Slytherin, and unfortunately, I need your help. More specifically, I need a parcel mouth, and since you're the only one around, I have to settle for you. Yeah, saying that had hit Harry's pride slightly. Yes, parcel tongue was a spell, some kind of soul projection of intent that worked as a pulse of intent. The noise was technically the incantation, which was somehow saved in some kind of magical crest, one that Slytherin had to have made sure couldn't be seen. Harry could technically replicate the process, but only if he had a couple of years or maybe even a few months if he had a live sample of something using parcel tongue, so he was stuck with Longbottom. If you think I'm going to help you with anything. Harry snorted. Hey Longbottom, look at me. The boy looked at his blank face. Do I look like I give a damn what you think? The Longbottom scion gulped in fear, and Harry nodded to himself in satisfaction. His point was made. Finally, Longbottom spoke up. You want to stop the heir too, don't you? I want the same. We could team up. Dumbledore was just removed from the castle. The heir will have free reign soon. Harry froze. Dumbledore is gone. Yeah, I just heard Lucius Malfoy say that he was voted out by the board. They even took Hagrid away since he was the one expelled for opening the chamber the last time. Shit. Dumbledore was out of the castle, and that was bad. That was very bad. Riddle had been aiming to specifically remove the headmaster because he would be able to stop his ritual. At least, that was Harry's guess. Without him being there, the heir of Slytherin could activate his ritual without being stopped. That accelerated the timeline immensely. Yes, I know, he was set up 50 years ago, Harry mumbled. Of course, this was when his unwilling companion started to gain a measure of intelligence. Why are you so afraid? I thought you would have been over the moon if Dumbledore was removed from his position. Harry stifled a snort. Dumbledore wasn't removed from his position, not really. Hogwarts is his seat of power, nothing will ever remove him unless he doesn't want to be there. Do you honestly think the board could actually make him do anything? No, he's playing the long game. I'm guessing that Lucius Malfoy is going to have a very uncomfortable few months after this. But the problem is that he's out of the castle, and that's bad, that's very bad. He's going to start soon. Who is? The Queen of England, the Potter scion answered sarcastically. Who do you think? The heir of Slytherin, dumbass. The boy stayed silent and followed Harry to the ground floor of the castle. It took a good part of a day for the Potter scion to find this place. He already had an approximation from his research, but finding the exact place Tom Riddle had hidden the entrance to the chamber took a lot of time practically. Where are we going? Longbottom asked. The Chamber of Secrets, of course. And how did you find it? He said. I didn't. The chamber isn't a physical place. It's not even technically in Hogwarts. It's in a pocket dimension and the heir controls the entrance. I found the old entrance back in November, but when the heir found out that I was tracking him, he changed it. We fought, of course, and I won. But it's hard to permanently defeat something like him. It took some time, but he came back a month ago. What do you mean? Was he a ghost or something? Something, I guess, Harry answered. The magic would go over your head. It probably would go over mine as well, since I never focused on things like that. Ah, we've arrived. They stopped in front of what seemed to be a sophisticated enchanted clock of sorts. It was a somewhat artistic piece, that was mostly useful for finding out different astrological phases. Dead useful in potion making and rituals, but not so much for the average wizard. It was archaic, almost a millennia-old relic, and there were a lot of cheaper alternatives that were developed afterwards. Who would have thought that this ornament was a secret pass that practically no one knew about? Harry used his arcane hearing to see the resonance of the artifact. Wizards had never needed the concept of encryption before. Because what would be the purpose of such an endeavor? Of course, the Potter scion didn't complain. After all, it made breaking into secret passages a lot easier, since reverse engineering using his arcane hearing was very easy if there was nothing preventing him from hearing the entire magical circuitry. It took around 10 seconds for Harry to find the correct frequency, and with a wave of his wand, he activated the opening function of the passage. The gears started to turn, and the artifact opened up like a doorway, revealing a hidden room inside and allowing Harry and his unwilling guest to get in. Longbottom was gaping at the entrance. I didn't know this place even existed. He entered the room, admiring it. He was right to do so. It was as large as a common room and filled with portraits, tapestries, and books. It was a repository of forgotten lore and powerful enchantments, that Harry would have loved to devour in his own time. Unfortunately, it wasn't the time to discover the secrets of this place. Riddle's downfall took precedence. Neither did I before tracking the heir down. It's called the Undercroft, I believe. I read about it in an old journal of some Gaunt who came to Hogwarts around a century ago. Nice guy. His family on the other hand, not so much. Even then, it didn't ever say where the entrance was, only that it was a secret room or something. And how did you track down the heir? Harry groaned. When I looked at the attacks, I found something irregular. The victims were not that important, at least not as important as the locations. The attacks occurred in a certain pattern. If you take the castle and ignore the spatial anomalies, it looks exactly like a pentagram. And pentagrams are very commonly used when it comes to rituals, because of the stability they create. And from my research, a ritual is activated in the middle of the circle, and the middle of the star is this room. The Potter scion didn't know much when it came to rituals. It was a pretty sensitive piece of magic, and well, it was too wild and unpredictable for Harry to appreciate. All of Harry's knowledge about rituals came from an all-nighter he spent in the forbidden section of the library trying to make heads or tails of whatever Riddle had planned. He didn't learn much, but he now knew enough to track down where the ritual was going to take place, and that the sacrifices were probably not going to survive it. The prospect of Daphne dying was unacceptable to the last Potter. Wait a minute. This is a ritual? Longbottom asked. Yes, it is. A very large ritual, powered by 5 sacrifices and Merlin knows what else. I'm a bit out of my depth when it comes to rituals, Harry admitted. I thought that I had enough time to stop it, but with Dumbledore out of the castle, this is the prime time for the heir to do it. Longbottom looked frozen by the revelation and just nodded to himself. How can I help? Taken aback by the boy's resolute tone, Harry said, since when do you agree with anything I say? This is different. The school is in danger, and I think I could move past our feud for a little while. What feud, Longbottom? I've mostly just ignored you. Trust me, I have better things to do with my life than this feud of yours, Harry retorted. Stop being a smart-ass Potter and tell me what to do. Harry groaned. Try to find anything with a snake on it. Like a carving or something. It took them around 10 minutes for them to find the entrance. It was near an empty painting in the corner of the room. There was a tiny snake scratched on the left side of the portrait. The Potter scion grinned and spoke up. Longbottom, say something in Parcel tongue. The boy who lived rolled his eyes and said, open up. That was in English, dumbass, Harry responded, look at the snake. Imagine it was alive, that his head was moving left and right, and tell it to open up. This time, a strange hissing came of the boy's mouth. Harry could feel a pulse of magic projected by Neville's soul that had an intent of opening. The frame of the painting glowed with a brilliant white light and moved out. Instead of the wall, there was a small room, with a hole in the middle. A long tunnel going downwards that was wide enough for a man to slide into. This was it, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry could go on with there. The pulse of magic Longbottom used could technically be recreated if he tried for a bit. He had done his best to memorize the feeling and sound of the parcel mouth when Longbottom asked the chamber to open up. He didn't need Longbottom anymore. Harry threw Longbottom's wand back at its owner. I guess this is it. Thanks, Longbottom. I'm coming with you, the boy answered with a final tone. This is not your fight, Longbottom. Of course, it's my fight. Whoever has been doing this is obviously trying to frame me. This is my school too, which honestly feels more like home than my actual house. My parents wouldn't have run from this, and neither will I. Seeing that there was probably nothing he could do to stop the reckless boy, Harry shrugged, it's your funeral. But let's be absolutely clear, if I tell you to do something, you do it without even questioning anything. And the first thing is to wear these goggles. Harry took off his hat, took out the basilisk glare-resistant goggles and gave them to Longbottom. The boy who lived gave him an incredulous look and Harry realized that the boy likely had no idea what they were facing. The monster we're facing is a basilisk. Entire teams of specialists try and often fail to kill one of them. It's a giant snake that kills you if you meet their eye. The heir has been holding it back to just petrify, but you can still technically be defeated with just a look. I made these goggles to stop that. This pair was supposed to be Daphne's, but I never got the chance to give it to her. Remember that the basilisk's venom is also very dangerous, it can literally destroy any magic, so don't get bitten. Are you still sure that you want to continue, Longbottom? The Longbottom scion just gulped and nodded. Harry took out his own pair, which looked more like glasses than goggles. Technically, Longbottom's pair was safer since it covered the entire field of view, but Harry couldn't incorporate his actual glasses with the goggles. Because Harry was still practically blind without them, so he had to compromise and create large glasses and go over his own. With that done, Harry looked down at the tunnel and grinned slightly. He jumped into it and yelled, Geronimo! Chapter 119, The Chamber of Secrets. March 16, 1993, Hogwarts. Honestly, it took far too long to reach the end of the tunnel. It wasn't as scary as it looked, it was more like rushing down an endless, slimy, dark slide. Harry could see more tunnels branching off in all directions in a giant labyrinth of tunnels, but none as large as the one he was sliding down in, which twisted and turned, sloping steeply downward, for what felt like miles. When he finally saw a small light at the end of the tunnel, Harry raised his wand and cast Maliar towards the ground. As expected, Harry landed softly on the cushioned floor and bounced up immediately after. Longbottom didn't get so lucky since he bounced off the floor and fell on his backside. He got up, slowly, while holding his arse. You could have warned me. Harry didn't answer him and just shrugged, deciding to look around. They arrived in some kind of small room with a tunnel going forward. Longbottom whistled, we must be miles under the school, maybe even under the lake itself. I wouldn't really say so, since it's a pocket dimension. We're technically not in Hogwarts anymore, just the entrance to the chamber is there. I think is this some kind of playground for the basilisk to move around with? Maybe the air could map the tunnels of this place to the school's pipe system. It would explain how a large basilisk would go in and out without being noticed. I did hear the voices from the inside the walls, Longbottom admitted. From now on, Longbottom, I want you to be very careful. We're in the air's territory now, which means that anything here could be a weapon or a trick. From now on, I want you to listen to me and do everything I say. This isn't schoolyard antics anymore, this is serious. The boy who lived nodded, enough with the last name stuff. If we're going to fight a monster together, we might as well call each other by our first names. Hey, Harry. The Potter scion rolled his eyes. Fine, Longbottom, just follow me. The tunnel was extremely dark, so he conjured a ball of light that would follow them. Their journey was as quiet as a gravesite, and the first unexpected sound they heard was a loud crunch as Longbottom, no Neville, stepped on what turned out to be a rat's skull. When the boy looked down, he yelped as he realized that the floor was littered with small animal bones. Why are there bones everywhere? Basilisks are known for their long hibernation cycle, but they tend to be famished when they wake up. I'm guessing the heir had to collect a large amount of food discreetly to feed it, so that it would start attacking again. Rats were probably easy targets. He probably used some kind of modified summoning enchantment or maybe a pheromone charm targeted to rats. What you're seeing here is the remains. You have an answer for everything. Harry shrugged. I don't leap into anything without planning. But aren't you leaping here without a plan? I have several plans. Just because you just jumped into the mysterious tunnel without thinking doesn't mean that I have. The Longbottom scion snorted. You're an arrogant ass, Potter. Maybe I am, but how would you know? It's been nice, Neville said, being able to talk to you like that. I know you kind of forced me to come at Wand Point, but I always thought that we would be close when my grandmother told me about us being god brothers. I was really looking forward to meeting you. Must have been such a disappointment, right? Harry answered with a smirk. You have no idea, the boy commiserated, the first time I saw you was when you were sorted into Slytherin of all places. I didn't really choose it. I just asked the hat to put me where it thought I would do best. I don't want to admit it, but Slytherin suits you, Neville said. And Gryffindor suits you. They stayed silent for a few minutes, just walking forward, and the boy who lived asked, do you think we ever had a chance at being close? Not really. We're too different, from two different backgrounds. I think we would have stepped on each other's feet a lot. The boy hummed, but before he could respond, he gasped. When Harry followed his sight, he saw the outline of something huge. Harry moved the ball of light towards it and marveled at the sight. It was a gigantic snake skin, of a vivid, poisonous green, lying curled and empty across the tunnel floor. The creature that had shed it must have been 20 feet long at least. Blimey, said Neville weakly. I know, it's quite big. The actual basilisk must be a little bigger since it had to shed the skin, Harry commented. How can you be calm? Did you see the size of this thing? Trust me, its size isn't a big deal, its glare, on the other hand, is very dangerous. Big things are less agile. Slowing it down even more should ease things a bit. The Longbottom scion looked hesitant for a bit before asking, how well do your goggles work? Not sure, Harry answered. What do you mean you're not sure? Well, I don't have a basilisk to test them on, do I? Look, the worst that can happen is you getting petrified. See the rubies at the back of the goggles, when these get hotter, it means that it's going to fail soon and to not look it in the eye. Try not to look it in the eye in general, but a few glimpses aren't a big deal. This is so you don't move around blind like an idiot. The boy didn't seem convinced, but Harry continued for him, look, I'll be frank here. Our chances aren't that great, but like I said, the basilisk is big, and that means that it's not as agile. It has two main weak points, the eyes and the mouth, since the hide is as strong if not stronger than that of a dragon, that comes with the magic resistance and everything. Snakes are also cold-blooded, so any ice spell would slow it down. I'm giving you these in case you're in trouble. Harry took off his fedora and took a small bag inside it. The boy who lived opened the sack and took out a black sphere that was the size of a golf ball. His brows furrowed in confusion. Looked, what are these? These little bombs suck the heat out of a 20 feet radius. You can later use them as normal bombs since they release the heat, so you could technically use them twice. I'm also giving you these as well. Harry gave him another 2 sacks and continued, same premise, the bombs in the white sack release a flashbang that would blind the basilisk temporarily. Its eyes are pretty sensitive. And another is filled with a sonic pulse that should theoretically disorient the basilisk's senses. Neville looked odd at what he had witnessed. How in Merlin's name did you get all of this? I made them. I told you I was prepared for this. You made them. The boy honestly looked flabbergasted for some reason. Harry didn't really understand why. These weren't really all that difficult to make. Well, the goggles were, and Harry was proud of those. The rest were just single-use items filled with magic that were just released. Sucking out the heat was kinda tricky, but overall, Harry made them on a lazy afternoon after he decided to include Daphne. They were ways for her to fight. Harry suppressed the wave of sadness he felt when he thought of his friend and went back to talking to Neville, who looked like his whole world was flipped upside down. Don't get distracted. You're the one who asked to come, and this place is very dangerous. I know. How am I supposed to fight something as big as this? He gestured to the giant snake skin. It's massive. I told you, blind it, disorient it, then try to hit the back of its mouth or its eyes. Oh, and if you're trouble, try to think of your loyalty to Dumbledore. It was kind of a long shot. But Dumbledore wouldn't really leave the castle without someone keeping an eye on his little prophecy child. Fawkes was probably making sure the boy wouldn't kill himself or something, and that meant that the mythical creature was observing them. Dumbledore? What does he have to do with this? He's been suspended. Yeah, he did. But someone like him doesn't really go away as long as people loyal to him remain in the castle. Do you honestly think he would hang you out to dry? The boy looked conflicted but nodded. He looked like he wanted to say something, but then the floor started to shake. As the ground trembled beneath them, Harry could see Neville's eyes widen with apprehension. The distant rumbling grew louder and more intense, causing the torches on the chamber walls to flicker and sway. It was as if the very earth itself was responding to some unseen force, sending shockwaves through the air. Harry and Neville exchanged a worried glance before focusing their attention back on each other. Remember, Neville. Follow the plan. If it doesn't work, Dumbledore is your best bet. Before he could continue, the ground gave another violent shake, causing them to stumble. A deafening roar echoed through the chamber, reverberating off the stone walls. The source of the sound became apparent as an enormous figure slithered into view for a fraction of a second, before disappearing quickly into a tunnel that Harry could swear wasn't there before. Yet, it was a lot bigger than the empty skin they had seen previously. The basilisk didn't seem to want to attack them directly, but probably wanted to hunt them down. Harry remembered seeing glimpses of a yellow glow that made his glasses heat up slightly. At least the goggles seemed to be working fine. However, the King of Serpents did not reveal his face to them immediately. Was this how the basilisk hunted? Did it use its body to throw people around, and crush them to death, while sneaking around trying to find glimpses of eye contact it could use to kill or petrify people? It was far smarter than Harry thought it would be. Still, they were still in tunnels, even if it was somewhat of a maze, the environment was in their favor. Harry closed his eyes and focused on his arcane hearing. He could feel it, the basilisk. It was a mix between a feral song and a predator that was ready to ambush its prey. It was getting closer, and Harry grinned slightly before throwing a flashbang and sonic attack at the tunnel that was opening next to him. The creature screeched in pain and the ground started to shake once more. Harry felt himself falling towards a wall which literally turned into another tunnel that he fell through. When he got up with a start, he couldn't feel the location of the basilisk. He closed his eyes to focus, only to be interrupted by some slow clapping. Tom Riddle stood in front of him, next to what seemed to be a small table. Well done. You found the Undercroft and thus, the legendary Chamber of Secrets. It wasn't that hard, to be honest, the younger wizard replied dryly. Because I made sure it wasn't. I see you've brought a pet of your own. I'm afraid I don't think it will last much against mine. Harry shrugged. Who knows? Worse odds have been overcome before, so why not now? After all, Neville Longbottom has a history of achieving the impossible. The smile on Riddle's face somehow grew. Perhaps. I don't know what you hope to achieve, bringing him of all people. He's not nearly as impressive as he sounds. Trust me, I should know. He looked to his right and Harry followed his gaze, only to freeze at the sight of an unconscious familiar girl, Hermione Granger. So that's who your second host was? Yes, she was a delight, that one, nowhere near Luna, of course, but it could have been worse. Not a bad mind, but not tempered with a single shred of wisdom. I guess I expected more, but she was just so ordinary. I have to say that I had no idea you two knew each other. I guess it made everything all that sweeter. She was especially heartbroken after you unmasked her in the middle of the common room. She never guessed it, of course, but I could see your fingerprint all over it, especially with your little speech before. If we weren't enemies, I would shake your hand at the trouble you caused Dumbledore. Trouble that you finished off. Your choices of petrifications were very telling. But you shouldn't have gone after Daphne. You made it personal. The older boy snorted, Harry, this was personal the moment you separated me from Luna. An eye for an eye. I believe that's the saying. The Potter scion gave him a blank look, and the heir of Slytherin motioned towards the table. Harry noticed that there was a chess set on it and a clock. Do you mind joining me for a game? I have to say that I am interested to see how it concludes, even if your chances are dim. Harry sat down, giving him an intense stare. A 5-minute game. If you think you can manage it. Pawn to e4. This was going to be interesting indeed. Chapter 120, Check. March 16, 1993, Hogwarts. Tom Riddle looked to be in his element. He was calm and collected. He had a small smirk on his face that indicated that he knew something that Harry didn't, that the end of the game was already preordained. Harry finished observing his opponent and asked, "Is she dead?" He was talking about the lying body of Hermione Granger, who didn't look like it was breathing at all, yet Harry could tell that she had a spark of life still left in her. It was odd, she was alive and dead at the same time. The older boy's grin widened, in a way. She was quite the host, I have to say. People seemed to trust her. It was weird being in her body, recognized as being on the side of the angels. You should have seen the little long-bottom boy, running around like a headless chicken, trying to clear his name. Something that you orchestrated, I'm assuming. Every fairy tale has to have a good old-fashioned villain. You know, I always found that people do love their heroes, but what they love more, is tearing them down. Longbottom's fall from grace was almost too easy to arrange. You see, people don't really like heroes. Oh, they love to cheer them on as they save the day every time, but deep down, they don't want them to be real. They want heroes to fail because it would show them that they're not all that special. I heard that the hard way. Harry snorted, the orphanage, I assume. The older boy froze for a second but then, continued, no. I learned that here. I wasn't always like this, you know. Have you ever seen a duel between Dumbledore and Grindelwald? I have, in person. It was terrifying, to feel so small in front of them, like staring at some kind of divine beings of destruction. Because that's what they looked like, gods. I was still a student. I tried to form an organization, to see if we could stand up to them with unity, to unite the entire school to eject Dumbledore from his position. They accused me of raising an army. It was funny, people believed that it was more likely that I was doing that, than doing anything to help, so I ended up using other resources at my disposal. I became the villain society wanted me to be. The Chamber of Secrets. Exactly. This was a treasure trove of information, and with it a way to force people to listen. Riddle froze for a second and shook his head, but we're not here to talk about that. Have you figured it out yet, Potter? My plan. Harry stayed silent and Riddle asked, how hard is it for you to say that you don't know? I don't know, Harry responded flippantly while moving his rook. Oh, that clever, Riddle chuckled, that's really clever. Speaking of clever, it's been nice, you know, that game of ours. It's a nice distraction from the boredom I have been feeling. You needed this, I can see it on your face. I'm sure you enjoyed it, having the challenge, having the enemy. You need me or you would have been stuck in your books, never leaving the library. You needed a challenge, and you got one in me. You're just like me, except that you're a lot more boring. You lack ambition. And you call yourself a Slytherin. Seeing his opponent make a move, Harry thought for a moment before moving his knight and said, your body. Is it some kind of functional astral projection or is it a magical construct that houses your soul? The older boy grinned, a magical construct. I'm glad you like it. It was very tricky to acquire. Harry gasped as he understood what Riddle had done. Hermione's soul is technically anchored to her body, but it's temporary, isn't it, until your construct is stabilized. You moved her soul to the diary and you're using her body as a buffer as you create your new construct. The body thinks you're possessing it and casting a spell, which you technically are, but you're using her like a battery, and the moment it's over, you would have technically made yourself a fully functional independent body. You would detach yourself from her, let her body fully die. But there's something missing. This kind of soul magic is very sensitive. I don't know much about it, but I do know enough to say that this should have blown up in your face, but somehow, it's stable. How did you manage that without the drawbacks of forced soul possession? I didn't. Hermione Granger willingly gave herself to me. It was a fair bargain. And what did you offer in return? Questioned the last Potter. I promised to create a world where everyone is safe, where everyone is happy. I promised her a world where she was still your friend, a world where she didn't abandon you. She still misses you, after all this time. Harry stifled the guilt that was building in his gut and spoke up. You created a world inside the diary, an illusion, a simulation of the life she desires. Yes, I created her an ideal world, where she would learn everything that she could learn, where she could practice magic. But it's not real, Harry protested. It's real enough for her. The Potter Scion had no way to refute that. She would be dead. Not really, if you think about it. She would be alive in her little illusion, living in a play, in a utopia created just to suit her needs. Her soul would live on forever. Isn't that kinder than sticking her in a world filled with cruelty and death, a world that would discriminate against her just because of her lack of ancestry? Harry stayed silent for a good minute before stiffening in realization. The ritual, that's what it is. You plan to do it for the whole castle, to stick them in your diary, in your makeshift world. I am offering a utopia and immortality for an entire generation of wizards and witches, Riddle stated. But how will your diary handle that many souls? It was made to handle a single shard, which you could stretch to a full one like Hermione's. But hundreds would overwhelm it quite easily. Riddle smirked. Do you know why the Hogwarts wards are considered impregnable? The official story is that it's powered by 7 ley lines that the founders harnessed very efficiently, but the scrolls I found here say differently. They say that the founders found a repository here, frozen from the age of the gods, that contained magical energy unlike anything they had seen before, a fragment of the magic of old, that they harnessed to create the miracle that is this castle. There is a reason this school is far more magical than it has any right to be. Slytherin passed on the way to channel the source of the school, enough to enchant a small diary into a true repository of souls. Harry didn't know how much of that was real, but Riddle was obviously holding something back about that repository of magic. But that wasn't important. He needed to figure out what his angle was because so far, his motivations just didn't make sense. No, for all your talk of altruism, you have something else in mind. Oh, that's brilliant. The magic they leave behind. Your victims, every student here would have their magic absorbed to sustain your new body. You can't regenerate magic, can you? So, you're using an overwhelming amount to take that into account. That's your goal, isn't it, to escape the diary permanently? The older boy's smile widened even further. This is why I like you so much. You can keep up with me. All my life, I've been looking for a distraction, someone to see the world like I am. And that's you. I've beaten you. And you know what, in the end, it was easy. I was almost tempted to wait until you're older enough to do anything, but you see, I'm not that patient. 50 years in a diary is more than enough for me. Maybe you would have stood a chance here. And how exactly did you beat me? Harry questioned. Really? It barely took more than a single month. You've been chasing me like a bloodhound and followed the exact path I paved for you. Do you think that I would have told you my plan if there was the slightest chance that you had to stop it? You're here because I want you here. My network is planting evidence in your dormitory. I took one of Lockhart's essays to learn your handwriting and have been writing a diary for a good week, your diary to be exact. They'll see the traces to the Undercroft, all the way to the opened Chamber of Secrets, to see the boy who lived finally dead and the bodies of a Muggleborn and a Slytherin loner, who petrified his only friend because she found out he was the heir. At least, according to his diary, he has. The Potter name is tarnished forever, cursed as the end of his line, and you die with the legacy of being a monster. Dumbledore gets blamed for a basilisk being in the castle on his watch and him not reporting it, and I get a new lease on life. See, you're beaten. Morgana, did you have to be so slow? So, you're planning on killing me, then? Harry questioned. Well, I can't have you stopping me in the future, so I kinda have to do it. And just like that, I beat you. I'll have to deal with the other ordinary people. And it turns out that you're ordinary, just like them. What a disappointment! Harry stood silent for a moment before answering, I can still stop the ritual. No, 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 Riddle said while shaking his head disappointingly, the ritual is outside of this room. And you can't leave without my permission. You're making this too easy. Now, I'm starting to doubt if you were ever a worthy rival. Maybe I just overestimated you in my head, because so far, you've done nothing but disappoint me. You still haven't considered my other variable. After all, I didn't really come to this place by myself, did I? The older boy looked puzzled for a second before giving Harry an incredulous look. Longbottom? That's your plan? You think that failure can do anything? Harry snorted. Longbottom alone? No, but he's not alone, is he? Have you wondered why your older self would attack the Longbottom family? It would have been easier to kidnap the boy after killing his parents and mold him into a political tool that would obey him. Lord Voldemort was many things, impulsive, irrational at times, but he was not stupid. Why then? A prophecy. The Dark Lord would mark him as his equal, and he did. The scar on his forehead is proof enough. Riddle raised an eyebrow. That's what you're relying on? Divination. Prophecies are tricky things. They can be invalidated, of course, but if there's a chance they can be fulfilled, especially if it's already partially over, then the entire world would move so that this chance would be seized. And the prophecy states that only Lord Voldemort can kill Neville Longbottom. I am Lord Voldemort! Riddle exclaimed. Harry shook his head. No, you're not. You're not even a person. You're a diary, you will always be a diary. When Tom Riddle killed poor Myrtle, he was devastated. He hated himself, his cunning, his cleverness, the characteristics that made him open the chamber in the first place. When Tom Riddle used her death to make a Horcrux, he put a lot more of himself than he should have. The soul isn't quantifiable, not in the way people can perceive it at least, it's the combination of who a person is, and when he created the diary, to get him to cheat death, he put away his empathy, his cunning, his controlled nature, a fragment of his personality that was so large, so deep, that it started to develop a sentience that became you. No. Seeing a pressure point, Harry ignored him and continued, Tom Riddle started to lose his personality, and became Voldemort. The process was slow of course, he had to forget the characteristics that he used to be. Making more Horcruxes sped up the process until he became the monster he always feared he would be. He enchanted the diary, you to act as a weapon if he needed to get Dumbledore outside of his seat of power, and you had to obey. Your motivations are a lie. That's wrong. Then tell me why you needed to open the Chamber of Secrets to perform your goal. You could have kidnapped the students in a day and readied the ritual. But you didn't, did you? Harry asked with a pitying tone. I needed Dumbledore to leave the castle. His connection to the wards. Then you could have changed the venue, get an older person to write in a diary and do your ritual in the ministry. There was nothing stopping you. The boy was stuck speechless, and Harry continued, you never thought of it, did you? That's the problem. You were made to open the Chamber of Secrets, anything else is secondary. Your motivations, your goals are meaningless. They're not even your own. Riddle had a furious look on his face. He stood up and started to pace. This doesn't change anything. I won. Harry kept giving him a pitying look, and the older boy snarled in response, you hear that? I won. Perhaps you did, but when you think about it, does your win even mean anything? Will you ever trust a single thought in your body to not be the programming that Voldemort planted in your head? You might have ensured that I lost, but you definitely did not win. The game is over, Potter. Before he could say anything, they both heard a loud banging. Harry's smirk widened. Is it? It took less than a minute until a ragged boy entered the room with what looked like a bloody silver sword that was glowing faintly. Harry gave the boy a warm look. Ah, you sure took your time, Longbottom. He then turned to Riddle. Are you still sure about your chances? Oh, and knight takes rook, check. The young Slytherin had a smug smile on his face. After all, his plan was still viable. He just needed to see what else Riddle had up his sleeve before going for the kill. Chapter 121, Queen's Gambit. March 16, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry watched his opponent's expressions turn from incredulous at the sight of the boy who lived succeeding at killing a beast that literally wiped out entire teams of professional beast hunters, to a slight look of awe at the power that fate had to make that happen. Of course, that awe was very short-lived, and quickly transformed into rage. which was smothered into cold calculation. It was fascinating seeing all range of emotion on Riddle's face. The boy who lived pointed his sword at them, something that didn't make sense since he was too far away to be an actual threat. Harry, what's going on? This is Tom Riddle, the heir of Slytherin, Harry responded. Why are you playing chess with him? You have your battle and I have mine. Good work with the basilisk, by the way. I'm impressed. The young Gryffindor grinned, the goggles and the bombs worked. I wouldn't do it again, but I guess that's the monster of Slytherin dead. But why aren't you fighting this Riddle person? It's a little complicated. Your friend here didn't help things, Harry answered while pointing his head at Hermione Granger's body. Then, Neville literally threw his sword away the moment he saw his best friend's corpse. He ran towards her, yelling, Hermione! It took a few seconds for the Longbottom Scion to realize that she wasn't breathing. She's dead, isn't she? What did you do? Riddle was the one who answered, I didn't do anything. This was Hermione's choice. You see, while I was the voice, the heir of Slytherin, I'm barely more than a memory. You see, Hermione Granger opened the Chamber of Secrets, she's the one who petrified other students. I was just the tool she chose to do so. The boy froze for a second. Hermione did what? Yes. I'm just a memory, an idea more like, one that Hermione would have ignored if she didn't think it was good. You know your best friend, do you think that anyone could have made her do anything? Stubborn as an ox, this one. Neville snorted, she's stubborn. What happened to her? It's a side effect of her plan, but believe me that she's still alive. This is temporary. You see, Neville, your friend is a hero, one that saved the world. You know she's a good person. Petrifying a few people isn't a big deal, it's temporary, especially compared to what her goal is. Harry just stood there, transfixed as he saw Neville listen to Riddle's lies. It was a curious thing, the way the older boy could spread his web of lies. The passion in his voice, the sincerity in every word that he spoke made him sound so reasonable, like a coiling snake slowly constricting himself around his victim, suffocating them without them even realizing. And what was her goal? Neville asked. Why, peace, of course. We devised a ritual, together, to create peace, to save the world from future Death Eaters, not by sending them to prison, but by having them sympathize with Muggleborns. They will experience an illusion so powerful that they will think that they have lived another life as a Muggleborn. They will experience the bigotry that they spout and will finally understand the consequences of what they're doing. Muggleborns will also experience the opposite, a life in wizarding families, experiencing the traditions and culture of the magical world. Imagine an entire generation that thrives in understanding and peace. They will teach the same to their children, and their children's children, until the entirety of magical Britain will be at peace, a true utopia of magic. Isn't that a worthy goal, Neville? The boy's eyes were glazed. Yeah, that sounds amazing. Why did she petrify all those people, though? Time. The ritual needs time, and to offset that, we stole it from the victims, just a few months from a few students. That's what the petrifications really are, people frozen in time, harnessed for the ritual, for the greatest illusion that ever existed, that will ever exist. If you noticed, we picked the victims at random. Squibs, Muggleborns, half-bloods, pure-bloods, we did not discriminate. That's what the ritual needs to work properly. We used the whole thing about the heir of Slytherin to act as a story, to make people not think too much about the petrification, so that no one would ever understand what we tried to achieve, so that no one would try to stop us. No one figured it out, but him, the older Slytherin pointed at Harry, he's trying to stop us. Our glorious purpose, our chances of having a utopia. What about Hermione, why is she dead? Oh, come on, Neville. You know deep in your heart that this isn't true. She isn't dead. Do you honestly just believe what's just in front of you? I expected more. The boy started to look defensive. Why should I believe you? I told you. Hermione is alive, and if you allow me, I will take you to her. Wouldn't you like that, Neville? To hear her voice, to hold her hand? You just have to wait just for a little while, and you'll see the miracle that she has created. I know you have regrets, Neville, and pain. I know that you wish that things in your life would be different, just like Hermione did. And she found a way to make it all go away. She created a way that would temporarily reset everything and live in the world she deserved, and she wanted to share it with the world. Imagine a world where you still have your parents, where your father tells you he's proud of you, where your mother tucks you in at night with a kiss on your forehead. Imagine a world without Voldemort, without Dumbledore, without wars over silly things like gold and blood, a world without the pain you are carrying, without your mistakes, without your regrets, a world where you don't have to be the boy who lived, where you don't have to live to meet the expectations of others, to be the hero they want you to be. Please, Neville, let me show you the world that your closest friend wants to create. Neville looked entranced. How? Just trust her. You do trust her, don't you? Do you believe in Hermione Granger, Neville? Of course, I trust her, it's you that I don't. You framed me for the petrifications. I can tell you did. Riddle shook his head. We didn't, but you're a Parselmouth, so they tried to find clues that just weren't there, just like you tried to justify the injustice by seeing clues that just weren't there. Even then, we don't have to fight. Is your suffering for a few months not worth the paradise that we aim to create? Let's just make peace with each other, as we always meant to do. Let go of the anger towards the mythical thing that is the heir of Slytherin and embrace your friend's vision. Understand that we only wish to help, to save the world. The only snag in our way is Potter. I don't understand. For the ritual to work, a soul has to govern the illusion to make sure that everything works fine. I am not alive, so I don't have a soul, but Hermione sacrificed experiencing her illusion just so that the world would know peace. She's vulnerable now, and interrupting the ritual will surely kill her. Potter doesn't just want to stop me, he wants revenge for what happened to Greengrass. He wants revenge on Hermione. He could stop the ritual, stop our world from being born. I'm just a memory, I don't have any magic, I don't have any power. I'm just a voice in the wind. But you do. Are you going to let him kill your friend? He did make you fight Hermione's protector, didn't he? He made you kill her strongest defenders because he couldn't. You could stop him, save your friend from his clutches. So, I have to fight Potter to save Hermione. The Longbottom Scion asked. Not just to save Hermione, but to save the world. He's the enemy. He doesn't get that to save the world, there needs to be sacrifices. He wants to avenge his friend, and that's noble. Why do you think he's not interrupting us now? He knows that I'm not lying to you. Slowly, Neville pointed his wand at Harry, trembling slightly. I'm sorry, Harry. The Potter Scion, though, looked unconcerned. He just took off his fedora and shook his head. Well, this has gone far enough. He snapped his finger and the boy just fell down unconscious. At Riddle's incredulous look, he snorted, Do you not think I have a contingency plan in place if he decided to betray me? A small rune on the back of his neck, the moment we entered the Undercroft, was enough to guarantee that he wouldn't do anything stupid. You're a ruthless man, Riddle commented. Nat, I'm just ahead of the curve. What is curious is your ability to convince him of anything. No wonder Lord Voldemort had such a large following. If he had a fragment of your skill, he could convince anyone of anything. A good thing for a con artist like him, like you, to have. You wanted to test the protections that fate offered Longbottom on me, turn a liability into an asset. But now, the question is, what are you hoping to accomplish now that your beast and your backup are gone? Are you willing to risk it all in a duel that you might not win? The older boy shook his head. The chances you would defeat me in a duel are minimal. You're impressive, yes, and had you been 2 years, maybe even 1 year older, you could have posed a very significant challenge. But you're too unrefined. But then again, I don't have to fight you. King to Rook too. So, dazzle me, Riddle. What's that final trick up your sleeve? It's not really a trick. You didn't seriously think that Salazar Slytherin would only settle for a single ordinary basilisk as his beast. No, the Master of Snakes would only choose the King of Serpents as his champion. You see, when the founders discovered the repository of ancient magic, they didn't know that they stumbled on the tomb of one of the greatest sorcerers of ancient Greece, Herpo. The man had found something slumbering in ruins that he studied for decades trying to replicate. The result of his experiments was the creation of Basilisk, which he deemed to be a pale imitation of the real thing. Salazar was able to bind this great beast to his bloodline using a mastery of the dark arts that even I could barely understand. It is one of the 7 titans of the magical world, true remnants of the Age of Gods, the World Serpent, Hormungandr. With that proclamation, the chamber started to shift, the walls started moving as if responding to the ancient power invoked by the name. The air grew heavy with otherworldly energy, and an ominous hiss seemed to echo from the very stones themselves. Harry's eyes widened as he gazed upon the transformation taking place around him, a mixture of awe and trepidation filling his heart. Riddle's voice, now carrying an unsettling blend of excitement and reverence, continued, Hormungandr, the world serpent, the creature that encircles the world in Norse myth, its enormity beyond mortal comprehension. The true monster of Slytherin, a being of ancient magic and primordial power, and it is mine. As the chamber continued to shift and rearrange itself, a colossal form began to emerge from the very depths of the floor, scales as dark as obsidian glinting with an eerie iridescence. Slowly, the massive serpentine body of Hormungandr emerged, coiling and undulating in the confined space, its eyes gleaming with an intelligence that belied its monstrous appearance. Harry wouldn't admit it, but the sight was as impressive as it was disturbing. He never expected anything like it. This was his challenge, his problem, the final problem. He's the Chamber of Secrets itself, isn't he? Yes. Do you think that I would have let you in this place if there was a single chance that you could defeat me? You're not fighting me. You're fighting a force of nature. So, now, in the face of overwhelming force, tell me, Potter, how do you plan on fighting that? The chamber continued its metamorphosis, the ancient magic intertwining with the present moment. The confrontation was no longer about a petty rivalry between students, it had transcended into a clash of legacies, a battle that stretched across time and dimensions. It was hard for Harry to understand what he was seeing with his eyes, but he didn't have to use his eyes to truly see, did he? He closed his eyes for a second and found the answer. It was risky, but it was better than many alternatives. He nodded to himself and looked Riddle straight in the eye. I have to say it's an interesting trap, but you made a mistake. The boy stiffened and asked, what? This is a good trap, putting me in an environment completely under your control from the beginning. But you made a mistake, a huge mistake even. It's sad that you don't see it. What mistake, Potter? The older boy insisted. Didn't one ever tell you that there's one thing you don't put in a trap? If you're smart, if you value your continuing existence, if you have any plans on seeing a tomorrow, there's one thing you never ever put in a trap. And what would that be, Potter? Harry put his hand inside his fedora discreetly and grabbed a familiar weapon. The Colt. He closed his eyes and used his arcane hearing to find the source of the room, the soul of the mythical world serpent, me. He gave Riddle a smug look, took out the Colt, pointed it towards the source of the world serpent, and fired. Chapter 122, Checkmate. March 16, 1993, Hogwarts. The moment he pulled the trigger, time itself seemed to warp around the trajectory of the shot. The air crackled with energy as a beam of light, so swift it was almost imperceptible, lanced forward. A cascade of prismatic particles followed in its wake, a trail of transient beauty hinting at the multidimensional reality of the event. It was hard to describe the Colt's shot. It was so quick, so reality-defying that the English language just felt lackluster. There were no words to truly describe the extraordinary event in front of them, and for all his visible nervousness, Riddle still looked overawed. Harry had never expected anything like this, not in a million years, and he was the one who forged the damn thing. The impact was instantaneous. The beam went through the invincible scales of the world serpent, through the walls of the chamber that was really the serpent's skin, until it reached the core of the world serpents. It was just hard to put what a core was in words. It was like the serpent's physical existence was nonsensical, was too powerful, or perhaps it was just too much for the human mind to comprehend, but for anything to exist, to live, its soul needs to reside somewhere, and the Colt is unstoppable until it reaches a soul. Harry could tell the moment it did reach the core, it was a loud gong to his arcane hearing that was accompanied by a burst of energy that rippled through the walls, through the floor, through everything. Hormungandr, the world serpent, had always existed outside the universe's conventions. Its form had been folded through myriad dimensions, a safeguard to prevent its very presence from unraveling creation. The serpent's name held a clue to its magnitude. It could encircle the entirety of the planet, a testament to its immense scale. The Chamber of Secrets, in reality, was not a mere pocket dimension, it was a prison, a sanctuary, a manifestation of the serpent's essence. Its walls were its scales, its ground its flesh, and its pipes its bones. It was a living entity, a shapeshifter of the highest order. Tom Riddle's command over this chamber was not just control, it was a mastery that bordered on symbiosis. Yet, even with his dominion over this sanctuary, he could not breach the barrier that kept the world serpent contained. It was a truth that frustrated Riddle. The tantalizing prospect of wielding such an entity as a weapon in the external world had eluded him. Had Lord Voldemort possessed the means to manipulate Hormongondra's power, the magical world would have bowed to his rule long before. But the serpent's might was insurmountable, an embodiment of the divine that extended beyond the grasp of even the most formidable sorcerer. And now, as the chamber stood on the precipice of change, of dissolution, Harry's pulse began to steady. The death of Hormongondra marked the end of an era, the twilight of a legacy. The magic within the chamber pulsed, its resonance weakening as the life force of the world serpent ebbed away. It was a process that would take time, perhaps years, maybe decades, as the chamber began to contract, as the tendrils of its magic slowly faded away. This was a divine beast, and yet Harry had just killed it with a weapon he made, even if he didn't really know about the specifics. He was 12 for Merlin's sake, and he had just killed a beast that was considered to be a god thousands of years ago, and Harry instinctively could tell that there would be far-reaching consequences for what he had done, even if he still didn't know them. He stared at the Colt in his hand, his gaze tracing the lines of its construction. It was an unassuming instrument, beautiful, but seemingly useless at the hand of a wizard that could manipulate the world with a wave of their wand. The ruby at the bottom was almost drained. That shot had taken a while out of the weapon, and it would need to recharge, not that he planned on using it on Riddle. His victory was all but assured now, and he wouldn't waste one of his remaining bullets on something like the abomination in front of him. At least he figured out the fact that he couldn't really fire the gun repeatedly, and that was good information. Speaking of Riddle, he stared at Harry, his mind unwilling to comprehend what had just happened. The Potter Scion gave him a small grin. Oh, right, where were we? Ah, yes, rook to king's rook 3, check. What? The older boy sounded baffled. We have a game to finish, Mr. Riddle. Rook to king's rook 3, check. Make your move. Bishop to rook 3, Riddle instinctively responded. You know, I almost let myself believe you when you said all that crap about Hermione. Even when I knew the type of man you are, how you operate. Even though I knew the truth about your ambitions, I still wanted to believe the truth about what you were saying, about the world you said you wanted to create. When you spoke to Neville, I felt the power of your promise. And I wonder, if that's what Hermione felt when she found you, and you found her. The desperation to have all her pain go away, to have her past rewritten. And that's how it works, doesn't it? The one thing everyone has is regret. You weaponize that, and then you use that weapon against them, to destroy them. Bishop takes bishop. Riddle stood up and started to glare at the younger boy, rook to bishop 4. But Harry wasn't deterred and continued, you did it to Hermione and you did it to Neville. You probably did it to Luna, promised her a world with her mother in it, and she fell for it like all others, but you got too attached, you believed your own promise, and you created this goal of a magical utopia just for her. You craved being free, like any bound creature, but your consciousness is that of a newborn. You might have the memories of a teenager and his skill, but you started truly being alive the moment Luna started to write in your diary. Rook takes rook. Stop speaking in riddles, Potter. Pawn takes rook. Bishop to bishop 7. Queen takes knight's pawn. Harry let out a bitter chuckle. You had the goals you were programmed to do, which was to open the Chamber of Secrets to kick out Dumbledore, your own ambition which was to escape the diary and live, and you found something pure that you wished to preserve in Luna. You imprinted on her and wanted to save her innocence. You literally combined all three into a single goal, that you were obsessed with doing. You want to create a world of illusion for Luna, which would help you escape the diary, and you have to do it by petrifying students and kicking Dumbledore out of the castle. You designed the perfect plan for all three, and you executed it brilliantly. And you are a brilliant wizard, don't get me wrong. But just as much as you may have designed an elaborate game, Riddle, you neglected to account for one crucial factor, the human spirit. Revenge is such a primal notion, don't you think? I just wanted you to know that whatever happens next, you brought it all to yourself. You really shouldn't have made it personal, Tom. I pity your existence in a way, but not nearly enough to offer you mercy. Tom snarled, this is entirely meaningless. In just a few minutes the ritual will activate. You might have killed Salazar's weapon, somehow, by a disgusting primitive muggle gun of all things, but there's nothing you can do to stop it. I could leave the chamber, find a way out. You know I can do it. You've seen me doing to impossible just a few moments ago. The older boy's glare turned murderous. I guess I'll just have to occupy you until it's over. The loss of this place is a shame, a legacy of my ancestor destroyed because of an arrogant child who's too clever for his own good. For all your talent, boy, I am still the better dueler. Are you sure about that? The last Potter answered with a small grin, you do seem to keep moving. You know, you really shouldn't have gone after Daphne. Maybe I would have had a bone of mercy left for you. Alas, you'll burn, alone and forgotten in this place. Bishop to Bishop 8. Discover check and incidentally, mate. Riddle snarled in anger and sent a killing curse at Harry, who used a modified spatial expansion charm on the entire room separating him from Riddle. The killing curse was still going next to him, but with more space to travel, Harry had the ability to duck. The Potter Scion waved his wand and the floor and walls started to freeze, slowly coming towards Riddle. The older boy, of course, countered by raising a powerful shield to halt the advancing frost. Ice and stone collided in a symphony of resistance, the clash of magic and material reverberating through the chamber. The atmosphere grew tense, an embodiment of the confrontation that played out between the two adversaries. The smug little smile stayed on Harry's face, even as the air of Slytherin created a giant beam of darkness and sent it towards him. He conjured a magical circle that telekinetically shielded against the beam, but Harry used his free wand to conjure a bolt of lightning at his opponent, who conjured a lightning rod, redirecting the attack. His layered telekinetic attack, hidden behind the beam of darkness, took Harry by surprise and sent him flying back. With another spell, Harry was disarmed, his wand in Riddle's grasp. Enough. I don't know what you hope to achieve here, Potter, but I am not as limited as I used to be before. I don't have to rely on tricks. You know that in a fair fight, you will lose. Harry was going to create a magical circle, but he felt something ping on the back of his head, and now his victory was confirmed. He literally burst into laughter to the older boy's annoyance, who gritted his teeth and snarled, "What is it? Of course, I would lose against you in a fight. Oh, I can give you the fight of your life, pull tricks out of my ass, maybe even take you by surprise and get a win. But did you think for even a second that I would walk into this place willingly thinking about having a fair fight with you? No, I stacked the deck, you just don't see it yet. You know what? I don't want to know. Our little game is over. Goodbye, Potter, Avada Kedavra." Nothing happened. The heir of Slytherin tried again and again, to no avail. Harry had a smug smirk on his face. Something wrong, old sport. Performance problems. I know you're a little young, but it's nothing to be ashamed about. What did you do? You know, I don't know much about rituals. I only ever focused on it when I saw that you were hoping to create one, but it didn't take long for me to understand that you planned to use the petrified victims to power it. It also didn't take me long to see that the blood was more than just for show. Rem blood has many properties, especially when it comes to strengthening potions, but a little-known side effect is that layers of the blood are differentiated. So, it is technically possible to write runes, to connect the location for each victim, by adding small rune stones on their person, for example. That would make using petrified victims as batteries easier, even if they're in the infirmary. Riddle's face blanched. No. Now, what would happen if you removed the powering aspect of a ritual? From my understanding, they're very unpredictable. But I did notice a trend, of sorts. They have a tendency to cannibalize their caster's magic if what's provided is not enough. And well, the only person still connected to the ritual, the only source of magic left, is you. You said that you're a magical construct, aren't you? I had hoped to use it to drain the diary of all magic, killing you immediately, but I don't think there's any reason this wouldn't work with a body like yours. Your magic is slowly being drained until you are barely able to manifest a body. As he was speaking, Riddle's body started to fade slightly. Stop this, Potter. No. And with that, your dream of another world is as good as dead. I'm sorry, Tom, but you really shouldn't have gone after Daphne. Please, Potter. I only wanted to do my duty. I only wanted to live. Is that so bad? Harry shook his head. I know, but you went too far. You could have been great. Unfortunately, you were shackled by your creator, who funnily enough, has become less human than you, a diary of all things. He would never care for someone like you did, Luna. You might be dying, Tom, but you experienced life far more vividly than Lord Voldemort ever did. Goodbye, Tom Riddle. And with that the heir of Slytherin faded into nothing, leaving a silent chamber. The idea that he was standing in a corpse was more evident than ever. He had won, now, he had to deal with the consequences of that. Chapter 123, Truth and Consequences. March 18, 1993, Hogwarts. Neville woke up disoriented slightly. He didn't remember how he had gotten to this place, which he realized in a few moments was the hospital wing in Hogwarts. It took a good minute for him to even remember the events that happened prior to him getting knocked out. Potter, the basilisk, Riddle, and Hermione. Oh, Merlin, what happened to her? He sat up suddenly and exclaimed, Hermione. Calm down, Mr. Longbottom, your friend still lives, he heard the familiar voice of Madame Pomfrey say. And just like that, with that confirmation, his thrashing stopped. The woman started to fuss over him and kept waving her arm, everything seems to be in order. You came up here with broken ribs and a concussion, which isn't really a big deal, if it wasn't for the fact that there was some kind of sleeping curse that kept you asleep for 2 days straight. 2 days? What happened to Hermione? Did her plan work? We'd all appreciate some insight into what you're talking about, Longbottom, McGonagall's voice interrupted, the events of what happened to you raised many concerns. We would all like to know how you ended up unconscious, with a legendary sword that was lost for centuries, a cursed book, and basilisk blood of all things on your clothes. That's not mentioning the comatose body of Ms. Granger. It took hours to find the two of you. I didn't even know that the hidden room we found you in even existed. So, start talking. However, Neville didn't. He just stared at the form of Albus Dumbledore with awe. Headmaster, you're back. The elderly man let out a small chuckle. Yes, the board seemed to immediately stop my suspension when you were attacked. Apparently, they thought that the students would be safe with Hagrid out of the way. They were wrong, obviously, and since some of them have family members in the school, they kindly asked me to come back. Now, with that out of the way, why don't you tell us what happened, Neville? Honestly, the Longbottom scion didn't know where to start, until he took a deep breath and spoke up. Hagrid's hut. Everything started at Hagrid's hut. I was visiting him when Fudge and Malfoy came. I heard them take Hagrid away and suspend you, Headmaster. Hagrid said that I needed to follow the spiders if I wanted answers. I planned on going there, but I was stopped. McGonagall groaned, thank Merlin. That man would have sent you to speak with an Acromantula colony on its own. Albus, you need to teach him a little moderation. And I will. This was unacceptable behavior from him. I think that sometimes, Rubius simply forgets that we are not as strong nor as resilient as he is. He motioned to Neville to continue, more specifically, I was stopped by Potter of all people. Everyone straightened out. Harry Potter had disarmed me, and told me that it would be too troublesome to let me go into the Forbidden Forest and get some answers, and instead, he just told me that he figured out where the Chamber of Secrets was, and that he needed a Parselmouth to open it for him. I would have refused, of course, but he had me at wand point, and I saw no harm in this. Dumbledore's eyes flashed slightly. Harry Potter was involved. Neville nodded and McGonagall frowned. That's odd. He didn't say anything about it, and according to Severus, no Slytherin student was out of bed when you were attacked. They were all accounted for. I don't understand. Don't worry about it, young Neville, just continue your story, the headmaster urged with a gentle tone. Still disturbed by the revelation, he spoke up. So, apparently, the location of each attack made a pentagram, which Potter deduced was for a ritual of some sort, and that its caster had to be in the middle of it. We found this room, I think Potter called it the Undercroft or something. We kept looking around for a snake, for some reason. I found it, and when I told it to open, the wall turned into a room with a huge tunnel in it. Potter told me that I was free to go, now, and that from now on, I could join him and defeat the heir of Slytherin together, but you wouldn't make me do anything. I decided to join in. The headmaster looked proud of his bravery, while McGonagall didn't look impressed. Very well. So, you found out where the entrance was, breaking around 100 school rules into pieces along the way, I might add, but why on earth did you decide to jump in a mysterious tunnel instead of coming to get one of us? Well, Potter was going to jump anyway. And I guess I wanted revenge. It was pretty obvious that whoever was pulling the strings was framing me for it. I just didn't want to end up like Hagrid, so decided to fight for my freedom. Of course, all of that courage practically disappeared when Potter told me that the monster was most likely a basilisk that was restraining itself from petrifying the victims instead of killing them. Apparently, the voice I have been hearing when every attack occurred wasn't some weird premonition or clairvoyance, but the basilisk's voice echoing in the pipes. Of course, Potter had prepared for that fight for months or something, since he already knew what the monster was back the December. He had some things that he enchanted himself to help in the fight. Goggles that would nullify the basilisk's glare. A few flashbangs, sonic grenades, and even cold bombs. Dumbledore raised an impressed eyebrow, flashbangs to blind it, sonic grenades to disorient it, and of course, cold bombs to slow it down. Magical or not, a snake is a snake. Quite ingenious. Yet, of course, it was all useless when we were all attacked by the basilisk immediately and he ran away while I had to fight the damn thing. It was huge, like 60 feet tall, huge. But the cold grenades seemed to work pretty well, and since it was slowed and couldn't attack from range, it wasn't that hard to run away from it, and keep throwing bombs at it. I had almost run out later, but I was able to blind it by sending rocks pretty quickly at its eyes since Potter said that they were a weak spot compared to the rest of its body. I used one of the spells Wood taught me, Ventur Leviosa, which we used in our training sessions to levitate balls and throw them with a release at a certain speed. It was kinda hard, but it worked. And wasn't that funny? Neville Longbottom had defeated a basilisk with a Quidditch spell, of all things, but it worked and no one outside this room needed to know about it. The headmaster was visibly amused by this. Sometimes, it's the spells we deem useless that allow us victory. Neville nodded, well, isn't that the truth? But by the time I blinded it, I ran out of Potter's bombs. The basilisk was moving really sluggishly, I think the sonic bombs still affected it somehow. When it accidentally hit one of the pipes, and the tunnel kind of fell down on it, it didn't really move. It was just lying there and, I remember saying to myself that I needed something to kill it and save the school. I don't know how that happened, but this sword materialized in my hand, and I stabbed it through the eyes multiple times. Hell, I even stabbed it through the roof of its mouth just to make sure it was dead. So, afterwards, I tried to look for Potter, so that we would get out of there. They were all watching him with a slightly odd expression. You killed a basilisk, Madame Pomfrey murmured. Well, yet. I know Potter said that it took teams of wizards to kill one, but it wasn't really that hard. It stayed in the pipes, and it was so big that it couldn't dodge any of the bombs. Potter's bombs helped a lot, to be honest, and the magic sword that appeared in my hand kinda did the rest. They all stayed silent for a good minute before Dumbledore spoke up. So, you went to look for young Harry? Ah, yes, I did. I found him playing chess of all things with an older student. He was wearing a Slytherin uniform, but I didn't recognize him. And Hermione was lying on the ground. Harry said that his name was Tom Riddle or something. Holy Merlin, Neville wondered if that name was cursed or something, because McGonagall choked on air, and the twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes disappeared, which caused Neville to shiver. Are you sure that it was Tom Riddle? What did he look like? I guess, he was sort of attractive. He had black hair, dark eyes, kinda aristocratic, I guess. Dumbledore nodded, please proceed. Seeing the serious look on the headmaster's face, he obeyed without question. Well, it turned out that this Riddle person was working with Hermione for some kind of grand plan. They wanted everyone to experience an illusion of a second life. It wouldn't be real, but they would remember it. Muggleborns would have memories of being purebloods, and purebloods would have memories of being Muggleborns. Imagine an entire generation of wizards and witches finally understanding one another. It would be peace, true peace. So, it was Hermione who opened the chamber. Dumbledore asked. Yes, but you're missing the point. The chamber itself was a cover, a way to make people have the wrong idea about what happened. But Hermione was casting the ritual, her soul inside her diary, which meant that if Potter stopped her, she would die. I remember trying to attack him, but he snapped his finger. Then I woke up here. Did it work? Hermione's plan, are we at peace now? Dumbledore gave him a pitying look. I'm afraid not, young Neville. Potter. Neville snarled. Neville. You don't understand. Tom lied to you, Neville. He was always charismatic when he was that age. Do not be ashamed, far older and far wiser people have succumbed to his charm before. He didn't understand what the headmaster was talking about. Who is he? Not many know this fact, but Lord Voldemort was once called Tom Riddle. I taught him myself, 50 years ago, at Hogwarts. He disappeared after leaving the school, travelled far and wide, sank so deeply into the dark arts, consorted with the very worst of our kind, and underwent so many dangerous, magical transformations, that when he resurfaced as Lord Voldemort, he was barely recognizable. Hardly anyone connected Lord Voldemort with the clever, handsome boy who was once head boy here. That little piece of information froze Neville in his tracks. This was Voldemort. Yes, from what I could gather from the diary, it is a very dark artifact whose purpose is to possess the person writing in it. I believe Tom made it as a weapon, to spread fear in the castle and probably throw me out. I'm sad to say that it succeeded where Lord Voldemort failed in this particular endeavor. So, it was a lie? There was no plan of peace, the boy who lived asked with desperation in his eyes. I'm sorry, Neville, but there wasn't. He was lying. Your friend, Hermione, was not a willing participant in any of this. She wrote in the diary and slowly he gained control over her body, he made her open the Chamber of Secrets, not the other way around. Is she all right? Hermione, that is. Her condition is stabilized, but this is the first time I have ever seen anything like this. From what I could gather, young Hermione's body is in a status state, but her mind and soul seem to be bound in her diary. She remains there, living in a world created for her, living a blissful life, unaware of what is happening here. It's kinder than anything I assumed Tom would do, but at least, she's not in pain while we all figure out how to undo what happened to her. Neville stood silent for a minute, and will you be able to bring her back? I don't know if it's even possible, but I do know that hope is a wonderful thing. I have called in dozens of specialists to look at her and I am hopeful that it would work. Have faith, Neville, she will be back one day, maybe even sooner than you might think. Neville remembered Hermione defending him from even Ron, staying by his side when all others scorned him. She was a wonderful friend and he failed her. He wanted to feel angry, he wanted to feel sad, he wanted to yell at the world, but all that happened was the fact that tears started to leak from his eyes. The headmaster left him to grief, followed quickly by his deputy. Madame Pomfrey gave him a pitying look and gave him another potion, that he drank absent-mindedly. He heard Dumbledore say something about talking to Harry Potter. He didn't care, nothing mattered other than the overwhelming grief that he was feeling. It was his fault. If he hadn't listened to Voldemort of all people, maybe he would have been able to save Hermione. He didn't know what he was supposed to do now, and it was eating him alive. Chapter 124, Truth Hurts. March 19, 1993, Hogwarts. In the heart of Hogwarts, where the towering spires and ivy-clad walls held centuries of enchantment and secrets, Albus Dumbledore sat in his office and stifled the urge to blast the whole thing into oblivion. It was only the soothing whispers of the light that calmed him enough to objectively analyze his situation. To say that Albus Dumbledore was frustrated would be an understatement. He was already exhausted, having barely gotten any sleep ever since the whole fiasco with the Chamber of Secrets, which ended up with an unconscious boy who lived and a Muggle-born student who had her soul displaced into a diary somehow. He had to call in the unspeakables for that, and in the event that they couldn't help, Albus could use Ms. Granger to increase control over the child of the prophecy by dangling a potential cure in front of him. He honestly didn't know if he could do it, and even if he could, it would take a significant amount of time. Time that he wouldn't waste unless it helped him and his cause. As for the attacks, Albus knew that Tom Riddle had to have something to do with them. The headmaster always tracked down the heritage of every attending student, to either collect them or profile them as threats. He even went to every Muggleborn's home to make sure they didn't have any hidden magical heritage. So, yet, he knew that no one in the castle had any connection to the Gaunt family, and that just left Lord Voldemort as the main suspect. To be perfectly honest, the entire situation was baffling. If he hadn't heard young Neville's tale about what happened, he never would have guessed it. Unfortunately, there were many holes in his story, the glaring one being that there was no sign of the Chamber of Secrets in the Undercroft. He had checked himself, and there was no snake engraving, no sign of magic at all, really. He had ended up checking if the boy's memories were manipulated in any way but found no sign of mind magic. The boy was convinced that he was right, but everything else pointed to it not having happened. What a baffling little mystery. A knock distracted Albus from his thoughts and with a wave of his hand, his office's door opened, revealing the boy of the hour, a potential clue in the whole mess. Harry Potter was a student known for his cleverness, his cunning, and his maturity, that's not to mention his prodigal talent when it comes to magic. He was one of his most promising recruits, probably as a spy in the dark, or maybe even a frontline fighter if war breaks down when Tom inevitably returns. "Ah, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore began, his voice as gentle as he could make it, "I'm glad that you took time out of your day to speak with me." "It's nothing, Headmaster. But I will admit to being curious about the reason you asked me to be here." "Well, as you probably know, young Neville was found unconscious, next to Hermione Granger, in a secret room in the castle. Fortunately, he woke up earlier today, and I have to say that his account of the events that transpired. Events that include you, Mr. Potter. Young Harry's eyes widened, his expression a masterful blend of surprise and innocence. I don't know what you're talking about, headmaster. I remember vividly staying in the dormitory the night he was attacked. And normally, I would be skeptical, but if you are involved in what happened inside the Chamber of Secrets, it is imperative that I know what happened. The safety of our students is paramount. The boy frowned slightly. I was under the impression that you returned in a purely ceremonial manner, and not fully as the headmaster. That would be the case, but it seemed that the board was eager to get me back, with Mr. Longbottom having disappeared on the exact night I was suspended in. They practically ran to stop my suspension, some even said some very unsavory things about a certain Lucius Malfoy. Oh, where was I? Ah, right, what happened in the Chamber of Secrets, Mr. Potter? I don't know, young Harry answered with a shrug. It's quite the tale, isn't it? A hidden chamber beneath the castle, a monster controlled by the heir of Slytherin, a boy heroically slaying the monster with a sword. Seems almost unbelievable. And how did you know about the sword? Ron Weasley has a big mouth. He talked to Longbottom and kept bragging that his friend killed a basilisk of all things. Hard to believe, isn't it? That a student with less than 2 years of magical education could somehow slay a monster that massacred hundreds of beast hunters at the same time, and without even using magic. Although, I didn't know that Longbottom said that I was involved in any way. Damn, that Weasley boy. It took a few hours for Albus to keep things together, and it was more than enough time for rumors to spread. Merlin knows that very few things stay secret in Hogwarts, a very good point, but I am curious as to why you believe that this tale to be false. I remember you saying previously that you were sure that the beast was a basilisk. Perhaps it is a basilisk. And the whole reason why I haven't said anything about it is because I don't have any proof, just guesses. Are you saying that Mr. Longbottom is lying? Harry's shoulders slumped, his expression morphing into practiced vulnerability. I don't know what happened to Neville, but I can say for certain that I have no part of whatever adventure he experienced. I was in my dormitory, the night he was found. I don't think anyone with a fraction of self-preservation instinct would willingly fight a basilisk. I don't know what to say, other than that it's not me. Maybe Longbottom imagined it all. That was a good theory, that Dumbledore had considered. Not that the boy would have imagined it, but that it was some kind of elaborate illusion that the boy fell prey to. However, there were a few issues with that possibility. For one, he saw the runes in the bombs that young Neville used in his memories. They were correct. Remarkable or not, Neville simply did not have the knowledge necessary to imagine these runes. The only option would have been an outsider illusion attack of some kind, but the fact that the sword of Gryffindor had absorbed some basilisk venom, was physical proof that there was at least a grain of truth in Neville Longbottom's story. Or there was before the damn thing vanished into thin air. The sword of Gryffindor was a mythical weapon that was said to even give you a fragment of the prowess of the founder himself if it did deem you brave enough. It was a remarkable weapon that literally disappeared from under his nose. And if losing that weapon wasn't frustrating enough, with it the only proof of what happened in the chamber was gone. Stealing his expression, the headmaster answered, "Ah, but I believe that he didn't. However, I do find it curious that you would lose interest in the chamber so readily. Ah, I guess I'm just excited to see Daphne again. But I am just as curious as to why you're talking to me about it. You are obviously fishing for information, and I don't mind. I'm an open book, but if you've got so much evidence, I don't know why you don't just come forward with it." Where did Longbottom say the chamber was again? In a hidden room, called the Undercroft, the headmaster answered. And did you find the entrance to the chamber there? Longbottom's been up for almost a day. If it was a clear danger to the student body, you must have gone there to explore it, to make sure that the threat was gone. Right. Before he could answer, the Potter boy continued, what about that mythical sword Weasley kept prattling about? Do you have the murder weapon? Dumbledore spluttered for a second. What are you hoping to achieve with these needless questions? I'm just wondering why you're so hung up on me being involved. You have 2 students found unconscious. The only one that was able to speak said that I somehow was involved, despite the fact that there is evidence that I was in my dormitory. He said that he somehow found the Chamber of Secrets, but you still can't find the entrance where he said it was. And that he somehow killed a basilisk, a feat that I doubt a team of Aurors would be able to do, much less a 12-year-old child. And he claimed to have done it with a weapon that seemed to have vanished into thin air. I don't think I have ever heard anything that ridiculous, and I'm finding it hard to understand why you're so certain that I had anything to do with it. The Potter boy had a way with words, but Albus would secretly admit that he also had a point. The entire situation was so ridiculous that no one, not even his greatest supporters, would believe this tale. And yet, before he could say anything, the boy continued, even then, I don't even understand why you would ever want people to believe that. Confirming that a basilisk was in the castle, whilst students lived there, wouldn't end well. A cursed artifact, that petrified students would be a more elegant solution. After all, people wouldn't really feel safe sending their children to a school whose headmaster actively ignores their safety. And here it was, the blackmail. The boy was one of the few people who figured out the monster's nature. It was dead, according to Neville, that is. But if he wanted to investigate the Potter boy for his involvement in the chamber, he had to admit that he knew that there was a basilisk on the loose and that he hadn't said anything for months. The curse solution was more elegant and more friendly to the public. An ancient, cursed artifact that a student was given, maybe even under the Imperius or something, would be a good way to end the investigation. The implicit threat was simple. If Albus was going to go after the Potter boy, he would lose more than he could afford. Fine, he was going to let it go, for now, but the boy had shown himself to be too competent to be left alone. Luckily for him, Albus still had one more card to play. Oh, but I didn't bring you here to talk about the chamber. I just wanted to clarify a few things. I believe it was a cursed artifact that was the culprit in our little mystery. No, I am here because I discovered something deeply perturbing. And what would that be, headmaster? Your living situation. Albus suppressed a grin when he saw the boy stiffen. It has come to my attention that you haven't lived in your aunt and uncle's home for some time, and that is simply unacceptable. I take the safety of my students very seriously. As you are a ward of the ministry, I am advising Cornelius to send you to a proper family that would take care of you in the summer holidays. You cannot live without guardians, Mr. Potter. Ah, yes. He had spent the previous day looking up anything about the Potter boy, and he had gone to use some legilimency on Petunia. And he was flabbergasted. She had barely even interacted with the boy and ignored it as much as possible. But her last conversation with the boy had lightened a few things up. First, was that he was a very mature young man. And second, that he hadn't lived with his Muggle relatives for years. So, that brought an opportunity. If he could get Cornelius to assign him to a family loyal to him, the boy would be discreetly brought to heel. It was subtle, but he could restrict the boy, his gold, his possessions. Get him on the right path, or more specifically Albus' path. The only question would be which family would accept him, and condition him enough not to rebel against Albus. Oh, I'm sorry but that won't be possible, the boy answered. I was recently adopted by a relative of my father's. He saw the situation you spoke of and also found it unacceptable. I think the papers should go through soon. This was bad, but not unsalvageable. And who is this mysterious guardian of yours? Arcturus Black. And with just those two words Albus' dream of gaining any form of control over the boy vanished into thin air. He couldn't control his cold anger when he spoke next. That sounds acceptable. You're dismissed, Mr. Potter. The moment the boy left, Albus silenced the room and released a cry of fury. Damn, that boy to the deepest hells. He looked at his companion, who had woken up with a squawk at his yelling and signed, I think I lost this one, Fox. The trill of the phoenix brought some comfort, but not enough. It has been a long time since he was outmaneuvered like this. Still, he would need to keep a close eye on the Potter boy. The boy could be very problematic in the future. Albus wouldn't allow anything to disrupt his plans. The Potter boy was still a potential asset, even if he didn't have to know about it. Worst comes to worst, he could just kill the boy if he becomes too troublesome. He has done worse things in the name of the greater good of the wizarding world, after all. Chapter 125, Green Pastures. March 19, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry pondered on his conversation with Dumbledore as he made his way to the hospital wing. He felt vindicated, in a way, to finally get a real win against the headmaster. What he had done was essentially give the man a choice between risking his newly regained position as headmaster or not investigating Harry's involvement in the whole Chamber of Secrets fiasco. This was the plan ever since Harry decided that he needed to get Longbottom to get into the chamber. It was a big step, in a way, for Harry to finally stop clinging to the shadows and step into the light. When he decided that he would have to fight Riddle, he knew that he couldn't stay hidden anymore and Dumbledore's attention was more likely going to be on him. So, the first thing he did was secure the fact that the old man wouldn't have any influence on him. This was easily done by asking Arcturus Black to take him as his ward. The paperwork took a couple of days to arrange, which was why Harry calibrated the rune to shut down Neville's consciousness for that duration. The next step was moving the chamber, which was done by using a mixture of compulsion charm and hypnosis on the unconscious body of the Longbottom boy. While Harry had disabled his consciousness, technically speaking, his unconscious mind still worked in the background. Giving him the image of a snake and asking him to tell that snake to move allowed Harry to analyze that particular word using his arcane hearing and use it to change the location of the entrance to the chamber. It was like the boy who lived talked in his sleep, so, he wouldn't really remember anything. The sword trick was far more advanced. Harry didn't think it would appear but didn't really discount the possibility because of whatever destiny bullshit tended to happen around Longbottom. So, all it took was analyzing the enchantments on the sword and seeing whatever Godric Gryffindor added to it. Honestly, it was mostly Harry screwing around with it, and he had given up about making it disappear. And wasn't it a surprise, finding out that the sword disappeared? The Weasley boy wasn't one to hold his mouth. It was like fate itself wanted Harry to get one over Dumbledore. He didn't know if it was something he did when he messed with the sword, or if there was a hidden functionality that made it disappear when certain parameters are met, but he didn't care. It worked and that's enough. It would have honestly been better to not have involved Longbottom at all, but it was mostly done to cover most of his bases. The Parcel Tongue was useful, but the fact that Neville should be protected by the prophecy meant that he had an edge that Harry could use against Riddle. It was a bit cruel, but it worked. The idiot actually killed a fucking basilisk, with a sword that appeared out of thin air. Changing his memories was something that Dumbledore would notice, especially considering the trauma that a memory charm would leave on the kid. Harry was many things, but he wasn't cruel. Maybe he could have used whatever bullshit his magic crest had done when they were attacked by Quirrell a year back, but he didn't know how to use it. Also, the fact that the boy who lived was in extreme pain during the encounter already hid any sign of trauma that could be caused by memory manipulation. Still, Harry had won. He had denied Dumbledore an asset in the basilisk corpse, let alone whatever Hormungandr was. He had forced the man to not involve himself in his business, and most importantly, he defeated Riddle. In a way, Harry was disappointed with the fact that the game ended. Did that make him a bad person? That he still craved the intellectual challenge of a rival, that he missed the blood pumping through his veins, the thrill of the chase against an impossible deadline. Tom Riddle was a fascinating puzzle, a Horcrux that somehow combined with the portrait-like personality depicted in the diary, and somehow became alive. More alive than Lord Voldemort. It was probably a mistake, considering how unprepared Tom Riddle was when he made his first Horcrux. The soul wasn't some tangible thing that could be quantified. It's the summation of someone's character, of their true self. Theoretically speaking, making a Horcrux would make one immortal because of the paradoxical nature of someone being both alive and dead at the same time. Herpo the Foul perverted the phylactery ritual by finding out that souls that are split into pieces are still connected enough that if anchored properly could convince the world that you were still alive and that your body is the anchor. The advantage is the idea that you avoided the dangers of someone discovering your phylactery and using soul magic to literally remake you. But the main disadvantage is that splitting your soul is splitting your personality. The idea, on principle, is to give away your ability to do something or feel something, into the book. Tom Riddle, who had accidentally killed an innocent student, wanted to get rid of the guilt he felt and unconsciously resented his complex planning, and his cunning that didn't account for him making a mistake. He put all of it into the diary, and slowly, without him noticing, started to lose those attributes, becoming the power-hungry monster that Voldemort was. This spark of brilliance, cunning, and guilt, combined with the memories inside the diary, became a new person entirely, a broken person, who latched into Luna and wanted to create a world where she would be happy. But his prime directive was to open the Chamber of Secrets and kick out Dumbledore, so everything he did had to be related to that. Now, that was complicated enough on its own, but adding in the memories of being alive, of being a real person, Tom wanted nothing more than to live once more. So, he combined his three ambitions at once, which resulted in a chaotic complex plan, that Harry was able to stop. Oh, it was brilliant, but still too overcomplicated since he tried to do many things at once. And Hermione paid the price for it. Harry didn't know why he felt so guilty about it. He literally couldn't have done anything quicker. It took exactly 2 attacks for him to narrow down everything, but the Muggleborn was still trapped in the diary, in the dream world that Riddle had crafted for Luna months back. Hopefully, Dumbledore and the Unspeakables will figure something out, since that kind of magic was a bit over Harry's pay grade. The thing was that Harry normally wouldn't have jumped into the danger like that if it wasn't for Daphne being attacked. And if he had stayed his hand, then Riddle would have probably succeeded with his ritual, and probably trapped an entire generation of British wizards and witches in his diary. Daphne's petrification made things personal. It made him angry, far angrier than anything he had ever experienced. And that's what drove him to relentlessly hunt down Riddle. Maybe this was a lesson to be a bit more proactive. The whole Chamber of Secrets fiasco ended because Harry decided to dismiss the idea of subtlety and go for the kill. If he hadn't calmed himself before and made a few plans to make sure to reveal as little as possible while mitigating the consequences of his reveal. And he did it for the girl who was petrified in front of him, her blonde hair frozen, blue eyes slightly widened, her expression being a mixture of fear and panic. "This is your first time visiting her," a voice stated behind him. He didn't need to turn to know that it was Tracy. She and Blaise were pretty cross with him for his behavior ever since she was petrified. Yet, Harry didn't deal with loss very well. He was so consumed with revenge, in a vain effort to avoid the guilt he felt, that he didn't visit her. He didn't trust himself to handle it properly. It was about time, he simply answered. "So, what are you going to do, now that you've avenged her?" Blaise's voice asked with a mocking tone. Harry turned, his eyes wide, and Tracy chuckled at his reaction. "Oh, come on. You disappeared for 2 days straight, researching or whatever, and disappeared during the night. Except for being conveniently seen in the dormitory on the night Longbottom and Granger are found unconscious. You acted normally for a couple of days until Longbottom woke up, got called up to Dumbledore's office, and decided to visit Daphne for the first time. We know how smart you are, and most of all, we know you. Daphne probably gave you the red bean thing and was involved in your manhunt for the heir of Slytherin. When she was attacked, you couldn't handle the guilt and just decided to seek revenge, and no one even knows about it." The Potter scion just stood there, gaping at his friends. "What? How? You're like an open book to us, mate," Blaise said, "but you could have just asked us to help." "I didn't want to involve you." "Well, next time, do. Here's our answer, you idiot." He tossed a red jelly bean at Harry, followed by Tracy. "See, we choose the red pill. Now you don't have to act all mysterious with us." Harry was a bit overwhelmed and nodded. After a minute of silence he stated, "I really appreciate this, guys. Can you give me a few moments with Daph? I have a few things I want to get off my chest." "Sure thing, mate," the dark-skinned boy replied. After the two had left, Harry took a deep breath. "You know, I have no idea if you can hear me or not. You know, theoretically being petrified means that you experience everything, but there's very little research on basilisk stares, since, you know, people tend to die when that happens. I really should have visited you sooner, but I was so wrapped up in my guilt that I just didn't want to face you without having beat the guy who hurt you like this." He sighed and continued, "I blamed myself for what happened to you. I should have been there to protect you, and I failed. I couldn't bear the thought that I might have been the reason you were petrified. That my games with Riddle spilled over to include you as well. I was so wrapped up in finally having a challenge that I didn't even consider that he wouldn't play with the same rules. Although, I guess I broke the rules first when I went after him the first time." Tears welled up in Harry's eyes as he spoke, his emotions pouring out. "I want you to know that I'm so sorry, Daphne. And that I miss you, so much, more than I even imagined to be possible. You've been my anchor, my confidant, my partner in mischief since the very beginning. The last few days without you, I just felt empty, this void in my life that I tried to smother with my rage towards Riddle. I guess with my plan finished, with all that rage gone, I just realized how much seeing you like this hurts me. I'm not the most social person. Hell, I've never really had any friends outside of you, Tracy, and Blaise. I was ignored from the moment I was left on my aunt's doorstep one night, and I guess I never realized that I wasn't alone anymore. What I want to say is, that the moment you wake up, I promise that I will never take you for granted again. I guess I'll see you tomorrow." With a sad smile on his face, Harry turned and made his way to exit the infirmary. Of course, that's when he felt a spell coming at him with his arcane hearing and ducked out of the way. Of course, he couldn't have a peaceful evening for once. It was Neville Longbottom who was pointing his wand at him with a look of rage on his face. "What the hell, Potter?